Hey, hello, and welcome. Hey, welcome, Vibe and Shine. So great to see you, hon. How have you been? Hey, I was literally just thinking about you like in the last 3 days, G. I was like, I wonder how that project she's working on is going. I was hoping everything was going okay. Of course, G, you can get on the list. The list is open. But yeah, I was really like, oh, I wonder. I haven't heard from her. I hope she's doing okay. So, hey, Madeline, welcome. Great to have you guys here. Hey, V, shalom. Shalom, shalom. It's one of my favorite YouTubers says, shalom on your home. She does like this homesteading kind of YouTube channel. Hey, Devet, welcome. Welcome, guys. How is your new moon energy going? This new moon is depending upon where you're at, it can be intense or it could be smooth and open. Let me go ahead and open up my payment app so that I can track you guys' payments, okay? Make a little list. But yeah, tell me how are you guys experiencing the energy of the Pisces new moon? Okay. All right, Vibe and Shine, I've got you, hon. And G, I have you too. We'll go ahead and get started with you too. Vibe and Shine says, I have been angry. And G says it's been pretty good. Yeah, it's been a mix of actually both of those energies. Vibe and Shine, go ahead and paste your question since you were first and your birth details so I can create your chart. But I definitely noticed that I was processing a lot of anger energy and I wasn't even processing it while I was awake. Like I get very lucid in my morning dream state. And I felt myself processing through a lot of repressed anger about things that there are things in my life I could attribute my anger to, but I also knew in the weeks leading up to this full moon or new moon, I wasn't angry at all. Vibe and Shine, Johannesburg. Okay. Which let me know that this is collective energy more than it's mine. Certainly, could I be angry about those things? Yeah. But do I have good reason to? And do I have good reason to? Yeah. But I had already done a lot of the kind of like forgiveness work about these particular issues. I had done a lot of the healing around them. And there it was. Like I was livid in my sleep. I was livid in my sleep. And that's why I was like, okay, this isn't UK. This is collective energy that you're processing. Make your energetic separations and allow yourself to feel this. Like, know that there's anger energy in the collective for good reason, but that you don't have to process it. You don't have to be the way in which it gets activated. Okay, let's see what Vibe and Shine has to say. The list is open if anyone wants to get on it. Right now, I only have Vibe and Shine here, and G on the list. And G is going to be right after Vibe and Shine. And the other side of that is like once I realized, it's not mine, it's been so much lighter, so much easier, so much freer, so much more peaceful ever since. All right, Vibe and Shine, let's get into it. The past decade has brought, I have it right, 8 p.m. Okay. Massive expansion of consciousness and heart awakening. I felt so connected spiritually, and my intuitive gifts were loud. Okay. Um, Especially after my twin initiation in 2017. Today is my 5-year anniversary of the night I met my twin. Lately, I feel so disconnected and feel spiritual burnout from all the intense lessons and work. That's real. There's good reason for it. My spiritual life seems non-existent now, and I feel like I'm skimming the surface and intuition has been silenced. In many ways, I'm more grounded, but I feel a bit unconscious. Again, what happened, and is it going to make a comeback? Apologize as I kicked somebody out my house last night. That's really funny. Yeah, like legitimately, it is that kind of energy where we're just not having nonsense anymore. Okay. List is open. I'm going to read for Vibe and Shine here. Some of what has happened has been the movement of the nodes into Earth sign Taurus out of fire sign Leo, which is where I believe it would have been used as 2017. North Node was in Leo. Leo represents spirit. Then you had the North Node moving through Cancer. Cancer is water, so there's emotional and spirit. Then we have air. And so the intellectual understanding of everything you were going through came online in the last 2 years. Now we have North Node switching into Taurus, and this happened as of late last year, early this year. We've got 2 years in Earth sign Taurus, and Taurus will be the completion of the cycle before you go back into fire and start all over again, Vibe and Shine. And so, what's fascinating about this is that Taurus really represents the body. It represents money and values. And this is your sixth house of health and well being, where it's going to move through. So, the direction you're being steered to in life at this time has everything to do with anchoring what you come to know as these conscious awarenesses. And this is one of the distinctions about stepping into spiritual mastery, is that it no longer feels like an altered or alternate state. It no longer feels like, ooh, I'm walking into this magic super mall where all of the amazing spiritual experiences of life are available to me. And then I have to go back home, where you have this recognition of there's the magic spiritual place, and then you have to go back to this other place. What's happening is you actually just moved into the mall, and it's a lot less magical than, because you're used to it. You're getting acclimated to this higher level frequency, these newer energies, integrating the lessons. The lessons are in you, as opposed to things you have to like look back at the textbook to make sure you understand and then go apply it to the test. It's just a part of your living and breathing now. And so the moments where you're starting to notice like anger and like things like just starting to come up for you, where it's like, wait, this is like old stuff. That kind of stuff, it has a lot to do with the experience of recognizing that you want to kind of stay in the high vibe mall, and that there's a lot of polar energies happening on earth right now. And I talk about this as woefully behind on publishing this content, but I talk about this in the channeled messages that I have for the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle, that we're going to be experiencing a lot of hugely polarizing energies here on earth in 2022 and in 2023, like dynamically, like all light or all shadow. It's going to be a very all or nothing kind of energy on earth. And some people are going to go back and forth between dark and light and traverse the two, going back and forth over the bridge. Some people will anchor in the darkness because they have work to do on shadow. They have work to do in that place. Some people are going to anchor in light because that's just where they're currently vibing at. That's what the work that they need to do is aligned to. It's neither good nor bad. Just expect that there's these dynamic polarities playing themselves out in the earth realm. Again, North Node Taurus, which is where you're at. And because all of the lessons of the last 10 years are just integrating into your spiritual body at this time, your earth vehicle, what you're getting is, yes, that's exactly it. You're just grounding it all into your daily life. And you will find yourself getting into situations with people where it's like, you are really not my vibe. Get the F out of my house. You'll find those situations where it's just so clear, I can't be here with you right now in this. It's just too misaligned. And so because the polaric energy is just going to be so loud, yeah, you'll find yourself kind of these moments that kind of highlight for you where it's just misaligned for you to be in very loud clarity, crystal clarity. Okay, G, please paste your cue. It's your turn. That's what I got for you, my dear. The vent, great to see you. Kylie, a treat to have you here. I just want to say a quick thank you. Kylie, I think I saw you and Gemini Princess probably the most last week. Like you guys were there for freaking every broadcast during Shadow Work Week. And I have to tell you, it just made the difference. The event, I know you popped in where you could. I can't wait to hear how things are going with you for you at your new job. But I just thank you. It made such a difference for me to know that, like I wasn't out here holding this space alone, that I was able to trust that if something popped off in the chat while I was managing the text and, hosting the guest and asking the questions and like keeping everything smooth in that regard, I knew if anything were to pop off in the chat, like you guys had my back, and it just made such a difference in terms of my confidence, in terms of me feeling safe, in terms of I'm making your chart now, G, in terms of the smoothness of the entire experience. And I just have to say, I'm just so grateful that I have you guys. That's so interesting. I'm pressing the O key and it's giving me the I key. Interesting. Okay, Jordan. And right, 11/20/1961, 4:22 p.m. Happy twiniversary, G. Wow, you guys are all coming up on twiniversaries. Oh, first time in 10 months. It wasn't a twiniversary. It was the first time in 10 months. Relaxed catch up, no mention of the past, of the hurtful ending. Last time we were in each other's physical presence. I hate to say it, but that's kind of a Scorpio thing. Do you see a period of time in his chart where he is open to be able to discuss truth between us? Let me go ahead and share screen. It's a great question. You're up against certain challenges in his personality, G, which I know you know. And in the Scorpio nature and being, I have a lot of Scorpio people in my life. Some of the issue is just his nature, not necessarily the timing. Yeah, 10 months is a long time, G. And I know that I know that for him, it was probably like no time went by at all. In fact, he just probably picked up connecting where you guys left off, as if that difficult interaction didn't happen, is what I'm suspecting, G. Um, so I think as I'm looking at this for you, probably the openness you need and want about it and the way you want him to be about it, I don't know that you're going to get, G. But one of the things that I know about who you are and how you have shown up inside of your connection, and I can certainly see it in the now time inside of the transits. If there were to be a good time for some type of discussion, given whom I know you to be, this is it. I can't say that for everyone, but I know who you are and I know how you communicate. And I know the open-heartedness that you bring and compassion that you bring to a conversation when your feelings are hurt. I've never once heard you blame, shame, guilt, or drag anyone with the truth. I've never heard you weaponize your pain with anyone. And you come from a place of heightened communication maturity. And so two things are true. One, I like that all the planets are direct right now. I also really like that Chiron is sitting on top of his moon right now because he's more in touch with some of his own pain now than he's probably ever been. I like that not Chiron, Uranus is sitting on top of his moon, providing him a little bit of an activation and a bit more clarity, a bit more the capacity to take an emotional quantum leap, the capacity to be able to emotionally put himself in somebody's shoes other than his own. Because of the amount of scorpionic energy he has in personal planets in his chart, Sun, Mercury, Venus, his personality, his mind, his values, and his descendant line, he wallows in self kind of blaming, shaming, guilting land anyway. He's kind of always kind of calculating what did I do wrong and how can I avoid it in the future so that I never make that same mistake again. I guarantee you he already knows that he's hurt you. That's the real deal here. But if there was a time to communicate about it, both because all the planets are direct, we're out of that funkiness with the Venus retrograde and the Mercury retrograde. Now, like now is a time where you could, and here's the thing that I want to say. I appreciate that you're looking for a good time for him to have the conversation, G. But what my desire and strong advocacy for you around this is that you do it at the appropriate and best time for you. I don't know that given who or how he is, the kind of response that I know would be gratifying to you is one that he's going to be able to surface. But I do know the fact that sitting on it is highly destructive. And I also know that sharing it is going to be highly healing for you. And I know I also, like I said, I know how you communicate. You're going to ask the necessary and appropriate questions to create clarity and understanding, and to give him an invitation into his own whys, into his own, like what brought him to that behavior. And those are things I already can tell. He doesn't want to look at that. He doesn't want to think about that, G. But I know you'll ask and you'll do it in a kind way that makes, which, and this is the thing, you're not his teacher, you're not his healer, and you're never supposed to be. But just by the nature of the interaction you'll provide, it's going to kind of automatically give him the opportunity to step into greater healing if he so chooses. Do it now, but do it for you. Do it because of the way it's going to heal you and allow you to be at peace with the woman you've been in the circumstance. You don't want to be dragging around. I wish I could have said, would have said. I wish I felt safe to say, comfortable to say, had the courage to say. I wish I was braver. You don't want to be dragging that around. You don't want to take on his guilt, shame, blame that he does to himself onto your back by not showing up for you. You want to continue to show up for you because that's the continued invitation this connection is providing for him. It's to show up for himself. And, hopefully he'll do that. Hopefully he'll take that on at some point. But girl, the vent will tell you she got a lot of Scorpio going on in her world too. She'll tell you like it's all the way team too much. Let me go back into the payment apps and see who else has jumped on the list, but hopefully that provides you some clarity about how to frame and anchor what happens next. But yeah, I applaud you, G, because like I said, if you ever open up them classes, I'm gonna be the first one in it. Okay, Valeria, I have you on the list next. Valeria, if you would please type your question in. Valeria. So nice to see you guys here today. Thank you all for joining, saying hi. I opened up by asking people how their new moon energy has been going. What have you guys been experiencing with the new moon? Okay, let me come back into the chat. Thank you, V. Jesus, I'm crying. Gee, I don't know that you have to cry, but if you're crying, you're just releasing the emotions, and that's good. Crying, shaking, laughing, sweating, and yawning, these are all ways of moving emotion with the physical body. So, you love it here. You're cute. Thanks, the vent. I will shut up now. um, so yeah, wherever Valeria is, Valeria, it's your turn. So here's who I got on the list. Just so you guys know the order. I have Valeria next. Then I'm gonna do Calliope, Madeline, Rosanna, Diva, and Kelly K. Okay, in that order. Let me see what else you guys had to say. Amethyst asks, can you interpret a chart I already have on paper from years ago? The person who did it for me said there was something impossible on it. Amethyst, I can't speak on other readers' work. I don't know what they would have seen that would have caused them to say, well, this is impossible. Because for me, when I look at the charts, there's no two alike, there's no patterns that are predictable. There's nothing on a chart to me that it's like looking at a thumbprint or a snowflake and then being like, that's impossible. Like, actually, they're all unique and different. So, what were you hoping to see? A cookie cutter? Like, I can't speak on another reader's work, Amethyst. But if you have questions about yourself specifically that you'd like me to answer, as opposed to kind of general reading, I will do a kick ass job for you. That much I can say. Okay, G. So the 10 months have been healing for me. Mystic Rose, you just submit the date of birth in question when I call you. Again, here's the list: Valeria, Calliope, Madeline, Rosanna, Diva, and Kelly. When you hear your name, Mystic Rose, just paste then. But until then, let's try to keep questions out of the chat, your personal question out of the chat, because I won't be able to find it. I need you to paste it when I call your name. Yes, the vent and the Kylie got you set there. I see. Um, yes, G, show up for you. V says, thank you for Shadow Work Week. It was very diverse and informative. I listened to Lana's light language before bed. Yes. And I'm waking up lighted and before my alarm every morning. It's so good, right? Lana's work is profound, such profound work. Okay. What is the best form of spiritual practice would be for me for 2022? Great question. Okay. V, let me get your chart together. That is a fantastic question. Okay. California, no doubt about it. California, Panorama City. Okay. 10, 27, 1989. Do you have a time of birth, V? Is there a time of birth? That would actually be most helpful if you knew that. But if you don't, it's okay. The vent, if you all can put your birth details in, yes, thank you. The vent and Kylie have got you together. They'll answer your questions. I would like to know, okay. Devet says, honey. um, thanks, Devet. Yeah, it's true. We can't want it more for them than they want it. 8:30 a.m. Let's get it. California, no doubt about it. In the city. Let me not try and sing. Okay, share screen. All right, let me hit the timer. All right, V. So for you, whenever we're talking, and this is for anyone, if you want to look at your own chart and get a sense of this for yourself, and I'm actually about to launch a seminar about this, is how to use your chart for healing, understanding your core wounds, so that they don't have to kind of puppeteer you and marionette string you. So that course is going to be coming out in the next, I would say the next week, probably early next week if I'm on my ish. But you want to look at your 12th house for how you're meant to heal, and spiritual practice. This, the axis of the 12 and the 6, this is your axis of healing. And the 12th house, the signs on the house let you know what those particular what that house needs in order to achieve its success, in order to render its best results. On that 12th house, where you have your deepest connection to spirit, to the spiritual realms, you have air sign Libra and you have water sign Scorpio. Air sign Libra requires connection. It requires communication. All the air signs require communication and thoughtfulness, but it requires connection, thoughtfulness with another person. It's not just you. You actually need to be in communication with other people as part of your spiritual practice. Which is why you may have noticed at times sitting at home by yourself, meditating and keeping a routine meditation practice is hard for a lot of people, but too many days on end by yourself, solo in a meditation practice can kind of go sideways for UV. It may be tricky to maintain that. And that's because periodically you actually need to stop and have dialogue and conversation with people. The second thing with the water sign Scorpio there, this is about a bit of depth psychological work. Some of your deepest spiritual initiations, your most profound connections to spirit, and your most kind of spiritual aha moments for you are going to come when you're kind of digging into your own psychology and understanding who you are. When you're doing that kind of work, reading those kinds of books, working with that kind of therapist, doing that kind of journaling where you're mining your subconscious for your truth and the things that are uncomfortable to know but are 100% real. That when you go there, that's when you tend to find yourself in the presence of God for you personally. That's how and when you'll find yourself in the presence of the divine and really capable of touching your inner spiritual sanctum. Like it'll be like the holy of holies for you in a certain way, V. So one of the challenges you'll notice is if you're not getting this, given the way your chart is set up, and it's not just this year, this is your whole life, V, that this is a theme for you personally. What's interesting is that if you're not getting this with this Pluto Sun Lilith combo, this Mercury Mars combo, you're prone to one of two things. Kind of that, a little bit of that self-destruction energy through negative self-talk, kind of raking yourself over the coals, punishing yourself, beating yourself up, or kind of explosive lashing out at other people, because there will be a part of you that's deeply aware. I know I need to be doing better for myself. Why are you bringing up these questions and circumstances to me that are just reminding me of this, that I'm not doing it right enough? You'll find that there's this either self-punishing or punishing of other people when there is an inability to get the needs met for that deeper spiritual connection. So just to, quickly recap, conversation with another person, like just somebody holding space for you to just get it all out. It's not even really that you need advice. That's not it. Some of the most profound spiritual awarenesses and connection for you is going to come when it just comes through you and you open your mouth and speak and be like, damn, I didn't even know that until it came out of my mouth. So communication with one other person, and then kind of doing that deep psychological mining to understand the totality of who you are, even in the dark places. You do those two things, you will be at the temple of the Christ within for yourself. Okay. And you'll find it deeply healing. Hopefully that's helpful, V, and explains why certain types of spiritual practices maybe just haven't quite worked for you before now. Everyone has different ways according to their chart. And like I said, I'm going to open up a class about that quite soon, so that you are able to connect with it. So let me shuffle for you. I see that you added the Tarot Oracle, V. So I'm going to pull specifically from my Black Angel card deck for you. It's a soul revival guide for Black women by Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel. It's a beautiful deck, but it talks specifically about understanding yourself in the light and the shadow, and gives you information about your specific path to spiritual awakening. So 2 cards came out for you, the Dancer and Mother Wit. So the Dancer says, you are bringing forth all that your soul has to offer. Waking path, creative. Sleeping path, passive. In the waking path, creativity flows through your blood and keeps the heart happy. You, Dancer, represent bringing something new to the world. You capture the spirit of all things and beings, and you are always aware of what you can do and the resources around you. You move with the invisible rhythm of imagination. Living in such imagination erases most of your limitations. You're a vessel of great talent, and your originality is amazing. Your ability to manifest your dreams and visions is critical to stimulating your life. Yeah, V, I would say this is really good for you because you, with that 12th house stellium, what we're seeing is someone who's deeply intuitive, who you may not know why you know what you know or why you need to be in the place that you're in. And you're right, the vent, your chart is very similar, where there's just kind of like this cognition, this psychic knowing, this clear cognition about, yeah, I just know this and I don't know how I know. In the sleeping path, however, you often trip over your own feet. You tend to compare yourself to other people in an effort to measure your own talent or greatness. You sometimes can turn your soul work into a game of competition. Your emotions hinge on whether people like your work or not. And this reliance on others for validation makes you hungry for recognition, not only for your work, but for who you are. Also, on the sleeping path, you can become passive. And when this happens, the soul loses its home in your disregard for its potential. If you selected this card for your soul revival, you need to root yourself in the belief that what you have to offer the world is worthy, no matter what others say or feel. And I have my own affirmation here. It says, there's nothing wrong with me. I am right. I can have what I want. My work is extremely valuable. And I highlighted under root yourself, place yourself in soil, people, and situations that reflect this back to you. You can grow roots in this soil. The belief that you have, what you have to offer to the world is worthy no matter what. So yeah, you need to separate yourself this year from people who aren't finding you worthy. Passivity is life without movement. And to regain movement, you may have to take uncomfortable risks in bringing your creations to the world. My notes for uncomfortable risks include boundaries, evolving, completing, initiating, being seen, and telling the truth. Whew. Follow your imagination into discovering something deeply special about yourself. Dancer is to revival as a dancer is to welcome home the soul by releasing all of who you are into your creation. And my notes for myself said, no locking parts of you in a closet, no letting only one part lead. So hopefully that is illuminatory for you in terms of spiritual work for this year. And then the second card, the Mother Wit, came out for you. Mother Wit V. This one says, yep, Aqua Moon still taking the people. You express untold truths. Ooh, girl. Yep. See, this is that 12th house stellium. Waking path perceptive. I told you your claircognizance was on 10. Sleeping path repressed, subdued. The Mother Wit represents the thinker. You have consciousness that is represented in few words, but words that are clear, exact, truthful, and powerful. Your wit seems to come from nowhere when in fact it is of ancestral nature. People wish they could say things the way you say them, not realizing that you were born with this ability. V, you have a rare astuteness of perception. Mother wit, you know you are on it. When you are on your waking path, you do not fear saying the wrong things. In the sleeping path, you are seen as sarcastic at times. This sarcasm can cause a great divide between you and others. Others do not know whether to laugh, thank you, or slap you. Your wit is both your saving grace and your lack of grace. Sometimes the response you get from others is so intensely negative that you move toward silence. In silence, your soul walks the sleeping path because it is not able to be expressive and alive. When you find yourself silenced or repressed, your wit and power disappear. And it may not be that sarcasm, right? Remember, I was saying there's that stellium in that 12th house that speaks to having having challenges with self-expression. When you're not nurturing yourself spiritually, you can go through either like harshness with self or harshness with other people. And so finding that spiritual expression that we've just talked about today is going to be critical for you. And coming alive again, it goes on. You can use the thinking ability to exercise not exorcise, but exercise, like work out your sarcasm in a positive way. You have done it many times. It happens when you make an important and powerful statement about something or someone, and everyone laughs, but they also get the point and they get it in a deep way. Remember, you also bring humor with your knowledge. Okay. So I'll stop there on that. But that's what we have for you, V. Thank you for choosing to do the mini reading and the oracle pull. Calliope, you are next. Calliope, it is your turn. Let me go check the app and just see who else we're adding to the list. After Calliope, we have Madeline, Rasana, Diva, and Kelly. Okay. That was really great. Thank you. I'm crying because I am excited and joyful and relieved. Good, V. I'm glad. I'm glad that that helped you. Okay, Kelly is Calliope. Okay. But who's the other Kelly? That I have a Kelly K here as well. Okay. Yeah, Devet, that deck is dope. I really love that deck. You don't have to be a black woman to appreciate that deck, but you can be. It goes a long way, that deck, and helping you see, like, okay, what am I not seeing? What am I not getting? How can I grow? Okay. Greece, Athens, June 27, 95, 3 o'clock p.m. Okay. How can I create more connection, possible romantic connection, union energy with her and support this year? She goes through some transitions. We are in a very good flowing friendship vibe, communication place through PMs, and strong telepathy. I have not seen her for 3 years. Okay, interesting. Let me share a screen. Kelly, I'd be curious if you told her what your feelings were for her, if you were honest about the fact that you feel a type of way. But you'd have to let me know if you revealed that. Uh, yeah, you're welcome to that. Oh, this is a sweet energy. Okay, yeah, now's a good time, I would say. If you have not told her how you feel, um, I would say that's a good first step. Especially the new moon in Pisces energy is a good time to reveal things like, I like you. I like you more than regular like you. And I have strong feelings about being connected with you. You could say something like that. Um, this is a good time to say that now if you haven't already. If it looks like you said yes, you've been totally honest, which is good. Okay. Um, she goes through some transitions. I said I'm in love with her. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad you've been honest. I'd be curious how she responded to that. Let me just see how she is built then as a person. Huh. It's ironic because when it comes to romantic partnership, she's built to be the pursuer, but I see her pursuing mechanism is challenged. Mars conjunct Chiron. Mars is the ruler of the seventh house for her. And whenever you have a Martian ruler of the seventh house, you have a person who's built to chase. she was in a relationship. I don't know her current relationship status. Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the context there. With that context and her nature in mind, my strong recommendation would be as we get into the second half of the year when Jupiter gets inside of Aries. Um, I would revisit the conversation. But I would, your question, Kelly, let me bring it back up here. Um, yeah, how can I create more connection, possible romantic connection, you union energy with her and support this year? The challenge that you're going to be faced with, let me just bring up the date, is just the status of her third dimension and whether or not she's consciously aware of and attracted to you as well. Once we get into June, we have Jupiter here in the sign of Aries in that sixth house. The sixth house is where things move past flirting, because flirting is house 5. Once we get into house 6, now we're talking about that precursor to commitment. And then house 7 is full on commitment. Jupiter is the expander, the opportunity bringer, the growth bringer. And with Jupiter moving into Aries after the month of June, from June onward, you have a really good, it's a good time period to open the door for that on your side. I don't know what you're asking here. This is a matter of co-creation. It's not something that you can create singularly. Individually, you're not going to be able to create romantic connection and union energy with her. She has to be willing to participate. That's always a co-creation. So, I would take that next step in the second half of the year and, revisit and say, hey, like, I know I shared with you that I'm in love with you. I'm really curious how you feel about me as well. If you have romantic feelings toward me at all, or if you'd like to explore that. I'd also ask, like, what's the situation? I know last time we spoke about this, you were in a relationship. Where are you at with that now? She said she likes the communication part. We started for 1 month dating and then blocked me at 2018. I said I am in love with her at 2021. Well, hopefully she's not still, she hasn't still blocked you. Hopefully you guys are still talking. Maybe she unblocked you, but if you're still talking as of 2021 and she blocked you back in 2018 and she is not talking to you at all, I would say you need to wait for her to come back on the dance floor. Hey, VD, welcome. I'm so glad you came by to say hi. Unfortunately, when people, go the extra mile to put a physical barrier between themselves and you and them. And I don't just say this for you. I'm pretty sure you're probably a very respectful person, Kelly, because you've been super respectful here in the chat as well. It's just critical if they've gone that extra step to not try to overcome that barrier. Like, oh, you put a bolt on your door, no problem, I'll just crawl through the window and keep talking to you. Like, I don't get the sense that you're like that, but some people are, because they're not computing that a boundary has been put in place. So yeah, in the second half of the year, I would go ahead and reopen the conversation up and just say, hey, I'm curious, have you ever had romantic feelings toward me at all? And if you've ever wanted to explore those, yeah, I would ask. I would ask and invite her into the co-creation. And from there, you'll know, like, Either she's going to co-create with you at this time or she won't, you know. Madeline, sweetheart, it's your turn. Yeah, so it's interesting, right? And it's hard to be the one to put yourself out there, but I do see she does have that afflicted seventh house cusp line with Chiron conjunct her Mars. So it's hard for her to put herself in the position to pursue. It's very hard, even though she wants to. It's difficult for her. Okay. Okay, Kelly. Yeah, the twin flame reading would be really helpful for you. That would allow us to look at your chart, her chart, and allow me to get more context so that I'm in a place where I can give you more clarity. All right, Madeline. After Madeline, we have Rosanna, Diva, and then Kelly. And then the list is open. So if you want to read, you can get on it. You are from London, United Kingdom, March 8th, 1993, 10 a.m. GMT. Okay, let's see what's what. I've started sales with someone else at the same time, and he's getting deals and I'm not. It's massively triggering my shadow side and making me lose control. Can you explain what's going on here? Oh, sweetheart, yeah. Yeah, I can. Golly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So some of what is my shadow specifically, I know not winning deals affects everyone, but for me, this is deeper. Great insight into yourself. It's so good that you can see it. You are correct. It is deeper for you. Um, I hit the timer so I don't sail away here. Why can't I see it? Oh, yeah. Okay. What are you selling also exactly, Madeline? I'd be very curious about what you're selling because there are certain things that are just not going to be right for you to sell. But some of what this is for you, Mars in Cancer in the second house, just Mars in the second house. One of the things that you're going to have in terms of your nature this whole lifetime is a competitiveness. And Mars in that second house makes you someone who's deeply competitive. And as long as you are winning for you, in running individual races, it's going to allow you to feel fine. But it's some of the issue here is you and him started at the same time. Some of the other issue here, private jet flights. Okay. Yeah. You're going to get good at it. I can see that's coming for you. But one of the issues here for you has a lot to do with, I could take way more than 4 minutes on this, but I'm going to try and be succinct. One of the issues here for you is that you have this innate competitiveness within you. And then Chiron and Leo in that fourth house kind of always makes you feel just a little bit inside less than, or like you have something to prove. And that's these two aspects for you. The Chiron piece and the Mars piece are kind of working in tandem, having you feel a bit like comparison. This is creating a lot of comparison energy for you, unfortunately. Um, what I would do with this based on what I'm seeing here for you, because the comparison piece is the problem. You're not really focusing on running your own race. And as long as you can run your own race, you're going to get better at this. What will actually work for you? Hey, MY, so good to see you. You sell well two ways. And it's funny, I was literally just thinking about you because MY, you have a similar thing in your chart that Madeline has here. You've got that Saturn at the midheaven. Saturn at midheaven people are often very successful, but just later in life. And part of the reason for that is because everything that they get, they've had to work for, claw for, tooth and nail for, with no slacking, no dilly dallying. They don't have an easy road. And so success certainly comes for you, but it comes because of your willingness. It's like the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise just keeps moving, whereas the hare does all this sprinting around and taking breaks. Um, and so, with that Saturn at your midheaven, what it provides for you is a work ethic and a discipline that, and it cultivates that within you that other people don't have. And so, as long as you can trust your own work ethic and discipline and follow through and follow up, you're going to be fine. The second thing that I would say for you is that one of the things that you may want to tap into with people you're selling to in terms of the value of what you're selling is you need to find the emotional connection piece for them. I noticed you said the person that you're comparing yourself to here is a he. You are a woman. And not to put this in such black and white and old school terms, but psychologically speaking and astrologically speaking, with Cancer here on your second house of earned income, Cancer on that second house of self worth, self value, and self esteem, Cancer is about emotions. The more you can take the start focusing on your customers' emotions and what they want and why they want it and how it's going to feel, and like juicing up the vibe for them, the better you personally, this is your personal sales secret, are going to be at closing the deal. But trust that this is going to take time. It'll take you time. You're going to have to get out of all of these deep, intense self-comparison emotions and get into your client psychology and your customer's emotional profile, and understand what it is. What are you selling? Like, what is the emotion you're selling to them? Are you selling to them luxury and the experience of exclusivity? Are you selling to them speed? Are you and like haste because they just need to get to places quickly? Are you selling is privacy? Are you like, does the particular person in front of you highly value that privacy? You have to get into the relational sales. Yeah, Madeline, perfect. So you already know you have a context for this, but the more you facilitate that with people, and really start to pay attention to a lot of their keywords in the sales cycle, and feed those keywords back to them, you're going to be doing a lot better. But for you, it's not just feeding the keywords back to them, it's exuding the vibration of the emotion that they want to feel. They want to feel like they're safe and in a private place. You need to exude safety and privacy. They want to feel, like a celebrity, and like they want the luxury of that kind of celebrity experience. You need to exude, I am luxurious, right? All of that. You have to not just speak the emotional language, but be the emotional frequency, Madeline, and that will help you personally. Okay. But yeah, mainly what's getting activated there is the stuff for you around competitiveness. And you've always been competitive, that's your nature, but you need to find a way to compete with yourself instead of trying to compete with him because he's got his own sales stuff that he is working with, Madeline. Yes, listen, my Saturn midheavens, it's never a matter of if, it is always a matter of when for them. And you need to remember that and why, both you and Madeline. Okay. It is always the matter of when. Helsinki. 12. Okay, so I'm looking at this exactly. Keep your eyes on your own lane. Mystic Rose, this says 12 to 75 Helsinki, Finland. I'm just confirming that that means December 2nd, 1975. Because, you know, we here in the States read that as the month first. What's happening? Okay, we don't have a birth time, so we'll do sunrise chart. And let me share screen. And after this, I'll take a break and double check the payment apps and update the list. Anyone who wants to get on the list, you can. It's pretty short. I'm reading right now for Rasana. Then I'm going to read for Diva, then Kelly in that order. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome, Madeline. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, and that's exactly it, Madeline. It may be luxury travel, but that might not be your customer's priority. Your customer may not want luxury. Your customer may be more interested in privacy, or they may be more interested in speed, or you know, it's always important, as I'm sure you've been well trained as a salesperson, to know why they want what they want. Like there's so many reasons why, but until we know the customer's reasons why, it just the sale won't always click. So important to get into that why with people and make them name it, like make them come to terms about why they want it. What is happening at this time in relationships and purpose and work areas or other interesting areas? So that's like three different questions, but I'll just answer whichever one kind of stands out. The priority energy in your person's chart at this juncture in their world, the thing that's taking precedent over everything else in their world, has to do with, let's see, they are being asked to focus on yeah, their priority energy right now, in terms of growth is this Saturn square moon thing. It's very interesting. Trying to see if Chiron is participating or Uranus in any way. Nope. Okay, so when you have Saturn square moon, this is a period of pensivity for a person, especially a 12th house moon and a third house Saturn transit. This is somebody who's going deep within at this time to have a good look at who they are and why they are the way they are and what it is that they want to change about themselves. This is a person who's going through an inner transformation that will be expressed in the outer world in a couple of years, about a year and a half's time. But the inner transformation at this time is one that's facilitating Um, Lots of questions. One of the main questions, just kind of almost like picking up where we left off with the last reading, one of the main questions is, why am I the way I am? Why do I want what I want? Why is my life in the place that it's in? And how, if I want other things, can I create or cultivate those things? This type of energy in a person's chart makes them a little less sociable. It makes them not only less sociable, but a little bit hermited, introverted. Even some of the most outgoing people find themselves far more serious and focused at a time like this. This is a period of time where you might find a person in a transit like this less inclined to travel, less inclined to reach out, less inclined to be responsive, less inclined to socialize. Even the most, like I said, the most extroverted of people with this kind of energy, they tend to just kind of go like all the way inside. And so, um, for a person like this, I'm not seeing a ton of like new relationship energy cycling through. Certainly, maybe some like working on the conditions of their life or their mind that have cultivated their relationship results thus far. Certainly a bit of like self reflection about relationships, but less so on the, ooh, let me go out and make relationships happen side. That's not really where a person like this would be at. I don't see major career moves or changes at this time either. If anything, with Jupiter square their natal Mercury, I'm seeing maybe a bit of busyness at work that's keeping them really preoccupied, but certainly opportunities for advancement, but they come at the challenge of a lot of busyness. And in needing to, in your person's case, really stretch their brain in order to get ahead. So, yeah, at work, I'm seeing like a little bit of preoccupation, but even when this person's not at work, I would expect that they're really deeply like at home, like really thinking through kind of almost like at a turning point in life, like, where am I headed? And let me just figure this out. Just take a beat and figure out how I ended up here so I can end up some in some new places. Um, so yeah, that's a bit of what I'm seeing here, Rosanna. Hopefully that's helpful, provides just a little bit of illumination, especially if this person has kind of pulled back, dialed back communications, has been a little less communicative and connective. Um, they're going through a bit of an emotional reckoning about why they're at and the place they're at and trying to figure out how they can get something different to get something better than what they've had. Okay. Diva G, is your turn, sweetheart. I love how the vent's like, yeah, paste on things so I can stay here all day. Get on the list so I can stay here. Okay, there's some new people on the list, it looks like. Okay, Colleen, I'm adding you to the list, hon. Thanks, Diva, for being ready to go. It's a long disconnect. I'm so sorry, Mystic Rose. I know those long periods of silence can really make you feel like it can just make you doubt, question, wonder. It can be, they can undermine our faith. But I just want to encourage you to, find for you in there what was the mirror about where your focus is at, needs to be at in your own life. What are the things you're working on for you? All right, Diva. I've had this wave of feeling alone, even though on the surface everything is flowing. Where is your moon at? Okay. Interesting. In your sun. Okay. Feels like I'm regressing in life. Will this energy change soon? Hmm. Alone and regressing. Diva, when did the wave of feeling alone start, hon? And the feeling of regressing, like when did that begin? That's going to help me understand why, if I understand the start point, because I'm not seeing. I mean, maybe you do have a little bit of a yod going on here with Saturn being the focal point of your moon and sun. So it could be that. But let me know when this began. Mid-January. All right, let me go back there. Mm-hmm. Let me just see what's going on with these eclipses. Yeah, okay. That was 12 degrees Sag, which was here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know that you're regressing, but what it looks like is that you are having a bit of a reckoning around some of your boundaries and what it is that you need in order to be able to connect with people is what it seems like. That eclipse happened on top of the boundary maker in your life. That's Saturn. Saturn sitting in the seventh house of connection and committed partnership. Because that eclipse sat on top of your boundary maker, and now we also have Saturn, the boundary maker, transiting as well in a yod formation from your sun and moon. It's interesting, you're at this kind of inflection point in your life where you need to figure out precisely how you're going to deal with letting people into your world in a way that maybe you haven't had to look at before. How you'll let them in, what boundaries you'll hold when they come in, how far outside of yourself you need to travel in order to meet and connect with people. That ninth house is about travel, higher education, learning, connecting with people, like online groups and programs, that kind of thing. Um, Coaching lives in that ninth house as well. There is a real need for you to start thinking through and figuring out and acting on, really. Acting on is the key here. There's a need for you to start acting on having more focused attention. How can I explain this? Because with Saturn at that point, what's happening is your nature is not working well with the boundaries you need to have at this time, and neither are your emotions. But what you can do to kind of balance this whole thing out is get your emotions and your nature on the same page and effectually come to some sort of higher level understanding. Gosh, it's very similar to the last reading I did. Some understanding about why you are the way you are around people. Where it's a necessity for you to, and not just any kind of general why you are the way you are, but specifically about boundaries. Like, why do you let some people in the way you let them in? Why do you keep some people at arm's length the way you keep them at arm's length? What is it that's going on here in terms of connecting with people that's stopping you from bringing all of yourself to the table? Why are you guarded? Why are you holding people at bay? That's some of the inquiry here with this yod to Saturn. And it's an opportunity for you to start to um, really get to a place, Diva. And I wouldn't have known that you were like this if I hadn't seen it this way at this moment in your chart. Some of this is like past stuff that you may have experienced that has you, have like a wall and a moat and a gate and like two fire breathing dragons outside at the moment. You may be a little bit extra guarded because of some things that you've gone through. But some of this too is a little bit of your nature. There's a little bit of like dismissive avoidant energy here with the Chiron moon conjunction in your natal chart. A little bit of the sense of people aren't going to, and there's not even really a conjunction. They're kind of far enough apart, but they're in the same house. There's a little bit of a like with Chiron, at least in the second house, a self-defeatist attitude around connecting and about your value anyway. It's going to go sideways anyway. So why bother? Why try? I'd rather sit home, eat bonbons, and watch reruns of my favorite show for the umpteenth time. Like there's a little bit of that kind of thing going on. And so this moment in time is meant to highlight for you, Diva, that you can't live like that. That's not a way to live. You're gonna have to come out of that and find a way to connect more deeply to you, understand your root needs, and start allowing yourself to get those needs met with other people. um, Figure out what your needs are in connection and facilitate ways to create them. It's almost like the universe was like, yeah, you thought you hated people and you could be happy alone, but actually, this isn't good. This isn't realistic and workable. Like life is empty and meaningless without people in it. And so this particular transit is like highlighting, bold, italicizing, exclamation point on that awareness for you that you need to find your way of being connected with people so that you're not in this place where everyone's kind of always at arm's length, either because of a bad experience or because of that Chiron in the second house. All right. Kelly K, it is your turn. Please paste your question. And after Kelly, then we will read for Colleen. All right. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that that resonated because I was like, this is such an odd energy. Like, I don't know another way to interpret this, but I'm glad that I picked up on the energy correctly for you. Um, I thought I loved being alone and not, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Believe me, I'm a professional freaking introvert. I get it. I'm praying that day never comes for me where I'm like, what? I like being a professional introvert. Kelly K, do you have a birth time for me? To go with these birth details. I've got Crowley, Louisiana. I've got May 10th, 1991. Do you have a birth time? We've been in minimal contact, but I am now giving space. Are there changes, challenges happening now? I want to be able to support him, even if it's just energetically. Oh, that's nice. 4 p.m. Okay. Edit. Let me share screen again. Cancel out of that. Share screen. No problem, Kelly. After Kelly, Colleen, it's going to be your turn. So, Colleen, if you could get your question ready. And if there's anyone who's just joining or who wants to get on the list, you definitely can. Now is the perfect time. Let's see, Kelly. And I imagine you started giving some space because you noticed he stopped being as engaged. You noticed there was a little bit of pullback in his own energy, I guess. Or maybe you noticed you were doing all of the reaching out. I mean, you just got tired of that. Okay, got it. I was like, where is it? What is the problem? It's this. So I don't know how closely you were listening to my discussion with Mystic Voices or Mystic Rose Saturn Square Moon. This person has Saturn Square Sun right now. Saturn Square Moon and Saturn Square Sun are extraordinary reclusive transits for people. They're transits where people just tend to go within. They just don't tend to want to be around people, even people they like. It's they kind of get really quiet and do a lot of self-reflecting. Um, it's a lot less emotional. Kelly says he was in and out and it was throwing me off too much personally. Yeah. It's a lot less emotional with Saturn Square Sun and a lot more kind of like I just like keeping my own company kind of energy with Saturn Square Sun. With Saturn Square Sun, it is a bit of a, especially because he's at the peak of his Saturn return and his sun is in the eighth house there. He's probably more of an introvert anyway. With a feminine sun, Taurus is a feminine sign. So with the Taurian sun, and he's got this Cancer stellium. Yeah, this person has more feminine energy than masculine energy in their chart. And so, even though I mean, he may be a man, but the way he operates in life is through an energy of receptivity, taking in rather than pushing out. It's an energy of going with the flow more than it is directing the flow. You think about masculine energy versus feminine energy. This is a person who operates more in their feminine energy than their masculine energy as a matter of course. No, it's peaked this year and last year. It'll be done next year. But this year and last year are the peak years for the Saturn return energy. Preamble 2020, prologue 2023. All of that to say that whatever the changes are that your person is trying to figure out how to make in terms of the person he wants to be, some of them are really in response to figuring out what the world song is, right? What is the world going to be doing post pandemic? Like, are we getting into World War III? WTF? Like, where is his place in all of this? What kind of job can he get? What are his prospects for life? What can he afford? All of that. And I think, we've really done men on the planet a great disservice by thinking that this the way that financially what their fathers and fathers' fathers could afford when they were growing up is just completely out of reach for them, given the way the economic landscape has changed. And we haven't acknowledged that. We haven't talked about that. So the expectations are the same. The economic landscape and ladders are 100% different. And therefore, a lot of men are going through a huge wrestling and reckoning with who are they in this new arena where the lights are brighter, the seats are higher, the lions are bigger, um, the foes and the opponents are more deadly. And, they're feeling a lot like little Davids up against a lot of freaking Goliaths. The game hasn't been set up for them to win, even though they've been sold that this is a winnable game for them as men. And so, because of that, you're not the only one, Kelly. I just want to confirm that for you and for anyone who's listening, who's really seeing this kind of general confusion in men's energy, confusion, non-committalness. I don't know which way, what I want, which way is up. I don't know where I'm going or what I can be relied upon for. That seems to kind of be this like protracted, almost adolescence, like well into a man's 30s, his early 40s, like this. We are in the midst of, we've plopped down right in the middle of a moment in time where men are redefining themselves, but the definition hasn't come from them yet. We're pre that. But what we're witnessing is all of the restlessness, all of the angst, all of the kind of sideways activity and behavior, as they reckon with the fact that they've been sold an unattainable dream. They're playing an unwinnable game. And until they recognize that and rewrite the rules for themselves collectively, the rest of us are all kind of out here scratching our heads like, okay, wait, are you the old model of man? You gonna walk up to me in a bar, throw me over your shoulder and carry me out? Or are you the new model of man where you're going to wait and see how into it I might be, so that you never get slapped with a me too moment from me? Like, men have really been traumatized by this, not really understanding or knowing how to be a man in a post Me Too world, in a dramatically different economic landscape than the one their fathers raised them in. Everything they were taught about what it means to be a man, they're all, it's different now. The rules of the game have changed. And so, yeah, you're going to get a lot of that, what you're talking about, especially in this Saturn return energy, Saturn Square Sun energy for your person. And he's got all this Cancerian feminine energy. On top of it, it is just like, okay, I just need to figure out what the rules are and how to be a man in this new energy, Kelly. Could this be a time alone for him that you talk about in the hero's journey vid? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Based on what I'm seeing here, I 100% could see that being tracking to what I'm seeing here. And to be really honest with you, Kelly, because the world song part hasn't figured itself out yet, it's going to take him longer, and all of them longer, to figure out what their song is in the midst of the world song, because there are only certain men who've been soul tapped to be definers of the world song at this time. So not all of them have been soul tapped and soul contracted for that. Some of them need those other men to step up and create kind of the, what are those beams called? I always forget the name of this. When you're building a house and you have the foundation and then you have these beams that go up before the walls get put on. There are certain men who are going to be soul tapped and soul contracted for putting those beams up as kind of like guidelines, and then the rest of the men will start to fall into place and give color to the type of house of masculinity that they're all building. So, but yeah, we are literally in the middle of that kind of redefinition of masculinity. And yeah, there's a ton of like head scratching going on for men collectively. Um, you got all the way on the one side, this kind of men going their own way, the MGTOW movement of like women are just for sex and nothing else, like that conversation going on. We've got this like, a couple of Instagrammers and bloggers talking about, the way of the sensitive man. We've got these like tantric sex god cult guys who are out here trying to incorporate feminine energy through sexuality. And then, I mean, look at government. We got the old guard like hanging on tooth and nail, over here in the States. We got the Bidens and the Mitch McConnells. And it's like, y'all, I mean, retire already so the rest of us can do something with our lives. Baby boomers, please, please go home. So there's all of that going on. And, men of younger generations going, I'm not any of those things, but I don't see any of me out here that I plan to aspire to. So it's harder for them to be clear about what it is they are aspiring to. So hopefully that's illuminatory, not just for Kelly. I spent a bit more time on it because I know a lot of you are dealing with men on the whole. I probably get into this conversation 4 or 5 times a month with a client, with clients where I have to say what I just said to you guys in private session. So I figured I would just say it to a group. I can already tell he's made tons of changes between now and when we met at the end of 2020. I know it can't be easy with still more to come. A lot more to come. So the best way to be supportive, Kelly, would just be to recognize, and this is for anyone, not just Kelly. Colleen, it's your turn. If you could paste your question. Girl, you were ready. I love it. Thank you, Colleen. I didn't even get it out my mouth all the way. And you were like, girl, wrap this up because I'm ready to ask my question. Thank you, Colleen. But the best way to be supportive to a guy in your world, whether it's like a little brother or older brother or a cousin, a neighbor, an uncle, a friend, who you're recognizing going through a bit of like I don't really know what to do or what I want or where I'm headed, because of all of this energy out here. Best thing to do is just always ask, how can I be supportive? Let him in his own self definition tell you what he does know about what he does want and what makes sense to him. And just let him know, look, you're free to change your mind about how I can be supportive at any time. You're not locked into what you tell me today, but I would like to know, how can I be best supportive at this time? That's the first thing. But then the second thing is just dial back romantic expectations until he's decided who he's going to be. Because expectations at this point can just slide into the world of pressure and cause you to find yourself in a place of not only not getting what you want, but also getting hurt in the process. And then just showing up as authentically as you can, where it's congruent and aligned for you to reach out, to be connected, do so. Where it's congruent for you to make love, do so. Where it's congruent for you to have a meal with your person, do so. Where it's not, friggin' don't. Like, don't overextend yourself or pretzel yourself to get what you want out of the circumstance, but certainly, with all honor and respect for yourself, be as present as you can, knowing that who this man standing in front of you today is likely not going to be who he's going to be in 6 months to a year from now. and not going to be the same man 6 months to a year later. If in fact he's experiencing this kind of like internal confusion about his song while the world song is also changing. If he's one of these guys in that place, just connect as it works for you, but also dial your expectations down. All right. Let me have it. Stoughton, Mass, 11:15, 83, 10:50 a.m. Let me hit the timer now. My twin has just reached out, and I am sure if this is an opportune time to restart. Okay, Colleen. I'm unsure as well. Let's have a look at what the transits have to say. I'd be curious what he said as he reached out, like what prompted him to reach out. Did he say he wanted to restart? That's always an interesting question, right? I'm certainly seeing a bit of new start energy in his second house where he's kind of recalibrating and resetting his self-esteem, taking some new risks in the world with the current new moon energy. The Pisces new moon energy is prompting him to start the process of opening himself up to life, to opportunities in a new way. It's harmoniously aspected to his sun, the Scorpio sun here, and his moon, which is so nice, and his seventh house cusp line. I mean, I don't know that it gets a whole lot better than this. I certainly see he may have some work or move distractions going down in the next 60 to 90 days, potentially even longer than that, where work is just taking up a lot of his attention in some ways that he is, or a move or relocation. It may distract him a little bit. I don't know what kind of restart you're looking for, given that there was no communication. Are you looking to just be in communication again? Are you looking for love and marriage and babies? Are you looking to move in with this man? Are you looking to start a business with him? I don't know what you're looking for, Colleen, and as I'm looking at this, I see he's in the place for a new start in his own world, faux show, in a really lovely way. Like I'm seeing him start the process of opening up his world to life again after a period of kind of maybe even I would say maybe a little bit of self-isolation. I see he probably went through a little bit of that. I certainly see Saturn is squaring his sun as well, Colleen. So everything that I just said to the last person is 100% applicable to you in terms of be mindful, because he may be a little bit reclusive from time to time, thinking again about what matters, which is probably why he reached out to you in the first place. Looks like you've shared relationship. Our 5D connection has always been strong, however, sometimes stronger than others, and just want to know if what is going on in his chart looks like re-engaging would be a choice that could change the pattern of our relationship, or if it looks like the cycle will just continue. Thanks so much. Listen, people hate when I say this, and some people love it that I will say it. There is no amount of spiritual work that you can do in the 5D that is going to shift patterns and behavior in the 3D unless you have actually addressed the patterns and behavior in the 3D. Meaning, digging into your psychology, figuring out why you are the way you are, learning new communication patterns, finding new ways of dealing with triggers, getting into a place of dealing with your addictions, opening up about your childhood, figuring out its impact on your present and why you behave the way you do. If none of that has happened, girl, Jesus himself could have touched your fifth dimension and you would still repeat a cycle. I am telling you that stuff, you have to be working in both places. Dove and Nicole say this all the time. You have to be working the spiritual and the 3D. You cannot just do one and think it's going to magically shift your connection. It won't. So hopefully, Colleen, in this time apart, honey, you have done some work. Hopefully, you know how to deal with the triggers differently. Hopefully, you're in a place where if ish comes up, you can have a more empowered, different, loving, self including, and accountable conversation with him that doesn't throw the walls back up on both sides, that allows you from a place of your own mastery to invite him into a loving conversation and taking down his walls. Hopefully you have done this work for you. um, Hopefully you know new scripts for communication. Hopefully you know precisely what your triggers are, and you know how to talk about those in loving ways. Hopefully you know exactly where his minefields are, and if you don't know, you know how to ask him in ways that aren't going to have him throw one of the landmines at you and then run away because he's triggered. Like, if these aren't things that you have practiced and worked on, Colleen, boo. I mean, enjoy the repetition of the cycle. And I hate to be hardcore about it, but that is just the truth. We have to be willing to work in the 3D too. So is he open? Yeah. Is he different? Depends on if he did some work. But I know if you've done some work, that could be enough to change the direction of things. Can't change all of it, but it could definitely get y'all much closer than you've ever been. So, spiritual is great. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Don't stop. Also, get your hands on some Tice Gibson, personal development school stuff, work on some attachment style stuff, get your hands on some Gottman Institute, 7 Principles of Making Marriage Work stuff, and learn those communication styles. Get your hands on some stuff from Allison Armstrong, The Amazing Development of Men, how to have a conversation about asking to get your needs met with men. Get your hands on some tools, because tools are what's going to help you not repeat the cycle. That's what I got. Is he open to it? By all intents and purposes, when I look at this chart, very. Will you repeat a cycle? That's up to y'all. That's up to y'all. I hope not. That's what I want to conclude on. I hope not. I hope y'all don't repeat a cycle. I mean, look, Lee and Sherry will even tell you they've been married for 7 years. They still trigger the F out of each other, but they know how to be with the triggers. I mean, same thing. Dove and Nicole will tell you the same thing. They still trigger each other, but they know how to be with that because they've done work on it in the 3rd dimension. They know how to not shut down or get so triggered that they put up walls and walk away. So I love it. Yeah. So that's that. But yeah, does he look open? He definitely looks open. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. But yeah, you can't fix it. You can just come to it with new tools, and with at least one person coming to it with new tools, boobala, you can have you a whole new world, a whole new way of interacting with one another. He might still shut down from time to time, but you still have you still would know how to engage in the shutdown, or at least hold yourself in it so that you're not shutting down in the process. Other questions? Other people who want to get a live mini reading? Okay. Let's see. List is open. I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit. Thanks for explaining the 3D and 5D aspect. Amethyst Dragonfly, you're welcome. Yeah, I mean, it's true what they say, that um, everything we experience in the third dimension has had its roots in the fifth. That's true. Simultaneously, though, it's important to remember that the healing, the new behaviors, the capacity, like that has to be an intention that starts in the fifth dimension that gets facilitated and carried out in the third. So if you're like, I want us to not repeat a cycle, you also have to go, okay, well, where are the behaviors at that I brought to the cycle, right? What were my behaviors? What was my thinking? What was my wounding? Let me go tinker. Let me create my fifth dimensional intention that I behave in a completely new way. And once I've created that fifth dimensional intention that I can behave in a completely new way, now let me find the tools that show me how to do it in the third dimension. It always it befuddles me when people think they can just meditate their way into a 3-star Michelin meal without ever going to the grocery store to get ingredients and a recipe. So there's that. There we go. Posting that. Cool. Does anyone else have another question? I just posted on my main channel, so there'll be some new people jumping in momentarily. The vent, what happened? What happened on 4 different types of tequila night, honey? I saw that. I don't think that escaped my eye on Monday. What happened, girl? I am dying to know. And what's going on at the new job? I'm like, where? I keep waiting for my update from the vent, but then it doesn't come. So you have to let me know what happened. And also, for those of you who are just joining, I'm curious about your new moon experience. What has the Pisces new moon bringing to you? It's funny, I just checked my phone to see if there was like anything, any notifications I needed to pay attention to. And one of my friends texted, he was like, how's your new moon? I feel like I'm gonna explode. And we were talking about that earlier, how for some people, this new moon experience has been very polarizing. With the Pisces new moon, there's a lot of collective anger energy swirling, and for good reason, right? I mean, look at what's happening, between there's a lot of aggression energy between Russia and the Ukraine invasion that Russia is perpetrating right now. So there's really no accident to that. You guys want me to read like Putin's chart or like somebody else famous's chart? Let me know if you want me to read a famous chart while we look at this, or you want me to look at Vladimir Zelensky's chart while we chat. Because I know some other people will join momentarily, but we can always take a look at some of the world event stuff if you want while those people come in. I got in the live with the other astrologer I like to work with, Jai Gobin from Channel for Grace. She read Kanye West's chart in the light and in the shadow. And the shadow aspects of his behavior have been all over social media during his very public meltdown about his separation from Kim Kardashian. And it's been wild to look at it and be able to see his chart and go, oh, yeah, this is who you would be if you were in the shadow. And this is exactly how you're showing up and behaving. So it's interesting because the astrology can really illuminate, as a when you look at someone's behavior, is this behavior from the shadow? Is this behavior from the light? And how do we get into the light aspects of who we are instead of always hanging out in the shadow? You're just joining, welcome in. List is open. Um, Everything you need to get a mini reading is pinned above, and there's the information there. I just put it in the chat. But I'm also curious, anyone wants to share how their new moon is going, the Pisces new moon. There's a lot of this intense, heavier energy. And for some people, you're channeling it and experiencing it like personal power and applying power and transformation to your life. For other people, you're experiencing it with this collective outrage, collective grief, collective anger inside of your own physical experience, which I totally get. Everyone, that energy's out there, that wave is out there to ride. Let me make myself a moderator on my own channel. Those of you guys who are here, did you guys do any of the Shadow Work Week interviews? Which ones did you like? I'm really curious which ones were your favorites, or which one did you get to listen to? No problem, the vent. The vent, I was just asking you about what happened on Fort Tequila night with your counterpart and what's going on at your job. I was really curious about that. And there's the information to get on the list if anyone would like to get on the list. Ooh la la. My stomach is killing me today. What happened, Crystal? I've been out here trying to figure it out. Love and peace to us all is right, Shay. Um, I was driving, still am on the road. Stay safe, Shay. Stay safe. But yeah, if anyone's like, hey, could you look at like Putin's chart or the chart of the Ukraine, or could you look at the chart of Russia and see kind of like what's going on out there? I can do that too. If you guys want me to look, just go ahead and paste in the chat. I might use the restroom really quick. So give me 1 second. I also have to grab some water. Shay wants me to read Biden and Putin in partnership. Ooh, I don't know if I could read it as a partnership, but I will definitely pull up a chart of Putin if you guys want me to look at it. Can have a quick look and see what's going on. What is creating this crazy, this intensity? October 7th. 1952, 9:30 a.m. All right, let's get it. And where was he born at? It looks like he was born in St. Petersburg, Russia. Russia, St. Petersburg on October 7, 1952 at 9:30 a.m. All right, cool. Got it. All right, so we're going to take a quick peek at Vladimir Putin's chart. If you're just joining, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me share the screen so you can see. Okay. By special request from Shay, we're going to look at, so this is the chart of Vladimir Putin. See what's going on that's causing all of this that we're seeing, all this behavior. Hey, Tanya, welcome. Tanya, welcome. The list is open. We had a special request from someone if I could look at the chart of Vladimir Putin. So I am doing that now. But if you'd like to jump on the list, everything you need in order to get on the list is in that blue pinned comment above right here. If you just click on that, you'll be able to access the list. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. We have some interesting aspects. Okay, so we have Saturn crossing over Putin's north node. We have, let's see, Uranus opposing Putin's natal Venus. We've got the real issue here. The real culprit is Chiron opposite Putin's sun. Oh la la. That's the real problem. Where's his moon? Yeah. We had a Jupiter square moon transit for him. Okay, well, it's not awesome. I can see that this is not the awesomest, but here, let me break it down what I'm seeing. When you have Jupiter squaring somebody's moon, it's a period of time where they can do a lot of self-created busyness. It's a period of time where they can get into a lot of expansionism. It's classically a fertility and growth transit. So I'm not surprised that he's feeling expansionistic at the moment, especially because of the way Chiron is opposing his sun. With Chiron opposing the sun, what you tend to get is an energy of feeling not good enough. It's an energy of like all of the ways in which you feel less than, in which all the ways in which you feel like you will never be good enough coming up and getting in your face for resolution. If I were to put this in very short terms or kind of like descriptive terms, this is basically like, what we're seeing play out is someone who's feeling like, I haven't accomplished enough, I haven't achieved enough. And so therefore I need to do something more in order to feel like I've accomplished enough, achieved enough, gone far enough in my life. Unfortunately, is some of what we're seeing here. For the house where Jupiter is transiting through for him is the house of homeland. It's our roots and where we've grown up. And we know Putin's mom is Ukrainian. And so having the expander move through the home and the root of this man's chart is making him want to expand in the root energy there. So the acquisitiveness that he's displaying, the kind of expansionism he's displaying, a lot of it is really rooted over here from this Chiron speaking to this man's sun, which is causing him to feel like he just hasn't done enough. He's not gone far enough. And anytime we act from a place of not enoughness, anytime we start taking behaviors from a place of, I need to prove myself in some way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, what you have here is a person who is not concerned about the impact to other people. What you get is someone who's just concerned about the appeasement of and silencing the part of themselves that is very loudly going, nah, 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 you haven't done enough. You're such a failure. Look at how not good you are. And that's where psychologically, just based on this particular astrological transit, I would suspect a lot of this behavior might be coming from Putin, is this internal sense of like, I have to do more. I have to expand more at any cost, because I have to do what it takes to shut up the voice inside of me that says I'm not enough, which Chiron opposite Sun will certainly highlight for anyone. But now you can see the extent to which people will go when they are having a Chiron Sun transit. That is a difficult one. Chiron conjunct the Sun, Chiron opposite the Sun, or Chiron, what is it called? Conjunct, opposite, square the Sun. Uranus opposing his natal Venus at this time. Venus is the ruler of his partnership house and of his Sun. You know, Uranus might have him thinking that this is some matter of like divine will, and he's having sort of like a divine awakening. We've certainly had news reports in the States talking a little bit about that Putin seems a bit unhinged, that he doesn't seem, emotionally grounded while he is taking these actions. And it would be impossible to be with Chiron opposing your Sun and Uranus opposite your natal Venus. Uranus really, when Uranus speaks to Venus, you can get a lot of behavior that comes out of nowhere, surprise behavior. You can get a lot of not even but like grabbiness and behavior. Venus is all about what we value, but Venus in Scorpio is in the sign of its fall. And so unfortunately, Venusian Scorpio people sometimes tend to get the worst in love. They end up having a lot of problems in love in their life. A lot of secrets, a lot of lies, a lot of affairs, and infidelity can be par for the course unless you are dealing with, a more evolved being. And you have to really be able to have your vetting ability, but you can get used to a lot of romantic chaos. And Uranus is really only feeding into that for him right now through the opposition energy and causing him to, get more in touch with some of his deepest desires. But again, we have this, I need to compensate stuff kind of going on for him. I need to compensate for a lack of love in my life, compensate for the way things have gone wrong and the way that things aren't really what I want or need them to be. I need to somehow, some way silence the inner critic. And this is what we're witnessing kind of go on. The Saturn crossing over Putin's North Node piece that we're seeing here is the final piece of the puzzle. There's a lifelong lesson that Putin is here to learn. We all have a North Node. His lifelong lesson is about doing things in different ways. It's about learning to be a man of the people and not be stuck in his south node. South node for him is Leo. That south node in Leo is all about kind of being a king, which we have seen him be a bit of a dictator, be a bit autocratic, silence dissent. This is the shadow side of Leo. But the light side of Leo is one who, really puts his own oxygen mask on first and then looks to see what his people need so he can provide. But anything Leonine is south node for him. He's already learned how to do that, which is why it's not working well for him in this lifetime. And he's running into a lot of problems, especially now with the nodes, square the nodes for him. He's at a crossroads in his lifetime around, are you ever going to get this north node lesson? The opposite sign of the king is the sign of the people. It's Aquarius. It's a sign of the populace, what the people need, being a man of the masses and really tapping into the hearts and minds of people and being someone that delivers what they want. That's what he's here to learn in this lifetime. This square to the nodes is really bringing about a crisis point for him about whether or not this nodal square, whether or not he's ever going to get it. And Uranus as well is going to bring about a crisis point for him in another 2 years. And crisis points could be anything. It could be, loss of key partners, death of a loved one, fall of his empire that he's built. Crisis points can be just about anything. But given that all the squares are really going down on the 1-7 axis, which is about partnership, we've got Saturn rolling over the north node, which is about focus and discipline. The universe is really kind of holding his fingers to the fire a little bit on, this, let me play the role of the king kind of thing. This isn't it. This is not the way. And I think we're only seeing the beginning of what is going to be a multi-year crisis for this man, with the universe kind of hindering his, let me continue to play the role of the king at every turn, unfortunately. Or fortunately. But the unfortunate part is that the lesson has been there his entire lifetime. He's chosen not to operate it, which means there has been a lot of painful lessons in his life trying to constantly drag him back on track. Yeah, so that's the chart of Mr. Vladimir Putin and what's at the root of some of this behavior that we're seeing. For those of you who want a mini reading that was a little diversion, you can certainly get a mini reading. Jody, I pulled the data. It's kind of the same data all over the place. This one came from Astro Theme, but if you just Google Vladimir Putin astrology, they'll all kind of say, the different things that where his charts are, what his birth time was. So I just put in the birth time into my software. Let me see what else is going here in the chat. The vent. I didn't see the story, but I guess you're at the doctor's office. Let me see what you guys are saying. Amethyst Dragonfire says, I watched Allie's Tarot and Leah Lamb's interviews. I don't know who Leah Lamb is. Should I know who Leah Lamb is? It was interesting and nice to see two people I watch, listen to, meditate with online. That's so awesome. Yeah. Jody says, sorry, wasn't clear. The website I use for my chart doesn't show my Chiron. I was asking so I can use this website for mine. Oh, okay, got it. You can find your Chiron on Astro Theme, astro.com, astro-charts.com. You can find your Chiron there. Nalita Barbosa says, listening to this makes me think that shadow work could be the way to eliminate war in our world. Yeah, I agree with you, Nalita. I totally agree. Cookie, glad to hear you today. Great to see you here, Cookie. Welcome. Welcome. Cookie, are you psychic? Can you read? I am curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Jody says, thank you. I used Astro Center and not all info is available. Yeah, any one of the three sites I just mentioned might have it for you. Astro.charts. I think that's the one that the widget that's plugged into my website is an astro-charts. Hey, Flower and Forgiveness. And then you can also look at astro.com, or you can also look at that one was, what was it? That one was Astro Theme. I think you can put your birth data into Astro Theme. Sorry, not Leah. I meant Lana. Okay, yeah, totally, totally, totally. Flower Forgiveness, welcome. The list is open. If anyone would like to have me read their chart, I can definitely do that. Just need to jump on the list. And then I think the other question from Shay was, can I look at Biden's chart? Yeah, I can take a look at Biden's chart. Cookie says, I believe I can read. That's very nice, Cookie. I got the psychic hit that you were psychic, Cookie. Let's do Biden now. Let me find his birth data first. Biden Astro chart. Good question, Shay. Let me share screen again so you guys can kind of watch me put this together. Okay, so he was born on November 20th, 1942 at 8:30 a.m. Let me just see. Blah, 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 in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yeah, the one on my website will allow you to see your Chiron there for the person who was asking about that. 11, 20, 1942. Big Scorpio energy in the house. 8:30 a.m. Okay. Let's see here with Biden's chart. Go pull live mini readings back up so I can make sure to keep an eye on the chat for you guys. Anyone who wants to get a mini reading, the payment information is at the top. I can add you to the list. Hey, Miriam, I can read Trizelle for you. Is this a person you know? Yikes. I don't know if I can read on a situation like that, though. That might be too heavy for me. And it's like too directly personal for me to tap into that. Okay, Biden. Shay asked me to do Biden. If it's a person you know and you need me to help understanding them, I can certainly kind of do a like more personal reading like that for you. But Miriam, I don't know. Something about that sound like just intuitively, I'm getting something about that situation is off. I don't know that he's the right person, that they caught the right person for whatever that is. Okay, so Biden, let's take a look at what's going on in Biden's world. We have big Scorpio energy, which is interesting because all the things that we just saw making the massive impact in Putin's chart are extraordinarily impactful as well here on Biden's chart, which is Uranus. Uranus is not opposite Venus like it was for Putin, it's opposite Mars. And then we also have here, where's the Saturn? Yeah, Saturn here is squaring his Mercury. And then we have the nodes crossing over his Scorpio stellium. Fascinating. And he's got the Taurus moon, 0 degrees. Fascinating time. Yeah. And I think Biden knows this. Like he's in the fight of his life to prove himself. It's a mirroring energy. It's ironic that you asked for me to look at them together as partners, Shay, but it's a mirroring energy. We have a stellium transiting through Biden's second house actually since 2020, since before he got into office. There's been major activation to the second house of earned income, self-worth, self-esteem, which were the core issues we saw being dredged up here for Putin. Self-worth, self-esteem, like am I enough kind of issues. And with the Venus retrograde, Venus, Mars, Pluto piling up in his second house of self-worth, um, this is a period of time where he's really needing to prove himself, which he knows. He's aware of that. He's not really kind of delivered on some of the campaign promises. And he's also um, played maybe too soft a line with some of his opponents who have played hard line with him. Now, what's interesting here is there's a similarity in both their charts where Jupiter moving through Pisces is having a conversation with their fourth house. Fourth house is home, it's the roots, it's the foundation of the chart. And so for Putin, like we said, we know that his mom came from Ukraine. So there's Jupiter, the expander, moving through that roots home aspect of his house. We've got Jupiter moving, preparing to move through that same aspect of house over here for Biden. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do with the energy. He does not have Chiron having a conversation with his sun or his moon in the way that Putin does, bringing up all of his not good enoughness. So it would be what I see potentially happening is for him, him expanding a lot of the alliances that the US has, that he has personally, this being a bridge building time for him, where he's looking to expand alliances in the homeland, expand some of the, and my suspicion, because you could do it by expansionism and acquisitiveness with aggression, the way Putin's doing it. But it'll be interesting to see the way Biden does it. And we're really going to see this kick up. And this, I would say we're at 14 degrees Pisces now. That house opens up for him at the 19th degree of Pisces. So in the next 60 days, we're going to see Biden make some new alliances with him for himself, secure some new alliances for himself throughout the US government and politically. We're also going to see him facilitate some new alliances, I suspect, for the country, for the United States as well, for the homeland as well there. We're going to see him make some moves that expand his career. Transit from the fourth impacts the 10th, which is what we also saw in Putin's chart. We have Jupiter, the expander, moving through the bottom of the chart, aspecting the top, which is the career house, that opposing house. So we are going to see some ways in which Biden will either exercise more power, take more opportunities to expand the reach and success of his career at this time, and put himself more out there in the public light for greater visibility, which is exactly what Putin's doing. Jupiter transit through the fourth, impacting the 10th house of career. But with that Chiron aspecting his sun, it's coming from a place of, I'm not enough, so I have something to prove. With Biden, we don't have that same thing going on at the same time. With Biden, we don't have Chiron speaking to sun, speaking to moon at all. We have a little bit of, I know I need to earn my worth with the second house transit. We have a little bit of needing to double down and be more focused in the world of communication, be more thoughtful in the world of communication, with Saturn moving through the third house, him being more thoughtful about the fact that he probably needs to do a better PR job for himself. Saturn on the 3-9 axis, that's marketing, sales, and PR, communication, travel. I don't see him doing very many diplomatic trips during this time, like going overseas. If he can avoid it, he probably will. With Saturn moving on the 3-9 axis, that's not a lot of travel there. But what we see here is the way similar houses, but completely different planetary natal charts can bring about completely different ways of behaving for people. Same transits moving through the same houses at roughly the same time. But because the natal chart is different, making different aspects, and we get different choices with this, we have very different results happening for people. So Shay, that was a great question. Looking at the two of them as partners, I don't know. I would like to see partnership occur where people are being more diplomatically interested in doing what's best for the people that they serve. I'd always like to see that. I think, diplomatic solutions are always at hand for those willing to look for them. But I think what we're missing and what we're struggling with is, how can you find the diplomatic solution if the place you're coming from is I'm not enough and I have something to prove on Putin's side, right? So that's kind of some of what we have going on there. Great question, Shay. Great question. Okay. So the mini reading list is open for anyone who'd like me to look at their chart specifically. Now that we've kind of did like a little short detour into world events, you can certainly let me know if you would like me to look at your chart. Questions about what we just saw or anything like that. For those of you who are just joining, I would be curious, how are you experiencing this collective energy around this new moon in Pisces at this time? What's it been like for you personally? You gotta let me know in the chat. What are you going through? What are you experiencing? What's it like for you? We have someone who jumped on the list, I think. Let's see, Diana. Okay, Diana, I will read for you next. Thank you for submitting your payment. Let me go ahead and pull up a thing, Diana. Diana, it is your turn. Please paste your birth details and your cue. Cool. Christina, you just need to submit payment. The way to do that is listed above, but I'll repaste it there in the chat for you. Okay. Awesome. Flower and Forgiveness, happy to read for your daughter. You just need to jump on the list. Okay. Fascinating. Fascinating stuff, right, guys? Oh, Diana, you are Flower and Forgiveness. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Indianapolis, Indiana. Okay. Birthday for 1995. Oh, she's cuspy. She's part Aries, part Taurus. 9:06 a.m. All right. You like Sandra and Allen? I love Sandra and Allen. I was just thinking about them the other day. I'd love to have them back on, Kylie. They they have such a nice energy. I love their energy. Okay. Let me share a screen so you can see the chart, Flower and Forgiveness. Okay. Red Chariot says, I'm experiencing my past coming back to haunt me and stop me in my ascension. Oh, Red Chariot, I'm so sorry. Yeah. This is definitely one of those periods of time this year and next year where there's going to be um, a lot of that, specifically Red Chariot, especially if there's a lot of unresolved stuff this year and next year with the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle, that it's going to force our hand in dealing with things that are unresolved. Thank you, Christina. I'm going to read for Diana, and then I'm going to go right back into the payment app and confirm who's on the list next. Okay. So if you want to get on the list and you're listening, you totally can. Diana, what's going on for your daughter? She's been having difficulty with her career life. What career should she be in? Okay, that's a great question. Your daughter, a couple of things. She has Saturn in her 10th house. Success career wise is going to come for her, but it's going to come much later in life with the Pisces midheaven, and it's a Pisces cusp Aquarius. Let me just see how her 12th house is set. Yeah. Your daughter is going to have an unusual path career wise. Her pathway career wise looks like it could be quite spiritual, or at least spiritually guided. Having a spiritual practice is going to allow her to find success as she goes. But there's something here about connecting with people in a way that allows for healing. I certainly see um, the healing energy going on here. I see spiritual connection energy going on here. And I see her not really knowing the truth about the right path for her until the second half of her life, or success really until the second half of her life. That being sometime post 40 is when things really start to get good in the world of career for her because of that Saturn placement there. With the placement of both Neptune and Uranus in the eighth house, what's interesting, Neptune being the ruler of Pisces and she having the cusp Pisces 10th house of career, ruler there in the eighth. Aquarius being the cusp energy, Aquarius being ruled by Uranus, also right there in the eighth house. What's interesting here is healer energy, big time. Eighth house is all about transformation and alchemy. Eighth house is all about the energy of growth. It's about the energy of sex and sexual healing as well. It's about the energy of like that's where we find like depth psychology and psychological kind of growth through looking at the subconscious mind or learning more about your childhood wounds, that kind of thing. Death is the eighth house. So we're also talking about like she could have medium abilities where she has the ability to speak to people who have crossed over to the other side and deliver messages for them. But again, all of this looks to be things that get cultivated experientially before 40 and then utilized post 40 with Saturn in her 10th house. She's going through a unique period of time. The people born between like 88 through about 96 have this Uranus Neptune conjunction in their chart, and they're part of a very special group of people who I call the rebuilders. They were placed on this planet for this moment in time in particular. And all of them, I have not met a single person born between 88 and 95 who is not going through a significant experience of just disillusionment, frustration, let down in the world of work at this moment, and who's all been going through it since about 2019, pre-pandemic, 2019 for 2018 for some of them. The reason for that disillusionment and frustration is because it's meant to activate a particular type of soul song that these people have in the world of work. Capricorn governs career. This Uranus Neptune in Capricorn allows these people to bring aspects of spirituality, healing, connectedness with spirit and spiritual guidance and practice into the world of 3D work as we know it. This is not religion. This is humanitarian based. Let's connect. Let's be humans to one another. Let's heal and be more tapped into our divinity in the way that we show up at work. Okay. And so, because of this, she's part of this special group of healer. And anyone listening in who was born between about 88 and 96, or if you've got kids or loved ones born between 88 and 96, these folks are all going through it right now in the world of work. They're supposed to be frustrated, let down, disappointed, disillusioned. There's a sense of, I came to Earth for this nonsense. Are you kidding me right now? Like, why are all the jobs so sucky? And why are all the prospects so boring? And why, like, this isn't the way it's supposed to be. And so, because of that, much of what this group is meant to do, the moment of frustration is also the moment of rebuilding. It's the moment of what saying, you know what, that's not good enough. What the world has provided is not good enough by my soul standards. I will do a new thing. I will bring a new pattern. I will build a new kind of business. I will share a new path in the world of work. And that's what they're supposed to be going through. So this particular period of activation where Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter all move through Capricorn, 2018, 19, 20, 21, this activation for all of them was meant to force them to tap into that soul song. And so your daughter is one of this group. She's certainly a reader. She's meant to bring her spiritual gifts into the world of work. And so this is a stepping stone moment in her journey. The future certainly looks brighter than the now, but there's no way for her to access it without first having the experience of going, WTF, Earthlings? Why are you behaving this way? This isn't how life is supposed to be. Let me show you a new way. And the new way will come from within her and from within this group of people. Okay. So, yeah, that's what I got. I hope that's helpful for you. Flower and forgiveness. Great question. Just tell her to stay encouraged and continue to nurture her gifts as you're able to as her mom. And then give her whatever you're able to give her in order of, just kind of validation that she's not crazy for wanting something different, something more. Encourage her to dream. Encourage her to imagine what it is that the world could be like instead. Same goes for you, Celine, and anyone listening to this who's going through that. Oh, we already did Diana. Okay. Christina, I have you next. Christina, if you could paste your question in the chat, that would be great. Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of the deal there. She's yeah, it encouraged her to use her imagination about what would be better than what she's got. Because inside of that imagination, that's partly how she and all of us tap into that intuitive soul song about that we came here to Earth to bring out of us and place in the third dimension as leaders, guiders, healers, and teachers of other people. So encourage her to think, okay, well, what would be better? If you could have it all your way, what might life be like? Keep encouraging her to think through that and plume her imagination on it. Okay. Awesome. All right. I appreciate that. She is going to love listening to this. Oh, good. Yeah, she's totally got that healer vibe. All right, let's see what Christina says. The list is open and Christina is the only one on it right now. So after I do this, it could be your turn next. Just make your payment and ask your question when I call your name. Okay. Whittier. Let me share screen. Okay, cool. No problem, Christina. I got the chart up when you're ready. I was married at 21 and divorced 9 years later. Wasn't prepared for all that entailed. Now I'm 44 and I'm wondering if I will get married again. Prospects, I think that's lately, have been a mess. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me just see something from a calculatory perspective. You're born in 1977. Okay. 21. What year did you get divorced, Christina? Prospects lately are emotionally unavailable. Yeah. What year did you get divorced, hon? Was it? Yeah, it was right around the time you were 31. So it was right around 2008, 2009, 2010. Okay. Some of the reason you've been going through that, let me turn my timer on so I don't sail away on the wind. Let me go back in time. Back in time, new transit date, 2008. Okay. In 2008 was when we had the beginning of Pluto moving through Capricorn. And Pluto gets to the other side of Capricorn in a couple of years' time, divorced in 2009. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay. That Pluto was the issue. So, because Pluto has been the issue, now I'm going to take you back to right now. Keep your eye on this blue guy. Okay. This blue guy right there. I'm going to take you back to right now. That blue guy has moved up here and is almost done hanging out in your seventh house. When Pluto hit Capricorn in 2008, 2009, it began a slow process of deep transformation in the world of relationship for you that probably would have started with some sort of, just looking for you, significant breakdown. I don't know if the relationship was abusive or if you got taken advantage of. You said you just weren't ready for all that, but based on what I'm seeing here, it might have been just a little bit more than that. Um, the Capricorn seventh house people, they've had a rough go of it since about 2008 in the world of relationships. I want to tell you, you're in for a treat and you're in for some luck. It's about to get a lot better because next year Pluto gets out of your seventh house and it gets to the final degrees of Capricorn before it shifts into Aquarius. Hallelujah. Um, this is what I want you to know. The best is yet to come. What needed to happen? Pluto is an outer planet. And anytime we have the outer planets moving through one of the houses, they actually do more of a number on the opposite house and do more change, more growth, more transformative work on the opposing house than on the house that they're moving through. Because you've had Pluto moving through the seventh house, it may have withheld, been a dead period in the relationship sector. Pluto does represent death, afterlife, rebirth, the resurrection cycle. It may have done that in the relationship sector, but it was for the purpose of growing you, first house, emotionally, Cancer. Part of what you've been getting have been a reflection, I hate to say this, of where you've been at personally in terms of your own emotional availability to yourself. And because your emotional availability to yourself has been at a certain level, the emotional availability you've been getting from prospects has also been at a certain level, but it's been at that level on purpose to force you to deepen your relationship to self, your emotional connection to self. Even, and I'm sure you're a deep person already. You've got a ton of 12th house energy, girl. I know for a fact you're not a supremely superficial person. And simultaneously, there was deeper yet to go in this particular lifetime with a Pluto transit through the seventh house. Not everyone lives long enough to get one of these. This is a very special thing for you, because Pluto moves so slow, doesn't always get to a person's seventh house before they die. So, two things. One, hallelujah, it's almost over. By this time next year, you can count on better prospects. And two, because you're a different person, like if you look back on the changes that got made in your life and from 2008 to now, how supremely different you are and how unable you would be to be the person you were back then, it's also going to also bring in a higher caliber of person. Okay, which I love, 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 love seeing for you. Jupiter will move through that 10th house, pop out in the 11th once it gets here in about 2024. Lots of new love possibilities coming in for you, lots of them. Jupiter in Aries this year and next year will harmoniously aspect your natal Saturn, which is the ruler of the seventh house. Like, the dog days are over when it comes to really crappy prospects. But again, the faster we get into the lesson, the faster we get out of its classroom. So that's what I want to leave you with. If there's anything, yeah, don't give up, but get deeper. Christina, I see what you said here. I'm an empath, intuitive, all that fun stuff. Thank God, because I almost feel like giving up. Don't give up. Get deeper. Get deeper into who you are and the emotional connection you have with yourself. Go deeper into your emotional truth and connecting with and holding space for yourself. Get deeper into that. The deeper you go there, the better off, the easier it's going to be in terms of finding that connection. The more deeply connected you are with you, the more deeply other people will connect with you too. So the list is open. If anyone would like to jump on it, you can. Christine was my last person to read for. So if you want to jump on the list, please do. Here is how to do that. I can read one chart in a mini reading, 25-25 for the chart. You can also do the chart plus tarot or oracle for 35-35. There's the PayPal link. And you would be next as soon as you make your payment. So the event has a story for us. Does past life regression help with going deeper? That's a great question, bruised but not broken. Sometimes it can. The way past life regression can help us with going deeper is if we have a disproportionate reaction to something in this lifetime that we find ourselves unable to create resolution around, because the way we're responding to what's happening in this lifetime, you can't trace it back to your childhood or your past interactions with people as a wound that you recognize consciously in this lifetime. When that happens, past life work can help you to retrieve the lesson and the memory and lay to rest the pain of that lifetime so that you're not carrying it over into this lifetime. Now, sometimes past life work can be like, unfortunately, applying cold medicine for athlete's foot. It's just right medicine, wrong illness. And so it can, instead of taking you deeper, actually take you further away. And so, and that can also almost be like a bit of a spiritual bypass. And that is a function of when you recognize, okay, there's some emotional trauma work from this lifetime that I'm just still not over. I know what it is. I can remember it. It's there. It was ages 3 to 5 or age 8 and 9, or when I was 16, I went through this thing and I see I am still responding like that reality could happen upon me again. Or I went through this messy divorce and I'm still responding like that could happen to me again. When you try to do past life work for present life issues, it's wrong medicine. It's really critical to do the psychotherapeutic work for what's going on in the consciousness that you've got in this lifetime in order to be able to lay it to rest in this lifetime. Otherwise, you just accumulate more stuff. Does that make sense? As bruised but not broken, how did I do in my communication in terms of explaining right way, time, signals for past life work for going deeper? Did I do okay? Okay. Let me see what's going on here. And like I said, the list is open. If anyone wants to jump on it, I can certainly do a reading for you. Let me see what the event is saying. My doctor is an Aries and we be having these bomb ass real conversations. Yeah, an Aries doctor would keep it real. Okay, so I was emotional over my BFF breakup and ending of the Capricorn. So I'm just trying to have fun. Okay, wait, now you said something about a Capricorn way up here. You were seeing a Capricorn. Basically, I was seeing a Capricorn. We just ended. So a party popped up and I'm down. So I had just cut off my BFF and I ended up going with my friend from high school. So the emotions started. Okay. And we're in Pisces season, the event. Pisces season brings up all the feels for all the water signs. And I know you got big water energy in your chart. So I look mad cute. Hold on, wait, where am I? So I was emotional over the breakup with my best friend and the ending with the Capricorn. So I'm just like, I'm trying to just have fun. Took a shot. I had half a nutcracker, a very mixed drink. Sounds like a Long Island iced tea. My friend wanted to get shots from the liquor store. And instead of one, I took two. Of course you did. Why not? So I look mad cute and I know the DJ. So I get me and my homegirl a drink. And I don't know, when it hit 9 p.m., I don't know what the hell happened. Along the way, I FaceTime my cousin and I started full on crying, apparently. Then, apparently, I texted my twin, I'm at a party, but I love you. Then I FaceTime the Capricorn. I just like, oh, you was being messy. So the next morning, I had all this ish to address. Yeah, girl, you did. Wow. That's not a bad thing though. for someone with big Scorpio energy, I think that's probably, you just had some things you needed to address. Christina, I'm ready for you. Go ahead and paste your question, and I need your birth details again, because I don't save the mini reading charts. Okay. And I see you'd also like tarot and oracle to go with it. Okay. Bruised but not broken says, okay, thank you so much. Yes. Okay, good. Good. Okay, good. I'm glad. That was awesome. Cool. And if you need recommendations for past life people, I have some people that I've liked working with that I can recommend. No, I don't see it here. Tosha Belial, I don't see it, didn't come through, sweetheart. Double check, Tosha, because I don't see it. You're welcome, Christina. Just whenever you have the question ready and the birth details, pop them in the chat because you are next, baby girl. So then K Moon, later in the week, I was listening to Lee talking about being vulnerable. So I messaged him, try to dig into this I love you thing. So I told him I don't want to repress my feelings. Good job. Well done. I'm so happy you're not repressing your feelings. Well done, Crystal. Christina P. California. Whittier. 648. 1977. 6:48 a.m. Whittier, 6:15, 77, 6:48 a.m. Okay, I got it. So happy you told him you didn't want to repress your feelings. Well done, you. Well done. I'm so happy you got it out there. I'm sorry it took so much liquid courage, but dog, girl. I mean, that took a lot of liquid courage. Hopefully, maybe in the future, a little less liquid courage. I told him I like repress it because I feel rejected when I do express myself to him. So he goes, I love you. And you know this. So I didn't expect him to say that, because to get him to say that is more. Oh, wow. Okay. So a year ago. Okay. Pause. I'm going to pause on this event. I'm going to read Christina and come back to what you were saying. Anyone else who wants to jump on the list can. Let's see. And I did see a payment just come through, so I'll be adding to the list. But Christina right now is the only person on the list, and I'm reading for her now. So the wait is not long. 1 year ago, I opened my own mobile notary business. Woohoo! I'm trying to see when this will get to the level I'm expecting money wise. I need money to ramp up more quickly than it is. Okay. Got it. Okay. Display transit by wheel now. Okay, you're on track. In the second half of this year, this starts to pick up big time. Jupiter in Pisces, Jupiter in Aries. Aries hits that second house. Second house is earned income. It's going to sextile your sun. Sun is the ruler of the second house for you next year. So this is going to be a steady build, Christina. Part of what's going to allow this to build, because you have Saturn in the second house, is deeply applied hustle muscle, girl. Like, I don't know how you get clients in a notary business, but you're going to have to be on your grind, as the children say. Like, you are really going to have to grind it out. Like, there can be no slacking, no like, oh, like word of mouth and see, no, boo. Every time you have a client, you're gonna have to ask them, do you know more clients? You're gonna have to follow up with your clients every 3 weeks or 3 months, whatever your follow-up cycle is in a notary business, to be like, hey, do you want to book a follow-up? Do you have new things that you need me to work with? You're also going to have to tap into high high notarization businesses and clientele. So businesses that have to like frequently notarize stuff, because those are going to become your cash cows. And what I really want you to focus on in the next, um, really just this year, if you can do it this year, like really double down, focusing on finding the clients who have to notarize shit all day, every day. Like certain law offices, certain, like courthouses who do like marriages, express marriage kind of places. If you're going to have to, um, companies that, constantly are signing documentation, you're going to have to find businesses. This is like all they do is contracts that require notarization. If you can focus on building out that clientele in the next 6 months and really only dealing with those people and those people only and getting references. And once you find one, then what I want you to do is go look on Google for all of their local freaking competitors. Who else in my area competes with this company? Because those people, they need notarizers too. Um, if you can start to really focus on that and really, like, again, like I said, hustle muscle, you're going to have to find those people, find their competitors, and only focus on those people for the next 6 months. Girl, next year you won't be fucking booming. Now, I know you said you needed money sooner than this. It'll come, but what I'm seeing in the now time that you're going to need to do, especially while Saturn is transiting house 8 and impacting earned income house on the axis of money and value, you will have to tighten up the finances. I don't know where you're spending your money, but anytime Saturn is flowing through 2 or 8, you have got to spend less. Find a way. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to have to find a way to spend less. What might provide some more immediate cash for you? You said it's a mobile notary business. I don't know if you got a vehicle. If you are in a jam and you need cash like now, I would consider, hooking up with whatever the local delivery service is and just running deliveries in some way, shape, or form. Postmates, Uber Eats, Uber, Lyft, whatever if you need cash in the now time, them kind of companies, they are always hiring. And when you aren't like, you can always just kind of work it out so that you got hours, getting a minimum amount of money coming from those $300, $400 a week just to, stopgap you while you build up the notary business during the day. And then eventually you're going to be able to roll off whatever that stopgap money thing is. Let's see, I've been focusing on loan signings. Good. So I've been signing up with signing services. They operate kind of like a third party staffing. Perfect. They have the contracts and then find the notaries for each job. Perfect. If that's going to be your vertical, I'm going to need you to be the loan shark's shark and go after every loan company in your area in like a 100-mile radius. And you can look on places like glassdoor.com and you can see how many employees the companies have. You need to go after these big companies. Now, many of them already have notaries in house once they're above a certain size, right? Gas got way higher here. Oh, golly. And they are paying crap for orders. That's why I stopped. Damn, girl. Yeah, that gas thing is a total problem right now. Okay, I see the dilemma you're in. Kylie says strip club. We are not going to tell her to go to the strip club, honey. Unless, of course, Christina, no judgment. You like that, then do it. Because look, Dallas is full of it. Like if you don't mind shaking a tail feather to get a little coin, go get your coins, Christina. Kylie, stop suggesting people do stripper things. Unless, of course, you want to do stripper things. It'll pick up some this year, especially as we get into June, July. But Christina, it's not going to pick up in the way that 2023 will. It's going to pick up some. But yeah, if you can just spend the next 6 months grinding it out on finding all of your current clients, competitors, and getting signed up with them too, you're gonna be aces before the end of this year. Okay. I think you're going to be good to go. But yeah, the issue that you're up against right now is the Saturn transit. And Saturn is what's called, it's really asking you, I, with Jupiter in the place that it's in, I see cash is there. The problem is I hate to call you out. The problem is some of what the spending has to get reined in a little bit. I don't, when Saturn puts itself in house 2 or house 8, it calls us out on where our money is going. There's debt that needs to get paid off in the 8th house, and there's money that needs to be reined in house 2. So I don't know if maybe you need to move so you're spending less on your apartment, or you need to cut some of your subscription services so you're spending less on those for the time being. But if you are tight up against a wall, you're going to have to really dial back on the spending while this ramps up. You're going to have to make yourself uncomfortable to force yourself to hustle. Okay. That's kind of the situation. Saturn's going to get out of that 8th house before we close the year, and you're going to be able to breathe a lot easier financially. But some of this is really about paying down debt, tightening up your expenses and spending while you're building this up. I do see you're going to be good to go before the end of the year, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Will do. Time to hustle harder. Feel like these planets are whooping my butt. Yeah, Saturn on the 2-8 axis will whoop your butt. I hear you. Most has been in trying to get the business up and running. I'll work on it. Okay, good. You got this, Christina. I believe in you. Don't go selling no tail like Kylie trying to suggest unless you feel like it. All right. And don't let nobody sell you. You sell you. If you selling tail, you sell you. Don't let nobody sell you for you. You sell you. All right. Always be your own boss, especially if you're selling tail. All right. Let's see what's going on here. PayPal. Let me come up here. Log in. So I saw some other people jumped on the list. Let me add your names. Turn on this light. Okay, Leticia, I have you here on the list. You're next. Oh, wait, you had an oracle. Sorry, Christina, let me do this for you. Let me see what's going on in terms of, you had the tarot. Christina needs a money message. What do you want her to know about improving her finances? Christina needs a money message. What does she need to know about improving her finances? Yeah, homie. Okay. Universe loves to call us out. Okay, so first 2 out, Emperor upright, Page of Swords reverse. This is about really being a boss about your money, and getting to a place where you're spending on quality, not quantity. You're not nickel and diming yourself or letting other people nickel and dime you. If it's not worth your money, if it's not worth your time, it's not worth your money. If it's not worth your money, it's not worth your time. Emperor with Page of Swords reverse. This is really an energy of needing to be more thoughtful about, and look into opportunities that you think are opportunities before you're driving out of your way, going out of your way time wise for something that's going to be a one-off. Like I was saying, find your way into high notarization type companies. And then once you found one that's like calling you on a regular basis to do work, look up their competitors, because their competitors are going to be your best clients. Now, what also came out as the third energy, it came out all together. Queen of Cups, the Sun, both upright, Six of Pentacles reversed. There's been some emotional spending going on here. They're spending money emotionally, And it does something for you. It allows you to feel like a sense of relief. It allows you to feel like a sense of like, um, I'm I, like it takes the edge off this emotional spending. I don't know what you're emotionally spending on. It looks like it could be food, like it could be a little bit of, just like, Friday night, some things or others. But this is telling me that the emotional spending is what's getting in the way. So you're gonna have to detach for right now. You have to detach your emotions from your money, so that you can get into this emperor energy and this like shrewd, thoughtful energy about finances. Because if it's desperate enough for you to be out here paying me to look into your numbers, then you have some things that you could probably tighten up. Okay, Christina. Um, cool. But yeah, send in some prayers your way, hun. It's tight financially for everyone right now, not gonna lie. Um, it's tight. The inflation thing here in the States is real. Um, and it's causing a lot of people to be really uncertain in this, whole Ukraine invades Russia thing, gas going up. Like people are really they're having a moment financially. So just hang in there. I definitely saw that you are going to get to a place where you are financially before the end of this year way, way better. But you do have to tighten up spending for now and look for opportunities more thoroughly for now. Okay, Christina, that's what I have for you, baby cakes. Sending you a lot of love and wishing you the best. I know you're going to kill it as you get your hustle on. I know you're going to kill it with the strategy we talked about today. Leticia, hey, it is your turn, beloved. So, Leticia, let's do this, girl. Let me get your birth details and your question. Maybe you paste your birth details first so I can set up your chart, and then add your question. Okay. Now, while we're waiting on Leticia, let's catch up on the vent episode 23. Let's see. Got them shots. So he did tell you he loved you, and he never says that kind of thing to you. It's more than pulling teeth. So I waited to respond. So I had all my good, heartfelt words in order, and he sent a sad face. And I'm like, no, don't be sad. I'm going to respond from the heart. Oh, okay. So I responded using Thais language and all of that, and tell me why this man went ghost. Like, I just finished telling you I don't say anything because I feel rejected when I do, and you go. Insult to injury is that I think this man pocket dialed me. I asked if he meant to call and no response. So I'm just ready to let him go because it's a 5-year pattern. Wow. This is deep, girl. I ain't asking him to be my man. I'm just trying to have a vulnerable conversation. I told him I'm not trying to make him responsible for my feelings. I just want to have a healthy, vulnerable convo. Back to Thais, the event. She'll always tell you what that will look like for me is this. When I say some things, what I would like to hear is X, Y, or Z. She always tells you, you got to tell them how to respond. So if he has something to say, I'd like to hear it. But if not, I'll just close it. No, girl, don't go back to your own patterning. That's old. Don't do that. Still radio silence. It's always like this. So I'm really ready to leave this alone. This happened this week. Ooh, Pisces New Moon. Probably opposite his Virgo sun. I'll tell you the work story after you read this. Oh, the vent. JG Wentworth. Hey, you know what, the vent? Sometimes we need to make special appearances on P Valley. Gotta do what you gotta do. And I ain't judging nobody, but if you're gonna sell it, be your own boss. Leticia, where is it at? I don't see it. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I got you. Leticia, let's do it. Texas is in the house today. I love it. I was literally thinking about Texas yesterday because y'all just had y'all primaries and woo, I am scared of what y'all doing down there. Herrera. Where is Herrera? I ain't got no Herrera in here. It must be a really small town. Herrera is not in my software. Leticia, what's the next closest big city? Oh, Herrera. Sorry, that's your last name. San Antonio, duh. Okay. Gotta be able to laugh at yourself. San Antonio, 327. Hey, happy upcoming birthday, Leticia. 1976. 6:01 p.m. San Antonio, 327, 6:01 p.m. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Everybody says that about Abbott, but you know what? Y'all got to fix your voting system before you can do that because they just put in a Republican Secretary of the State. Secretary of the State is the one that counts the votes. And the same way they out here talking about, fraud, I have found those who scream at the loudest. Oh, I'm not lying. Oh, I'm not cheating. Oh, I'm not gay. Them the motherfuckers be doing it the most. So y'all need to deal with y'all and everybody, the whole United States got to deal with this. So anyway, Leticia, let's deal with your reading. Let's not get into politics. What is your specific question? Yeah, what do you want? What do you want to know? Ooh. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What's going on in your love life, Leticia? Tell me everything. What's your question about your love life, sweetness? And while we're waiting on Leticia, I'm going to double check the apps because I see Tosha said she sent again, but I don't see it here. Let me just refresh and see if it came in. Tosha, would it be under another name, sweetheart? Would you have a different name than Tosha in PayPal? Because my payments go, I'm on the East Coast, so I have 3:05 p.m. Colleen Jordan, 4:23 Diana, 4:28 Christina, 4:51 Christina, 4:55 Leticia, and that's all I have payments from, hon. I don't have a payment from you at all. So yeah. Ooh, okay, Kimberly. Welcome. So nice to connect with you. Just want to know if anything will develop between my love. We've been in and out of each other's life for past 15 years. Okay, yes. I'm looking under my activity, Tosha. I got nothing here in terms of activity. I'm seeing everything I have paid and everything I have sent, everything that has come in under my activity. I have nothing from Tosha. Double check. Is it going to be under a different name? Yeah, I got nothing from a Tosha. I'm even going to search everything. I'm looking at my search, no Tosha. So I would double check maybe who you sent it to, double check the link you sent it to, because it may not have been me and get your payment back. Because if it says sent on your end and I got nothing on my end, it's because you sent it to somebody that's not me, sweetheart. So I would double check that and get your payment back. Okay. San Antonio. No, Tosha, you don't need to take it up with me because I can't resolve your problem for you. You need to take it up with PayPal at this point. There's nothing I can do on my end to help you because nothing has been received on my end. You need to talk to PayPal at this point, hon. Um, okay. Glad you're enjoying the channel, Kimberly. Anything will develop human. Okay, yeah. So let me share screen and come back to Leticia. Okay. Leticia, yes, actually. I see you may have actually felt something different as you closed out 2021 and moved into 2022. Now, I don't know if this is him or somebody else, but I'm seeing Jupiter move through house 6 and then get into house 7. And as Jupiter goes from 6 to 7, that tends to be when relationships move to the next level. If you don't have a relationship, something serious comes in. If you are looking for something to get into a place of seriousness, the opportunity tends to open up. Leticia, the best way for me to know for sure would be to look at your chart and his chart together in a twin flame reading, relationship reading, call it what you want. It's when I look at two charts together. Thank you, Stardust. So great to have you here. But Jupiter moving through house 6 is an interesting energy here because I see Jupiter conjunct your natal Venus, which expands love and love opportunities. And then Jupiter moving into house 7 expands serious commitment. It'll sit with your sun, which is going to pull a lot of that energy toward you. This man may have been in and out of your life, but whether it's him or somebody else this year or next year, I do see something serious and committed landing for you, Leticia. So that's exciting. I really love this for you. Um, this is a once in a 12-year transit. It's already opened up. It started in January for you as Jupiter got right here into Pisces. And so relationships develop between house 5, 6, 7, and 8. House 5 is dating. And it's flirtation. House 6 is when somebody comes a part of our daily life. House 7 is the commitment, and house 8 is the alchemy where two become one. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are our relationship houses. And when Jupiter, the bringer of opportunity, transits our relationship houses, it facilitates relationships coming to fruition in our relationship world. I'm looking just to see if there's anything that could make it blossom more slowly. I mean, other than the pandemic, Jesus, there's that in the background, but and I definitely see this Saturn transit creeping up on your moon. It'll get there in a couple years' time, but I'm seeing for now things look like major opportunity for things to become more serious. To know if he's in the right place, I'd have to see his chart as well, Leticia. And like I said, I can do that in a twin flame relationship reading for you. But I am telling you, if you're open, I don't know. Like, if you are truly open to the universe's highest and best path for you, Leticia, and you put it out there, universe, you know, I love this man. He would be my first choice. But if it's not to be with him, bring me my best choice and bring it in now. Between now and the end of about 2024, 2025, I see you in a very serious, committed, exclusive relationship. Because it's just the time. It's time in your life for that to be the focal point of your life. Getting into relationship. Now, you could always sabotage this by being really stuck on this one and it being the wrong time in his life. You could sabotage it by, saying you're open, but not going out on other dates, being around other people, putting yourself in the way of people, of Jupiter bringing those opportunities in. Right? You could say you're open, but not behave like you're open. And that would be an act of sabotage on your part. So if this were me and I had this transit coming up in my chart, yeah, I would yo, I would giddy up, girl. Get them nails done, get that hair did, make yourself feel special, make yourself feel sexy to you when you look in the mirror. I want you flirting at the grocery store, flirting at the drugstore, flirting at the gas station, flirting at the family reunion, not with your family, of course, but you see what I'm saying? Like, put yourself out there, turn on your green light, letting life know you are accepting applicants for the role of husband in your life. He's mentioned he's going to be retiring. Yeah, so he may really be in the place where he's ready, Leticia. So um, I'm excited for you. I think, like I said, this is once in 12-year energy when Jupiter moves through those four houses of our chart. And, like, listen, when Jupiter rides through them houses, it's best to get in the car. It's best to take a ride. It's best to say yes. Because otherwise, love in the other areas of your life, it can be like banging your head up against a wall for years. Okay. He has mentioned he is going to be retiring. Good. Okay. Well, good luck. Let me know how this resonates. Come back at the end of the year and let me know what happens. He works in the oiled field offshore drilling, and we always end up talking. That's so sweet, Leticia. Um, I think it's possible for it to be him for sure. Okay, Kylie says, can you feel the love tonight? I love it. Awesome. Okay, so let me see who was after Leticia. Let me go back to the app. Leticia did not have a tarot pull. She's the last one. Okay. Anyone else wants to jump on the list, you can. Leticia was my last read for now. But if anyone else would like to get a read, you certainly can do that. Let me just see what else is going on over here in the chat. So what happened here? Kimberly says, groups and have received so many thank yous from the divine feminines. No one has ever explained why our DMs behave the way they do until you. I no longer hate my DM. I can't thank you enough. Oh, Kimberly, thank you. Thank you for saying that and sharing that. Yeah. It's funny, Kimberly, because I had somebody encounter that video last week and uh, she listened to the content and her takeaway was in the comment section was how did she put it? Like, she thought that what I was trying to say was that people should accept toxic behavior from other people. That it's appropriate to just lay down and take it when you're getting hurt by your divine counterpart. And I just ended up deleting the comment because I just don't like to see negativity on my channel or encourage it in the comments. Because frankly, that was a very gross and dangerous misinterpretation of what that message said. And also because if that's how you took it, you're clearly not the kind of person with the level of discernment that needs to actually be hanging out on my channel or in my comment section. So I'm really, it's reaffirming for me. I was like, did I say something wrong in that? Like, did people not get it? Like, people had similar reactions to the sexual activation video as well. They thought I was saying, give away your power, just sleep with your person, have sex whenever, don't have any boundaries. I was like, wow, like, you are really misinterpreting what I'm talking about here. And it was a bit of a soul shock to me a little bit, because I was like, did I like, and the way they came at me around it was like, ooh, K Moon, I'm so sad for you. you really need to work on yourself if this is what you see. And I was like, wow, that is extraordinarily self-righteous. And like I said, a dangerous and gross misinterpretation of what the message actually was, if that's what you heard, because that's not what we're talking about at all. So yeah, thank you, Kimberly, for sharing that with me, because that was I had like a moment where I had to confront some of my own shadow energy. I was like, oh my God, like, oh. But like I know I share from a place of love about staying in a loving place, not just with your person, but also with yourself. So I'm glad to hear that there are people who walked away with that precise message after hearing it and didn't go off on the deep end of like me trying to tell them to lay themselves down on the tracks of an oncoming train, because that's not it. Thank you, Kimberly. I really appreciate hearing that. Okay. The event says, nah, people just not that bright. You're welcome, Leticia. You're so welcome. Okay. Shay says, thank you for doing the read. I'm at my appointment, so I'm just hearing where I left off. Okay, cool. Yeah, I did Biden too, Shay. So hopefully you enjoyed that. You asked great questions there. Okay, so let's see if anyone wants to get on the list and you're listening, you can. There's how you do it. Let me catch up on the events live here. Crystal, what happened now? I just feel like I'm chasing and pouring my heart out and it's the same stuff. So I'm like, am I abandoning myself to preserve this connection? I feel like I'm not respecting myself. So I'm mad at myself for trying to catch the dangling carrot. Okay, so the vent, I'm just going to tell you right now, no. let's just talk about this, because this is basically what we were just talking about anyway. Let's get into this, girl. Let's get into this. Deal with this. Let me be vulnerable. Let me take my vulnerability away because they're not responding the way I want them to. When we are vulnerable, when we choose to connect with people, we do it for us because we have an expression of love in ourselves that if we choose not to express it, we are lying about who we are. We are being incongruent with who we are. We are causing more separation from ourselves within ourselves. When we choose to be transparent, when we choose to be honest, when we choose to be real and share who we are from our heart space, we don't do it because of what somebody else is going to give to us, how they're going to respond to us, or to get a response. It's not an act of how do I put it? This isn't a tit for tat. It's not a, it's not a slot machine. We don't put the expression of our feelings in so that we can get an expression of our feelings out. It's not a gumball machine in that way. We share so that at the end of the day and the end of our lives, when we look back on these experiences with the people that we love, we don't lay there looking at the ceiling going, I wonder if I had just been more honest. I wonder if I had just been more real. I wonder if I had just had the courage to connect. I wonder if I wasn't just so scared or so needy for them to be a certain way back. Could maybe it have something turned out different? We share because we want to walk away from this knowing we laid it all on the line. We left it all on the dance floor. We left nothing out. We showed up as 100% us. We didn't betray ourselves because of the way it looked to somebody else, or because of what somebody else would have judged it, or because, we were too afraid that they wouldn't meet us on the other side. And we have to maybe nurse our own wounding around it. We don't share because of what we're going to get We share because of who it makes us be. And so two things are true, whether it's sex and intimacy with your divine counterpart or sharing your feelings with someone, we are sharing these parts of ourselves for us, because that's what love is asking us to do. It's asking us to be more whole, more congruent, more aligned than we've ever been. And in particular, if you're dealing with a divine counterpart, that's the gift of the activation, is it gives us it puts heart, mind, body, spirit all in alignment, which isn't an experience that's frequently had here on earth. On earth, we're asked to quiet the mind, separate it from the body, and certainly don't bring the spirit into the conversation, not where the emotions are. Use the body to compensate for the emotional deficits. Don't bring the emotions into the mind space at work. We are asked to separate and dice and slice ourselves in every aspect of life that matters, as moms, as sisters, as husbands, as daughters and brothers and sons. Once you get the activation of divine love, it may be one of the first times, and for many of us, only times in our lives where we're like, nope, all of me is all one now. That's the beauty of it, is it puts us back together again. It allows us to experience our divinity and wholeness. So when you share from that place of wanting to stay as in touch with that wholeness as possible. And if what's on the other side is pain in the sharing, also share that pain. Also share that vulnerability too. And I would say that for you, the vent, is the next step here with him, not letting it go. Because no, you're not chasing. If you're chasing anything, you're chasing your own self-expression and your own wholeness. You're chasing your sovereignty here. And what I would do is I would say, hey, listen, like I shared these vulnerable things. The response that I was hoping for was that, you would either tell me that you felt the same or tell me that you feel nothing, but that you said nothing has really hurt me. The silence is killing me, and it's making me question myself. Continue to stand in your vulnerability. Continue to stand up for your feelings. Continue to stand, and please, girl, do it without the tequila, honey. Like, share your truth from a truthful place, if as much as you're able to, right? Like, the more you bring that, the bigger the invitation is for this person to meet you there. And whether he meets you there or not isn't even the point, but there's no invitation without that. Okay. Hopefully that's provided some clarity and additional insight for not just the vent, but for everyone. And their connections. Let me just double check these apps before I go on to read the work story. Okay, we have somebody else. Diana wants to go again. Cool. Diana, flower and forgiveness. Let's have it, baby cakes. Put that question in and put them details in. Let's hear the Vent's work story. So basically, I'm a podcast producer. I remember that, and I'm chilling. Got assigned to 2 podcasts. They're super cool. And I'm doing things. Then boom, I get assigned to a 3rd podcast, and here comes the drama. They're firing 2 people on this team, and one has no idea I'm replacing her. So the hosts are like, if she leaves, I'm not doing the show. Hello, reality TV. The hosts say that, well, you have a real sales job to do here. So I'm trying to figure out all the backstory. And stressed because the show is a heavy lift. So end story is they're putting the show on hiatus and I'm recreating it. Apparently one of my managers has an alcoholism issue and is in rehab right now. That's not funny. I should not be laughing. And Nalita says, sexual activation video, very clarifying. Thanks, Nalita. Shay says, I never get that from UK. It's a reflection of her energy. Thank you, Shay. Give her grace. Thank you, Shay. I really appreciate that. Jay, the vent says, that's true. Where you at when I write text, sis? It's painful, yeah, the way that they're discriminating against the Nigerians and the other people of African descent in the Ukraine, the Indians, the brown and the black people. Got a heavy load in this lifetime, I tell you. This timeline is heavy. Celine asks, what can you say about people not wanting to talk about something just because he or she feels it's not yet the right time? Is it okay to honor the feelings first and wait when one is ready? Yeah. Shay says, absolutely 100. I'm at most peace when I'm vulnerable. Vent says, okay, I understand more now. Very good. I'm crunching up 3D Doritos in my feelings. Don't eat your feelings, the vent. I mean, enjoy the Doritos, but also feel your feelings. Don't push them down. That's why when we push them down with food, that's why they only ever come up with tequila and donuts. And in my case, pizza. Oh, pizza would be really good tonight, but I'm not doing that right now. Pizza's been not my friend. Okay, let's see. Diana. Give me some more context here, Celine. Help me understand what you're referring to there. Because it depending upon what's happening, the reality is, Celine, you still have to get, you still, if you have emotional needs that need to get met, Celine, they still have to get met some kind of way. Like I'm saying here to the vent stands for you too. Like you may still need to talk about it, even if that person's not ready. That doesn't mean don't talk about it. It may mean, you know, you need to have someone else hold the space for you while you get your feelings out. Maybe you need to have someone else do a role play with you so that you can have the experience of being met with that person, even if that person's not available. And it may, and the third option, mean that you need to ask that person, like, listen, this is a critical conversation for me and our connection. And our connection matters so much to me that, like, I'm not going to abandon it. I'm not going to leave it. And simultaneously, I want to be my best in it. And the only way I can really be my best in it is if I can understand some parts that I'm missing from you. Are you willing to talk to me at a later date? And when would be a good time for me to ask you if we can talk about this again? You don't have to put that later date on a calendar now. I just need to know when I can ask you to put that on the calendar. In a month, 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days. This matters to me, and being my best self with you matters to me. In order for me to do that, I know I need to be able to talk to you about this. I can't not talk to you about this. Because if we skip over this and I never get the chance to talk to you about this, here's what I know about me. And you fill in the blank about the way you move into shadow. I don't know how you do that, Celine, but you reveal that. Revealing that means I know about me. I'll shut down. This is, K Moon speaking about K Moon. I'll shut down. I'll make up stories that probably aren't true, that paint you in the worst light. I'm going to suspect horrible things about you. And when you decide you do want to talk to me, I'm going to have my guard up, a chip on my shoulder. I'm going to feel really entitled, and I'm going to feel like you owe me something. And you're not going to like the way I'm being with you, because you know what? I'm going to be a real fucking bitch. And I don't like being a real fucking bitch. That's not who I want to be. But I know if I can't have more communication with you about what's happened here, you're going to get the worst of me. And I love you too much to do that. This is me trying to protect our relationship. And you know better than I do what their triggers are, right? Like they may feel you're going to talk at them, talk over them, or abandon them, or blame them, or you need to reassure them that whatever they're probably afraid of and having the conversation, you're not going to do that when you make the request. But you know the person better than me, Celine. So yeah, that's how I would do that. The can I put you in my pocket? The vent says, you people, they're going in the taco, sis. Pizza ain't been my friend either. Where's Flower Forgiveness? Okay, Flower Forgiveness wants to talk about her son. You guys, thanks for hanging out. You guys are always an awesome, awesome group. I love the mini reading crew. Hanging out with you guys is so much fun for me. Okay, so Tyler, Indianapolis, Indiana. Let's get into it. You know, Flower and Forgiveness, I really saw it when you said that your daughter was born on the day of the Oklahoma City bombing. You know, truth is, I can't imagine what it might have been like being in the hospital, turning on the news, holding your newborn baby in your arms and seeing that kind of tragedy on earth. But where tragedy is unleashed, so too is miracle energy. And so I just, I encourage you to remember that day is the day a miracle got released here on earth through your daughter. And a healer came in at the same time healing was deeply needed. And remember it that way, more than the day of the tragedy. Okay. Let's talk about your son. Let's talk about Tyler. What's he need to know about his love life? Tyler, what you need to know? Your Tyler's an interesting bird. So he has the seventh house that is Aquarius governed. Let me go ahead and hit the timer so I don't go too far into the weeds. He has the Aquarius governed seventh house there. And with Aquarius on the seventh house cusp, it's Aquarius is always the unusual, the unique, the different, the thing that bucks tradition, that refuses to have things the way it's always been done, that always wants to do things its own way. I don't know if you remember on Sesame Street, one of these kids is doing his own thing. That's your son when it comes to love. Anyone who has the Aquarian seventh house has that kind of energy. So people with the Aquarian seventh house energy are known for things like wanting to experiment with all of the spectrum of polyamory. Frankly, I think it's better when they do it in the light rather than cheating and having multiple girlfriends and wives, or boyfriends and husbands all over the place. Some people with Aquarian energy do that. They do it in shadow. But when in love, they find that they just need to do it a different way. It's better to know that about oneself than to try to pressure oneself into being like other people. Because when we pressure ourselves into being like other people and it's just not who we are, that is when we tend to, unfortunately, we tend to go into that little shadow, we tend to do the shadow behaviors. And so the spectrum of polyamory, having multiple different relationships at different segments of life, 3 years, 7 years, 2 years, 10 years, not having just one settled or committed partner. Commitments where it's like, we're married, but we don't live together. We live together, but we're never getting married. We are a couple in a commitment, but we spend 6 months together and then 6 months apart. Or one of us, it's long distance, and long distance is the only way that it really works for us. Or, we it could also just be as simple as blended family material, right? Where it's like, um, I got a baby mama and you got a baby daddy, and we're coming together, and all of our kids are going to live under the same roof. And then we're going to make new kids. It's just ours. So it's like, all these different energies up in the relationship and in the house, like that kind of thing. They're forerunners on Aquarian seventh house people are forerunners on a new set of boundaries and rules for relationship. They could be completely committed, exclude like romantically and emotionally exclusive, and they're into like BDSM, or they both have affairs with the same sex sexually, but then not in, but they're heterosexually married to one another, but they allow each other to sleep with people of the same sex, but not people of the opposite sex. Like Aquarian seventh house people all over the show. They're always pushing the boundaries of what a relationship can look like. And so this is going to be a theme in your son's life, is finding his way to do relationships in a way that's not constricted by duty, obligation. That's the Capricorn seventh house. That's not restricted by tradition or monogamy. Again, that's Capricorn. Aquarian want freedom. They want to do things in a new way. They want to test the boundaries, stretch the limits of a thing, so they can have it in a way that allows them to be most themselves. So that's, it'll be really important for you, Diana, to get to a place where, listen, you're not in a place where you're looking down on that with him. Where you're not in a place where you're like, and like you bring to it a sense of zero shame, because unfortunately the Aquarian seventh house people, there's so much shame for that here, on planet Earth, right? Because we value the Capricorn seventh house. We value duty, obligation, commitment, long-term marriage, stability, exclusivity, monogamy, stay with the same person for all time, no matter what. There is a one and only one. And once you find it, you lock it down and you never leave. Like, that's just Aquarian. If you try to put an Aquarian seventh house in that, eventually they will get divorced, because it's just too stifling. So the more you can explore him, support him to explore what is true for him, and to be as honest and integritous about that with his partners in this lifetime, the healthier he is going to be with having healthy communication, beautiful relationships with other people who have healthy communication and who support his capacity to be the best him inside of relationships. Like I said, it could be as vanilla as two blended families coming together, right? But it could also run the entirety of the spectrum of different kinds of kink, poly, BDSM, non-monogamy kind of stuff as well. So yeah, all the fun skis. There is a divine purpose for all the humans under God's blue sky. He hasn't had a relationship in 4 years. He's hoping for love. I think it's coming. He needed to get past his Saturn moon period, and he's getting past that now. It's coming to a close. He'll be in a relationship soon, but he needs to be willing to have a kind of relationship that, allows him to be his full self and not just look for a relationship, which I think is probably also why he's been single, because he's been learning that about himself. He's been learning about himself that he can't just be in any kind of relationship to be in any kind of relationship. He needs to be in a relationship that's going to allow him to be his full uniqueness, be his truth, And as long as you can continue to encourage that for him as his mom, you're going to find that he'll be in a relationship soon. The Saturn moon period completely, you know, it dried things up. He had some things he needed to learn about who he was during the Saturn moon period. So, um, hey, Cookie. Okay, no problem. You can contact me for a private reading. You can always just book it through the website. In fact, I have some spaces available um, in March before we close the month, which is unusual for me to start a month and still have spaces available during that month. So this is a pretty fast time to get on my calendar. Oh, Crystal, you would be next. I don't have anybody else on the list. You would be next, beloved. Thank you, Shay, for the donation, sweetheart. That was really kind of you to send. Thank you for doing that. You didn't have to do that, but I definitely appreciate that you sent that donation. Okay, let me see what Celine said about the context here. Sorry for my late response. I had to replay what you've told me. That's so beautiful. You've mentioned everything. Okay, cool. I'm glad that I could give you something that was helpful for you, sweetie. All right. Let me catch up here. Whoever wants to get on the list, you can. The list is open. Kylie's pasted the information. You would be next. I'm just catching up on the chat. The vent says, yo, deadass, I was taken aback by what the tequila revealed, so I wanted to be mad sober in these combos. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Kay. I love you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope that what we talked about there was helpful. Good luck with it. I mean, it does sound like a reality TV show over at your job. Yes, ma'am. You told me that in my reading, and it sucked because it's 100% correct. Ooh, Stardust. I don't remember what I told you, but I hope that it's helpful. The event says, yes, Kay tries to do anything with the utmost integrity all the time. I do. Shay Israel says, I love that, Kay. Flower Forgiveness says, I love pizza. Yeah, I love the pizza too. The event says they go in the taco, sis. Yeah, the fillings can go in with some food, but anytime we put the fillings in with food, they always tend to come right on out with liquor. Pizza ain't been my friend either. Yeah, I get it. I put you in my pocket. You've been hanging out with me long enough, and you know where I get my information over there with Thais Gibson. Like, come on. You got the training. You got this. I ignored all of my life today because I wanted to do ratchet things with my friends on YouTube. I get it, the vent. I hope it's been healing to hang out with us. It's been wonderful to have you here. Oh, good. So, Flower and Forgiveness, you did tell her something beautiful came out of that day. Good. Crystal, I would love for you to take a peek at my birth chart. Yeah, just go ahead and drop your payment and I will do you next, Crystal. I will do your chart next. Okay. Cookie wants to do private reading. Taurus is here with you always. Thank you, Cookie. It's nice to hear from you, sweetheart. Yeah, big year for Taurus and for Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius. The fixed signs are getting it this year with Saturn and Uranus. Major changes. Major changes for you guys. Nalita says, I am an Aquarian 7th house. Nice to have this clarification. Oh, nice, Nalita. Yeah. Will Kay do a guided meditation? Yes, Cookie. It's on the agenda for this year. 2 guided meditations will get released this year. One about spiritual union and one about using like sexual energy when you're actually intimate with your person. And the other ones will be not meditations, but like affirmations for reprogramming the subconscious mind for different stages of the twin flame journey. I have one for separation, one for coming into union, one for the purification process, and then one for people who are clear that coming into union with their counterpart isn't what's possible or on the agenda at this time, and they need to let go and allow love in another way. So I have reprogramming for all four of those that's coming. So stay tuned. It's on the agenda. I just have a couple of one other thing I need to launch first, and then I'll be getting into that. Great question, Cookie. I knew you were intuitive. Cookie, I knew you were intuitive. Cookie, I should have you read for me. I should be asking you what's up. Okay, flower and forgiveness. Thank you. Every time you said BDSM, he giggled. Good. Good. Okay. The vent says I'm on my third taco. Oh, Crystal sent payment. Crystal, let me look. Let me look right now for you and confirm. Crystal, I got it, boo. What you want to know, baby cakes? Give me some chart information and let me know what I'm reading for you. Crystal Z. What kind of questions would I ask? Crystal, you can ask anything you would like about, just make sure it's specific, about love, relationship. Things you might ask are like, I'm thinking about a breakup, or someone and I are getting more serious. What do I need to know about them? Give me their chart details. Or, excuse me, might be like, I need some time to figure out why I'm like the way I am in relationship. Can you help me understand why I keep repeating this pattern in relationship? Or in the world of relationship, you could say, like, what's on deck for love this year? Or why was that year in the past so explosive in love for me? Or when's the next kind of big thing in love coming? You could ask kind of like, what boundaries do I need to work on when it comes to love and relationship? Or why do I always have, those kind of things. Work, it could be anything of the sort. I'm gonna eat grapes. Ah, yeah, it could in the world of work, Crystal. You could ask about, like, somebody asked earlier, like, I know I need to make money this year. Some people ask about promotions. Some people ask about launching projects or marketing plans, like when's a good time for that. Some people ask, like, I'm having money blocks, or I've always had this pattern with money in my lifetime, or at this moment in my life, I'm in a season of seeing this with money or that with work. What's that about? What's the lesson? How can I work with that? Or I always have this issue at work with my boss or my coworkers or with myself. And then I do this thing. Why do I do that? How can I overcome that pattern? It could be anything. Love, work. Sometimes people ask about health. They had the onset of a health issue at a certain time. They're looking for how to get it resolved, where to look at to get resolved, what kind of healing they need to do that would work for them. Sometimes it's not just physical health, it's mental health stuff too. People ask about that. People ask about their spiritual gifts. People ask about their purpose, what they bring to planet Earth. Like, you could literally ask about almost everything. I would like to know anything about my twin flame journey. Okay. All right. So hook me up with just a little bit of context, Crystal. Your question about your twin flame journey, like, what are you experiencing? What do you want to know about it? And then your date of birth or your person's date of birth. The only kind of questions I cannot really answer well with astrology are things like, well, what is this person thinking and feeling about me? What are they going to do about our connection? Are they awake? Do they know that we're twins? I can't do mind reading or all that kind of stuff. So I'm just not good at it. EL says, hi, Kay, love your content. So much has happened since my last reading with you. I've got to book another one soon. Oh, EL, I would love to talk to you. Let me know. Levent, I'm not doing union charts right now. I only do that inside the twin flame readings. But if you ask me about your person or about you and about things like in your twin flame journey, Crystal, you might have had the experience of like recognizing that you and your person have different communication styles, or when certain things happen in communication, certain patterns that happen, you want to understand their communication pattern. I do those, just not on the live mini readings. I only do those inside the one-on-ones where I in a twin flame or relationship reading. But Crystal, coming back to you, hun, like communication patterns, or if somebody shut down or went silent, we could look at that. We could look at, in your twin flame connection, kind of like, how are you built to give and receive love? How is your person built to give and receive love? That's all laid out there in your birth charts. You could ask about like, what are the current lessons on your side or their side at this time in the connection? So you can see if there's a mirror for you and your growth. All of that, all of that. So yeah, let me know what you're curious about, Crystal, and I'll let you know which chart I need birth details for to be able to read for you. You guys are a fun Wednesday group. Really fun. I've been having a ball with y'all. Okay, there's another crystal. Oh my God, there are 3 crystals in the chat. There's the vent, then there's crystal Z, and then there's crystal P. Hey, Crystal Aurelia. What's the purpose of all this? Okay. I know. Crystal, I know. I'm like, there's 3 crystals here. There's Crystal the Vent, Crystal A, Crystal Z. There's a lot of crystals going on here. I feel like I'm at like a crystal party. Okay, so to both crystals, Crystal Zobel and Crystal Aurelia, let me be Crystal Aurelia. I need you to be a little bit more specific. Purpose of all of what? Just what's your life purpose? I can totally look at that for you. If you just went through a job loss, tell me the date you lost the job, and I can tell you what the purpose of the job loss was. People have said, look, I had somebody ask me at the beginning of February, look, I lost my husband and my sister in the same week. What would have been the divine purpose of having both of them exit at the same time? She told me the week. I looked at the chart. I gave her the purpose. Be specific with me, and I will give you a high quality, specific answer. Crystal Zolbel, we're in separation. No problem, Crystal. No problem. Welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Purpose of the twin flame journey. Okay, got it. Crystal Aurelia, if you give me your birth details, which I think you did. Okay. I just need to know where you were born, Crystal Aurelia. Tell me where you were born so I can make the chart for you, doll. 4/28, 1985, 11:03 a.m. Yeah, you are Crystal G. And Crystal Zobel, I'm going to come back and work with you on your question so I can get you a quality reading, because I think the question that you're asking would be difficult for me to answer outside of the context of a full twin flame reading. And I want to make sure that I can give you the answer to, I want to give you an answerable question to work with that's satisfying for you. Yeah, that is a message for somebody. Maybe somebody needs to um you're what? Your mama was gonna name you Stan Lane? Wow. Stan Lane. Um, so yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that's a message. 3 crystals hanging out here in the chat. Maybe we all need to work with our crystals at this moment. Crystal work might be really useful. Providence, Rhode Island. Thank you. I was like, where is it? Rhode Island, Providence. Okay, let's pull this. So Crystal Z, hang on one second because I'm going to work with you on your question. Okay, sweetheart? Because I want to get you a question that I can answer really well for you. We're going to come right back for you. All right, Crystal A. The purpose of the twin flame journey. Okay. Crystal A. When did you and your person meet? Date and month, date, year, please. Okay. You did a meditation with Ariati yesterday. My crystal was vibrating in my hand. Wow, that's cool. Flower and forgiveness. The event says every message here today was for me. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, Celine, it was so good to see you here. Thank you for hanging out. I would love to read for you whenever you're ready. Yeah, New England and Texas are in the house today. So great to have you all here. Okay. You know what, Crystal Z, it might be useful then if I read your person's chart and just kind of confirm some of the lessons they might be working through right now. March 2015. Okay, got it. Crystal Z, it might be helpful if I read your person's chart and take a look for just what are the lessons that life is inviting them to now. And then that might validate for you some of what you're experiencing, but also validate for you some of your own lessons in the process through the mirroring. But let me know, Crystal Z, if that would be satisfying for you. Okay. I'm going to do Crystal A now, and then we'll jump in. Okay, Crystal A says purpose of us coming together. When I'm looking for the purpose of when two counterparts come together, I always look in the chart for two things. If you and I were sitting in a twin flame reading exclusively, Crystal, I would make a composite chart of you and your person, and I would look at you two's purpose together as a twin flame energy, what you're both bringing, regardless of if you either work together or not. But what I can see here from just one chart, because I can't do composites, that takes two charts. What I'm seeing here for the lesson and the connection for the time the two of you met, I've got in March of 2015, we had the North Node moving through Libra. Okay. North Node Libra in the third house. This is all about partnership energy, learning how to balance things out, needing to learn how to work together collaboratively, work together, bring equality and equal opportunity and equanimity to the relationship, learning how to be fair to one another. Whenever we're talking about Libra as the North Node, it's about learning how to give to the relationship, knowing that if you're giving to the relationship, it is in fact going to give back to you. And that's part of how you get your needs met, is by giving to the partnership. When the South Node transits through Aries, which it was doing at the time the two of you met, this is an energy of knowing how to be an individual, focus on yourself, put your own oxygen mask on first. All the kind of like classic twin flame rhetoric. You have to focus on yourself and only focus on yourself. Not so in your case, Crystal. In your case, part of what you're learning through this connection, especially with North Node, Libra, third house, what you're learning is the importance of staying in communication, not letting communication drop. And when communication drops, finding the ways to open it back up in balanced, fair ways. No blame, no like being curious about the other person, inviting them into the conversation, allowing the other person a lot of space in terms of communicating with you, and you taking up a lot of space in terms of communicating with them. With the South Node Aries at the time of your meeting, unfortunately, this is the kind of connection that would make it very easy for there to be a lot of like miscommunications, silence, not miscommunications, misunderstandings about communications. Because it's like communications can get sent, but I'm interpreting them in my way, and my way should be the way you're also interpreting it. And because you're not interpreting it my way, sometimes like I just think you're stupid. All of that nonsense and noise, right? And I'm not saying that you bring that nonsense to the table. I see you're probably a very good communicator. As I look at this, like you tend to be very clear, thoughtful about what you're saying before you say it, so that there are no misunderstandings or ways to misinterpret what you said. But, the purpose of the connection, as long as the two of you will be connected, the purpose of the connection for you, or at least the lesson in it, we can go much deeper into purpose in a private twin flame reading. But the lesson in the connection for you is learning how to stay balanced and fair in the communication and consistently bring in, invite your person into communication with you. With the South Node in Aries, it's just very easy for people to throw their communications out there. Well, I said what I said. Well, I said what I said. Okay. And then nothing else happens from there. There's like no negotiation. There's no back and forth with it. Each person's just focusing on getting themselves expressed. But with North Node and Libra, it's about seeking that kind of mutual understanding things from both sides for both people, not just you and not just them. And so as the connection continues to evolve, it's now in its 7th year. The more you can bring in tools around communication to support and facilitate opening up channels for communication, staying neutral and curious, making sure that communication remains ongoing, that it doesn't shut down, and that it's not one-sided, all you or all him or her expressing your feelings. The more you're able to do that and bring tools in that facilitate that, Crystal with an A, the more you'll be operating in the light in this connection and allowing the connection to operate and cultivate, develop at its fullest. It's a very beautiful North node to have met under. So there you go. That is your personal, what you and your person are supposed to be learning. And it's, don't get it mushed up in your brain with what everyone else is doing, because everyone else will be like, no, you're supposed to focus on yourself. In your case, Crystal, you are actually supposed to be focused on how to cultivate a good relationship, and bringing the right tools to the table for it. So hopefully that's helpful. Okay, so now we're back to Crystal Z. You'll have to let me know how that resonates based on what you've experienced in your connection. So to date, let me just double check payment app. Yes, keep me logged in, refresh. Okay, Nalita, I see you're on the list, baby cakes. I will add you. And then Crystal P, you also asked me, is it Leticia? Oh gosh. I have not kept up with this correctly. Okay. So after Leticia, we did Diana a second time. Crystal Z is who we're on now. Crystal P, we're going to do your tarot or oracle. Crystal P. We're going to do that. And then Nalita jumped on the list. Okay. Tarot, oracle, tarot, oracle, tarot, oracle. What is the purpose in her connection? I'm inclined to do light work or oracle for you. I hope that's okay. Ooh, that came out real fast. That's okay, the vent. Take your time. Take your time. Interesting. Maybe it's supposed to be tarot for you, because those cards aren't really clear cards, clear message cards. Yeah. It was short-lived and we didn't speak for 5 years. We started talking again in 2020 and now we haven't spoken in 9 months. Fascinating. Okay, so the cards that came out for you, Queen of Cups upright, Two of Wands reversed, 10 of Pentacles upright, bottom of the deck, Hanged Man. This is all from the Light Seers Tarot, so I don't know if you know that deck or not, but in case you wanted to get a visual of the cards and you have that deck, the Light Seers Tarot. Having a look at this, Queen of Cups upright. In this particular deck, this Queen of Cups talks about having a really open heart, being open and fluid emotionally, as opposed to emotionally shut down or repressed. Having that emotional heart and coming from a place of kind of like the higher level emotions, understanding that all emotions are just vibration, and sharing from a place of emotional congruence, as above, so below. This Two of Wands reversed in this deck, this Two of Wands in all decks, it talks about kind of looking toward the future, looking out to, kind of figuring out how can we get to a certain destination, that kind of thing. But this Two of Wands reversed instead, and then the 10 of Pentacles upright, honestly, and I put all of these together, this is really about speaking the truth of your heart without attachment to outcome. Now, I don't really know. It's interesting because it was all about a third house north node, which third house is the house of communication, but there's no communication here in these cards. Water is emotions. There's no swords card. The wands could also be communication, but the one wands card is reversed. And then there's 10 of pentacles. So my suspicion as I'm looking at this is that there's just been a lot of emotional repression in this connection. And that the not speaking of emotions it's really causing this to get a bit bogged down. That everyone's kind of keeping their emotions to themselves, and it's causing stagnancy in the connection. For a connection like this to grow with these kind of cards and what I just saw in your personal chart, this is about learning how to have the emotions of the heart without repressing them, having the emotions of the heart without needing someone else to validate and acknowledge them or justify them. Having the emotions of the heart and knowing that because you have them, that's enough. Like allowing them to run through the full process and emotional cycle is what I'm picking up here. Especially because with this 10 of Pentacles energy, I don't think you're standing in this alone emotionally. I don't know what the circumstance is. Let me see what you're saying here in a chat. In a book for sure, so we can go deeper in this whole thing. Yes, I would love to, but it's definitely a complicated situation. I'm familiar with that deck. Okay. It was short-lived. We didn't speak for 5 years, started talking again 2020. Now we haven't spoken in 9 months. Yeah. I mean, it would be easy for me to look at this and what you've said and this combination of things and just kind of be like, oh yeah, probably he's married, right? But there's something about holding the emotional space open and being in it congruently, not being in this like, okay, not being a lie really about I'm going to somehow make my feelings disappear, being the emotional truth of what it is and not holding on to hope about tomorrow, but instead being really clear about, look, my feelings are my feelings. I can't fix them and make them go away. Circumstance is what it is, but I'm not going to try and force my feelings onto you. I'm also not going to try to make my feelings different. I can only be the truth of my feelings in this circumstance. And from operating from that place of emotional congruency in the now, not Two of Wands reversed in the future, you do start to call forward and anchoring in the third dimension for this connection to have a future, to have potential. But it has to come by being emotionally congruent in the now with absolutely zero expectation. So hopefully that was helpful there, Crystal, with a K. Crystal with a C, Zobel. We're coming back to you, baby cakes. I kind of know where he is at, thanks to Allie's tarot. Okay, yeah, she's good, right? My intuition and synchronization's good. So you're recognizing you're intuitive about this. I'm also really interested in what my chart says. Do you think I would be better off doing a private read? Only if you don't want me to talk to you the way I've talked to everyone so far. And I was only hard with the vent because the vent and I know each other. Like we've been kind of hanging out for a couple years now, but doing this in this format. But if you want me to look at your chart, I can look at your chart for you. I just need a specific question. And I'm glad we got to the bottom of it, Crystal Z, that you feel like you know where he's at. You don't necessarily need me to look at that. Some people do need me to look at that. Like they don't know kind of what the mirroring lessons and the energies are, and that's fine too. But yeah, Crystal Z, if you want me to look at your chart, just put in your birth details and I will pull it up, baby cakes. I would be happy to look at your chart. Unless, of course, you're like, no, actually, I don't want you to talk to me publicly about my chart. And that's okay too. Some people put in their birth details very quickly And they're like, just don't show my chart. Just talk to me about what you see. I've seen that happen before where people are like, I don't want my public information on the internet. So they very quickly tell me what their birth details are, delete it. And then I read without sharing screen. So that's an option for you as well. Like I said, I just need the birth details in the question, Crystal Z. Excited to read for you. I have no idea, Shay Israel. I've never heard of an Adiati crystal. Did you Google it, Shay Israel? See if you can Google it. See what comes. Flower and forgiveness. No, Aditi is a medium I met through Charlotte. Oh, Aditi. Okay. Yeah, you did a meditation with Aditi. She's great. Crystal Aurelia says, what happened with us wasn't supposed to. I think we've both tried to deny ourselves so we don't rock the boat. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Well, your reading talked about emotional congruence there. So, to the degree that you are able to pull that emotional congruence out and just be real, just be real. Nobody's saying you need to go over there and like drag him out his house and demand that he face your feelings like a man. That's not it. You just need to face your feelings. That's your lesson and the purpose of this. Yes, always many things. Use 2K. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, so hit me with your birth details, Crystal with a Z. Nelida, I'm gonna do you after I do Crystal Z. Okay. And then it'll go Crystal Z, Nelida. And then if anybody wants to jump on the list, you can. Crystal Aurelia. Nope. It's not how this works, as much as we wish. Right? Come out here and face my feelings. I demand you face my feelings. I had trail mix and I'm about to move on to animal crackers. The vent, maybe it might be nice to also, while you're noshing on the animal crackers and the trail mix, to just pull out your journal and just write down some of what you're feeling right now. Like just write down what happened and what it made you feel at each stage of what happened. Might be nice way to witness yourself and give to yourself while you're also nurturing yourself with some trail mix and some grapes and some tacos and some animal crackers. Sometimes I wish I could send you all photos. Yeah, I totally get it. I'm not hearing from Crystal Z. Maybe she went away. Nelida, are you still here? It's not that the event, but I mean, I know that pattern, that the emotional eating pattern. From having been a health coach, from having been an emotional eater as well. And like you don't have to not eat, but try and eat and also hug yourself with some language for your feelings at the same time. All right. Oh, there she is. Crystal Z. Let me put it in. 22787. Awesome. 1987. Burlington, Vermont. Okay, see, we're having a hard time with this today. That's all right. 12:07 a.m. Yes, that helps a lot, Crystal. So based on your chart, which is the information I've been listening while at the gym. Oh, nice. Okay. Very nice. Listen, I'm gonna need you to do lift some weights, maybe do some squats for me, Crystal Z. My little tushy could use some squat love right now, and I have not been providing it. Um, but I won't ask you to do cardio. I hate cardio, but hey, if you can do it, then hey, do some cardio for me to get it in for me. Take one for the team, Crystal Z. Um, Having been a zookeeper, I have, but I think that's probably why I have not been a zookeeper, but I think that's why I've been going through. I think that's why my life looked the way it looked, so that on this side of my life, I'd have the ability to provide guidance for people. Like God placed me in different circumstances, and I soul contracted to be in multiple different circumstances throughout life so that I'd have the capacity to serve. Um, um, yeah, be able to serve and relate to people in all kinds of different circumstances. Um, yes, Shell, I am. Go ahead, jump on the list, baby girl. If you want to be on the list, I'm gonna do Nalita. Well, I'm gonna do Chris. I mean, I'm not doing anybody. That sounds wrong. I am going to read for Crystal Z, Nalita, and then Shell. If you want me to read your chart, I will read for you. I keep living, girl. I keep living the vent. So I have no idea based on your chart when this man is going to open up to you. That's one thing I can't predict because that's a free will thing. And twins have a higher quotient of free will than other people. There's something about having twin flame activated energy that allows you to bend life in the way that you want it to bend and override and rewrite certain things in real time in a way that the mere human just doesn't have the ability to. There's just more God quotient awake within you and access to your power crystal. So just based on your chart alone, if I were to look at this and take a wild guess about what, you know, could be happening. I mean, I certainly see a communication period opened up in 2021. I'm not sure what happened where there would not have been communication. Based on your chart, I certainly might have a better sense if I had his chart, but that's a different reading. You said you're really good with knowing where things are at between the two of you because of the way you've been looking at things with Allie and your own intuition and other places. So switching gears to look at really what's pertinent for you in connection at this time, Crystal Z, what I'm seeing as major lessons, major growth, major work for you personally. You've got this Chiron transit to your North Node, and that's really significant. We've also got ruler of your, okay, yeah, we've also got this major stellium on top of the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership. Um, and let me just see. Happy birthday, Crystal Z, by the way. I'm seeing it's your birthday here, sweetheart. Now, what is this in your first house? You have a lot going on there in the first house. Let me just see if I can get a sense of it. Oh, okay. It's just Saturn. Interesting. It's okay. Got it. So when I'm looking at this, this is really talking to me about, um, and Neptune is not, oh, thank God. What's interesting about this for you, Crystal Z, is I'm seeing you go through a period of time where you're more open than you've had ability to be in a long time. One of the challenging things about this moment in time for you is this Saturn transit to your moon and this Chiron transit to your north node. If I had to say anything, even without looking at his chart, the part of the reason you guys is in separation right now, or maybe not even communicating right now, has nothing to do with him on his side. When Saturn comes and approaches your moon and sits on top of it the way it is, it takes you out of the game with other people because Saturn has some work it wants to do with you exclusively. So it essentially puts us in timeout. And it says, no more loving, no more being with other people, no more dealing with out there until you and me deal with some things in here. And what Saturn's asking you to deal with personally, moon third house is mind, mindset, communication, thought forms, thought processes, paradigms. Saturn is the reconstructor, deconstructor, the restorer of integrity, the separator. When Saturn comes to sit on top of your moon, it's one of the most difficult periods of a person's life. But what comes of it, what Saturn's trying to do is, in your case specifically, third house sun, strip you, disabuse you of, remove from your world any concepts, constructs, mental mind, like paradigms, mindsets, communication styles, behaviors, and habits, thought behaviors and habits that are stopping you from being the best expression of your soul at this time. Now, historically, from ancient astrologers, Vedic astrologers up until now, anytime Saturn is talking to a person's natal moon, it is a time period that is notorious for bringing major problems in the world of relationship, breakups, divorce, death and endings, people cheating on you. You get married under a transit like this, the marriage tends to always somehow end or go sideways or awry, which is why I'm saying this to you just based on your chart alone. You know, it may feel like the separation is somehow, some way due to things that may be happening in their world, choices they have made, ways they are behaving. Sometimes they're given those choices and those behaviors specifically because life, the universe, the planets, God, call it what you want, has an agenda and a plan for you that does not include them at this time. And because he is not included at this time, it lends itself to, because there is a divine purpose for everything. There's no transit wasted. There's nothing that is going without use here. Because there's this divine purpose for the separation on your side of things, what I'm really seeing is Saturn's trying to work hard with you to clean up the way you're thinking and feeling at this time, the way you're thinking and communicating at this time, so that when the time comes around for love to resurface in your world, deeper connection to happen, you can't even be with him in the same way because you're not even the same person you were before this whole thing got started. It's such a major cleanup that's going on at this time for you, where it's forcing it's like, it would be like taking out the entire operating system of your computer and installing a new operating system. And during that time, the computer is not available for use. And so because it's not available for use in the love sense, moon rules our emotions. Trust that these upgrades that are happening for you at this time, bringing forward some of your wounds, forcing you to deal with those. Chiron conjunct your north node. No accident you're attracted to Allie's tarot, right? She really hones in on these things. This is really his separation from you, is, we could almost say, for the divine purpose of allowing you to get upgraded at this time, Crystal. Okay. Um, and so the when he might open up communication, I don't know. I see communication during this period of time having the potential to be ongoing, but Saturn's not going to be done with you for another 2 years. You are mid transit this year. And take heart, because this is a 7.5 year transit and you are most of the way through it already. This is why some of the last several years have been, I see the difficulty. They've been hard, really hard. Like post Saturn return, you probably thought you were done with some of the difficulties. And then it just got harder. You're going to come through this on the other side, such an up-leveled woman with such deep capacity for incredible thought and communication and ability to hold space for and understand things in a deeper, richer way and be more deeply connected and have like what was open-minded to you 2 years ago is going to be open-minded in a completely different way 2 years from now. It's that kind of upgrade where you walk in one person, you walk out a different human. And so the separation, communication might be touch and go, but I can tell you looking at this, it is with purpose. It's not an accident, and that it's not happening to you. It is definitely happening for you and through you. And you will come through this on the other side with a way better way to be connected with this human that you love so much. All right, Crystal. So, yeah, we put that focus there for you specifically because you said you felt really good, like you knew what was going on with him. And without looking at his chart, which we can do if you decide you want to do a twin flame reading, right? You want to go and look at his chart, your chart, look at the connections chart, see what the cycles are that are overlapping and the mirrors, all of that. We can do that in a twin flame reading. But this little segment of time, we got the illumination for you since you felt like you were really clear about him. Okay. Let me log back into my payment app. Nalita, you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you, Crystal. Difficult time, but I mean, some people are really thriving who have the Aquarius moon because Saturn is anciently governed Aquarius. I have met some people who are really thriving with their Saturn moon transit through that. So you'll have to let me know how it resonates for you. Definitely a big transit of transformation for you. And like I said, you are most of the way through it, Crystal Z. I see here you have pulled the Oracle Tarot thing. So let me just pull some tarot for you. Just so you guys know, after this, I'm going to read for Nalida. And then on the list, I have Talene B, my regular. Love seeing you, Talene. How are you, sweetheart? I have Susan I. And then I also have Michelle B. Michelle B, I take it you want to do you paid 30, but I have nothing on offer for 30. So I'm taking the extra 5 then as a tip for the 25 reading, okay? Unless you want to add to create the appropriate payment required for the tarot pull, okay? Okay, so where's Crystal? Is she here? Okay, Crystal is her birthday reading. What messages can you share with us about her twin connection? She would like to know about communication. Let me just shuffle these the other way. Okay, cool, Shell. Sometimes people don't want a tip. Sometimes they expect me to do tricks for free. So I got to be clear about my boundaries. Thank you, Shell. I appreciate you being clear. I definitely appreciate you being clear. Some people are like, no, girl, it's a pay what I want and you're going to do what I want you to do. And I have to remind them it doesn't work that way. Okay, so messages for our dear Crystal about her twin flame connection. She'd love communication. What do you want her to know? Too many cards, too many cards, too many cards. Right, that's right. Crystal's in the gym. That's right. I forgot you were in the gym. She's doing our squats. Maybe not your squats. You went to the gym like a good person, the vent. Okay. Very hard. I went through a divorce and I became a single mom of two, but I've been on the other side for about a year and a half now. That is a very hard Saturn moon transit. I'm so sorry. Okay, now we have cards we can work with. They flew out all at once. Okay, Ace of Wands upright. Just so Crystal Zobel, just so you know, I'm using the Light Workers or the Light Seers Tarot. Ace of Wands upright, Seven of Pentacles upright, and the third energy came out on its own, but it's two cards. Five of Wands reversed, the Wheel upright. And I asked about like just what can she know about her connection at this time. Even though there may be no communication, this connection is still very active with this Ace of Wands energy in the spiritual dimensions. Normally, the wand suit talks about fire energy. Fire energy is spirit. Water is emotion, right? That would be the suit of cups. Earth is the third dimension. It's money, the physical form, the body, all that, right? So this Ace of Wands is telling me that this connection, even though there may not be communication, even though there may be separation, this is very active energy for you. And for your person, it's mutual energy. I asked about the connection itself, not him, not you. So the mutual energy is that this is definitely still very spiritually active. And part of the way that I can see that as well is the Seven of Pentacles came out right after it. And in this deck, the Seven of Pentacles talks about being able to see deeper roots and no fruits on the tree that you have planted. We ain't got no flowers yet. We barely got leaves. But there's more going on in the root system than there is going on in the fruits. And that's the way you want it to be. Because if people start adding and trying to get fruit out of a tree, but they haven't built the roots, that tree falls over every single time. And it's what you're doing, what you're going through, whatever your person's going through. We didn't get a chance to look at their chart today. You can book over at K Moon Astro. They just pasted the links for you. Thanks, mods. What we're looking at here is that this has been percolating in the silence. It's been percolating energetically, even though you guys haven't been communicating, you're not talking, that kind of thing. With the Five of Wands reversed and the Wheel upright, this lets us know that not just you, but also your person, the connection itself is coming out of an energy of strife and internal turmoil and conflict, and moving into the Wheel of Fortune upright energy, which is, it is new beginning. It's moving in a positive direction. It's coming to a place of a new cycle opening up between the two of you. You just need to continue to allow the spiritual process to take its place. You know, that saying, a watched pot never boils. You know, watched trees never bloom either. And so there is that kind of like need to honor the fact that, you know, this is a process. The process is unfolding in real time. It hasn't stopped. It's not going anywhere. And that you're doing the right things, you know. Trust the process that life is leading you on to get you to where you want to go. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. I hope that was helpful for you. You can definitely book a private reading over on the website, kmoonastro.com. I mean, anybody can. if you want to go deeper on anything. That way I can look at both charts, hear your context, know if you're using the energies and they're using the energies in the light and the shadow, and help you understand what's going to come from a predictive place based on how you're using the energies. Okay. Nalita, it's your turn. Nalita. Okay. Then we're going to do Talene, then Susan, and then Shell. Okay. Yay. Okay. Miss Nalita. Awesome. Cabo, Cape Verde, Mindelo. Ooh, another March baby. Happy birthday, Nalita. Happy birthday, happy birthday. What are my birth gifts? Oh, that's a great questions. Thanks again. I have to tend to the show. You're welcome, Crystal A. You're very welcome. I want to use them to align with my spiritual journey and find my professional satisfaction. I'm a financial analyst. Okay. And I always feel like I'm missing something professionally speaking. Well, rather yes and no. I mean, you do have the Taurus midheaven. And anytime I see Taurus up there at the midheaven spot on, thank you. You're welcome, Crystal Z. I'm glad that was helpful. Or at least spot on for you. Just Crystal, the only thing it just keeps popping up. I just keep feeling the urge to remind you, Crystal Z, trust the process, trust the unfoldment. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean, it's not growing. That Seven of Pentacles is a growth card in the deck that I'm using. So you just really need to trust that the unfoldment is happening, and the spiritual transformational work you're putting in is in fact shifting the way the connection itself can unfold in the third dimension. So just keep going, keep trusting it. Okay, back to Nalita. Let me reset your timer, Nalita. So not really missing something. You're probably just ready for an upgrade. Taurus at the midheaven gives a person Taurus at the midheaven, Scorpio at the midheaven, Venus or Pluto in combination at the midheaven lend themselves to one of the many things it can lend itself to is working with money and being good in working with money, especially because you have the money sign in the house of other people's money. That's house 8. From a perspective of, look, life takes all kinds in order to make it work. Not all of us are meant to be out here, laying hands on people and making them rise from the dead, right? Not everyone's meant to be a reader. Having the capacity to do good work with money in a world where it is a money bound system for survival actually is a spiritual gift. And I do see here that for you, you probably have risen up the ranks in your job, because I see here as an analyst, sometimes you just have the hunch that there are certain things you need to look at, certain pieces you need to put together, certain connections that get made in your brain, certain things you need to double check that come to you intuitively that other people do not have. And it would be to say that some spiritual gifts are better than others, to say that that's not a gift. It would be to deny that that's a gift. And it's untrue. That's false. You certainly have that ability. I don't, part of, I mean, watching the rest of the world go through this big, like massive awakening, and people quit their jobs and they become tarot readers on YouTube or whatever. I don't know what people be out here doing, but it can make you feel like maybe I'm missing something, because you have kind of stepped into your path in a way that is pretty direct and straightforward at a very early age, Melita. Now, if you wanted to express this in other ways, here are some options. And I'm just making sure that I validate the path that you're on, because sometimes I can see in a chart, if you came to me and you were like, yeah, girl, I'm out here and I'm really unsatisfied and I'm a journalist, I'd be like, yeah, because you're on the wrong path. But you're not. This is a wonderful, being a financial analyst is a wonderful expression of precisely the blueprint of success that's in your chart, and your intuitive ability with those numbers and what you look at and how you put pieces together and how you put reporting together. Let me put it a different way. You have an intuitive ability that you are using numerically that other people do not have. And it's important to not discount that that is a gifting, to be able to do that, and to recognize that you are using intuition and that has elevated you in your career in ways that other people haven't. Now, other expressions of this is a gift if you wanted to do so. If you wanted to go into the world of like sports medicine or somatic experiencing, where people are moving and processing emotions through the physical body, if you wanted to help people move, Nalita, and I am great at it. Yeah, girl, I can tell. Like, shoot, let me come up with some money for you to manage. I know you would make my money grow. I see you also have that ability within you. Like you're a really smart investor. You could teach people how to be smart investors, or you would be a phenomenal Nalita money manager if you wanted to be. Interestingly enough, you could, at the crossroads of this and more spirituality, if you wanted to take it there, would be you'd be the kind of person that could put together, like start your own fund and make it like a clean living, green living, a humanitarian kind of fund that only invests in uh, ETFs or like invest in things that are good for the planet and good for people. And you call it like the People Planet Fund. And you would have an incredible nose for finding, the right kind of things to invest in at exactly the right time to get that return on investment in a way that didn't compromise people's moral values, just to be able to grow their wealth here on planet Earth. Certainly wealth management, but doing so from a spiritual place where you're helping people make spirit investments that are aligned with their spiritual truths. That's definitely an emerging niche, and spiritually aligned for them. That for you, like, honey, like there's huge opportunity for that. And it would allow you the opportunity to expand spiritually while leveraging the gift that you innately have, but certainly have added skill and talent too. Like I said, you could do sports medicine, you could do something with the body, helping people process emotions through the body. But if you think you're going to be out here like, oh, and now I will, you could do some sort of hands-on healing, but I'm going to be honest, day after day in a dark room with soothing spa music, with client after client who just wants you to put their hands on them and move the energy so they can feel better. Even if you got trained as a medical intuitive, which I don't see you finding particularly interesting, I see you getting bored. Um, You could. Medical intuition is something that is available to you. I see that here in your chart as well. If you wanted to train at medical intuition, you could certainly do that and you'd be very good at it. But yeah, listen, ain't no shame. There's nothing not spiritual about being good at money. Um, because the system the controllers have put here on this planet is one that you cannot survive without it, Nalita. It's really imperative to be kind to yourself about being a spiritual being, having the human experience of being good at it. like we need people who are good at it, who have a conscience, who have a moral compass. We cannot leave all of the financial playground to people who are thieves, immoral, have no conscience, and who are basically garbage human beings. We cannot leave it all to them. We need people like you to exist in that space. So I encourage you to take heart and take pride in the way that you are using you have an intuition about numbers that people who work below you do not have, Nalita. And to recognize that, yeah, that's intuition that got me this. It is not the fact that I just logicked something out. There are certain moments where things pop into your brain to look at, to look for, to ask about, to double check. And that's you, girl. That's all your gift. Okay. It's not even Sue's question, the vent. It's Talene's question. Talene, baby cakes, let me get your question. We're going to go Talene, then we're going to go Susan, then we're going to go Shell. I would get bored, been there. Yeah, I had a feeling. Don't compare yourself externally and get FOMO for people having experiences that you know you don't even, it wouldn't even be fun for you. It wouldn't even be fun. If you know you hate singing and you find it cringy when people sing out of tune, but all your friends, let's not even say your friends, your neighbors are going karaokeing, are you going to force yourself to go karaokeing because all your neighbors are going? And when you hate singing and it makes you want to vomit when people sing out of tune, like do not do that to yourself. Do not. That's not fair to you. Okay. 1985. 1051. Talene, my longtime lover here. I always see you here. So nice to reconnect. River, I haven't looked. Let me do Talene's and then I'll go back and check. Okay, sweetheart? Let me do Talene's and I'll go right back and check, see what's going on in the payment apps. Okay. What is my purpose in life? Work or career related this time? Haha. Okay, just in general, maybe related to my gifts. Thank you. Now, Miss Celine, we have talked about this. I love how you want to pay me to repeat things to you. It's endearing. I love your money. Thank you. Money's green, it spins the same. But I'm calling you out because I've told you this already. Use a badass entrepreneur, baby girl. Like you have some things you're meant to create and put in the world that has a lot to do with showing people how to rise and grind, how to go after their dreams, how to stand up for their ambitions, how to move forward in the realm of creatorship and not doubt themselves, not second guess themselves, not hold themselves back because of what other people are doing, but to have faith in themselves. I always have defined ambition as that place where your soul meets your ego and tells you how far you can go in this lifetime. Aries is the sign of ambition. Mars is the planet of ambition. With that Mars ruled 10th house of your career, and Mars being out here in the house of wish fulfillment and the sign of friends and the sign of communication. This is all about finding your way into starting that business that allows you to really lean into what it is you want. And with the Aries midheaven, the Leo rising, Mars in the 11th, honey, like your purpose is to show people that no matter what they want, they can have it. Talene, if you told me what you wanted to do is actually create a monthly zebra parade in your town where every new moon, the zebras walk down the street at midnight. But if people wanted to see the parade, they had to pay you money and they would get special snacks with this. And it would be a family event. And the town would become known for the zebra parades at midnight. Girl, you would be a millionaire at that. I am telling you, Talene, I don't care if you decided you wanted to share, like sell hairy ass shaving kits. You'd be a millionaire at that. I don't care what you want, but you need to figure out what you want. That's the ego part, and build it. Anything you build, you have one of the best problems to have in your natal chart. And that's the golden touch problem. Anything you touch, Talene, turns to gold, sweetheart. You just need to decide what you want to touch, because part of your living here on earth is meant to demonstrate to other people their creatorship abilities, their capacity to say they want it and go get it, say they want it and go create it. That's zebra parade. You're giving me ideas. There you go, baby girl. So this is the deal with you and your chart. It gives you this kind of like, like you're in the way that the chart we just read was very specific about gifting around money. Yours doesn't have that kind of specificity. The specificity that yours has is particularly about being a spokesperson, a role model, a leader in the world of ambition, and showing people what you work for, you will create. You need to speak it into existence and you can have it. It's that kind of leadership that you're meant to provide to other people. But in order to get there, you're going to have to quit this retail job, decide on a business, and get to work, hun. I've already told you this, that you're going to have to decide that you can do it, you can create it, and not let people talk you out of it. Just because they don't see the vision doesn't mean you can't create it. Okay. You have this Mercury and Mars in mutual reception in your chart. They support each other wonderfully between 10th house and 11th house there. This gives you this beautiful energy of, if I speak it, if I dare put the words in my mouth, world, you better watch out, because it is about to go down. You just need to make the decision to lean. That's what you're supposed to be here on this planet, is the role model that if you decide you want it and you speak it into existence, you can have it. And that is what you bring to the earthlings, is you remind them of the power of their creatorship abilities, that they are not subject to what other people say that they have to do. They're not subject to family obligation. They're not beholden by what they did yesterday. If they wake up tomorrow and decide they want to sell seashells by the seashore, Talene will show them, yep, you can do that too. You can have that too. I did it. If I did it, you can do it. That's your purpose and your gifting here. Okay. Miss Talene, when you gonna quit that job? When you gonna quit that job up there in Canada? I want to know. I want to see you quit that job and start something. Sue, it's your turn. You may just be behind, sweetheart. It's okay if you needed to hear it. I love your money. You keep giving me money. I'm going to keep telling you. I'm going to keep telling you you can do it, girl. I believe in you. Sue Erie, it is your turn, beloved. I don't want to see no emojis with monkeys covering their eyes. I want to see resignation letters to lean. That's what I want to see. After we do Sue, I'm going to do Michelle. Let me double check what's going on in this app. River said she made a payment. Okay. 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 River. Aw, River. Thanks for the tip, baby cakes. I appreciate that. It's always nice to receive tips from my peoples. Okay. Sue, Michelle, River, Erica G. Okay. Oh, also, okay. Yeah, Sue, you may be a little bit behind. That's all, Sue. It's okay. Oh, River, that's sweet. Thank you for my tips. Tips are always appreciated. Cute little lamb. Oh, wait. I'm glad. Oh, Shiloh, thank you for saying that. I appreciate hearing that. Okay, let me Sue chat and trigger follow if you can remind me people what they need to get the reading as well as what you need with time. The chat would be really helpful. I thought you posted your stuff. You did, Sue. I know box patterns I need to work through to prepare for you, and I haven't met my person yet. No problem, Sue. Let's get into it. Sue is in Brooklyn, New York. And born in rather June 21st, 1973, 5:45 a.m. Damn, I just had a weird deja vu thing, and I swear whoa, where did I hear that? Hang on a second, guys. Let me get some water. So crazy. I don't know if I dreamt this or if somebody said it somewhere on YouTube. If you guys have heard this on YouTube, let me know. Somebody was saying to me, and I think I might have dreamt it. Sometimes I have weird dreams like this. If nuclear weapons do end up getting used during this conflict, it has the potential to shift Earth's placement in the solar system, like move it off of where it's at. It'll move. Earth is currently at certain coordinates in the solar system, but it would shift Earth off of its current coordinates. For whatever reason, that would not be a good thing. In addition to nuclear things being a bad thing. Has anyone else heard that? Is that just me? Am I crazy? Let me share a screen. Okay. Maybe I dreamt that. Sometimes things like that do come in for me, but maybe I heard it somewhere too. Okay. Oh, okay, cute little lamb. Thank you. Cute little lamb. Okay, Sue, what do you need to do to prepare for union? Let's get it, girl. Um, I'm looking. Well, for right now, the big thing for you is you have some things to do career wise. I don't know what's going on with you career wise. Um, Sue, this is telling me you're going through a period of time of massive career expansion and opportunity. And that's in the schedule of events, like what happens, the timing of when it happens, and like where the focus is supposed to be at different times. And the schedule of events, it looks like money and career expansion happens now and this year. And as soon as those things are locked in next year, right after that, love comes in. Jupiter gets into Taurus. It harmoniously aspects your seventh house of committed partnership. Unfortunately, you'll have a Saturn transit to your moon at that time. Um, I don't know if you're in a relationship and need to get divorced, but that's a possibility with this. Um, but if you need to get a divorce, handle that. If you're not happy in the marriage you're in, and you're clear that you can't find the configuration that works for you and makes you and your person happy. Um, but this is telling me that you go through a period of time of like you went through a period of like relationship ending. Then the next thing on the chapter list is work opening, work up levels, money upgrades, financial sovereignty, bigger visibility in work, opening up things work wise. And then as soon as that's done, Sue, then love comes in. And that's the sequence of events here. In order to be ready for when the love piece comes in, you need to have the work thing sorted and out of the way. You need to be in a comfortable place career wise. So I don't know if you're looking for a job, jockeying for a raise, preparing yourself for a promotion, launching a business and need to create stability in the income, whatever the circumstances, now, this year and next year, these are the years to finalize it, to get that good and locked in. That's the work for right this minute. And as soon as that's done, as soon as the work things happen, then let me give you the date for when the love chapter reopens for you from a timing perspective. Love chapter reopens. You still got great money and career stuff. That continues to build into this time next year. Um, hmm. Boom. And then by the holidays next year, the love chapter opens up fully. And that chapter, the love chapter for you, continues to stay open. So you got 2 years on work this year and next year. And then I think you get 2 years on love. Mm-hmm. Yep. The love chapter goes well into, oh, yeah. It goes well into 2025. So it's like a 3-year transit of just good thing after good thing after good thing presenting in love. But what's supposed to be happening right now, so that when the love stuff happens, you're not in the wrong location, scrambling about your money, trying to figure out work wise what you're going to do, not able to go out because financially you're hemmed up. So, like, what's supposed to be happening right now is you up leveling in the world of work big time, getting more money, getting a promotion, opening up, um, the opportunity for, um, launching that business, expanding your customer base, whatever it is you're trying to do work wise, at this time, double down on it. Give it 100% of your focus, because you will not see work and money energy like this for another 12 years. This energy can take you so very far, Sue, and really put you on the map in whatever it is you're trying to do work wise. And then as soon as you're settled, established at whatever that next level is, you can coast. Financially, you're secure. Work wise, you're stable. It's like you can take your foot off the gas and then you can start. And then the love chapter opens, and it's this 3-year beautiful window of like multiple opportunities, beautiful people, better quality people than you would meet if you tried to meet people now. You may notice people are very emotionally unavailable. You may notice that people aren't doing a great job at following through. They're really flaky at this time. And it's all because it's just not the right time, not yet. But let's dig into this a little deeper for you, since you got the tarot pull, and just see what are the lessons of the now time for Sue that prepare her for this love transit that's coming. This 3-year love transit. Lessons of the now time. Ooh, I like it. I really like this. Okay. Yeah, makes all the sense. Okay. 2 of Cups upright, 8 of Cups reverse, the Hierophant reverse. This is from the Rider-Waite Tarot. This is talking to me specifically in terms of preparation, holding the vibration and frequency of love, letting go of past disappointments in love, like not, getting out of that energy of what you lost. Because I certainly see it there in your chart. The last 4 or 5 years in love would have been a bit of a doozy, hun. I saw that. And it's important to not let the energy of, but I need a relationship to occur to get out of that energy, or I want a relationship to prove to myself that I'm still viable, I'm getting old, or whatever stories you might have about time, especially with the Hierophant reversed. Yeah. Whatever stories you have about time and that are affiliated with pain from the past and love, right? This is about giving up the idea that there could be, how do I want to put this? Two things. The messages are coming through a lot, and I'm trying to get them all to come out of my mouth. There's this thing that what ended before was supposed to end because it was the right time for it to end. There is something else in the future, but this time right now is not that time. The time right now is for something else entirely. And the time right now is going to help you. Doing the things you're doing in the work world are really going to help you get over some of the way the confidence that you may have had in love before got robbed of you with the losses of the last 5 years. Some of the confidence that you may have had in love has certainly taken a hit. You certainly have a belief in it showing up here today, asking that question. And this 2 of Cups upright at the beginning of the read is really saying you need to continue to believe in it, but trust that when the time will come, it will come. Just like when it was time for that relationship to end, it ended. And just like right now, because it's the time to work on work things are actually unfolding for you. Opportunities are in front of you. And so it's a matter of allowing, our favorite subject in school may have been like in 6th period. Maybe that was, whatever your favorite subject was, But in order to get to 6th period, you also have to go through 1st period, 2nd period, 3rd period, which really blows. 3rd period is the worst period. Then you got to go through 4th period, then lunch, then you have 5th period, and then you can get to 6th period, right? And so this is about really allowing yourself to understand that, sometimes when things end, it's because it's time for them to end. 4th period's done. It ended. it wasn't as bad as third period, but it's over. Now we have lunch. Lunch is all good. Focus on what there is to eat at lunch. Be social with the people at lunch. Know that sixth period is coming after fifth period, but you got to go through fifth period first. Be in fifth period. Be present with fifth period. You will get to sixth period again. Okay. That's kind of what this is talking to me about. Have that open heart, no expectations, be focused on the work pieces for now, because that's what the now time is asking you to do, Susan. Hey, Shell, it's your turn, sweetheart. Let's do your chart. Let me go back into the payment app and see what's what. After we have Shell, we have River, and then we have Cute Little Lamb. Okay. The list is open. If anybody wants to jump on it, you can. Okay, Shell says November 14th. Let's see. Ooh, Canada's in the house today. $11, $14, $19.72, $1:14 a.m. Yes, the Scorpios are in the house too. All right, let's see what's what, Shell. Let me go ahead and share the screen for you. How do I need to prepare for what is coming towards me this year? Great question. Let's see what's what. Okay, Shell. So you're in the Saturn moon period, which it's hard. You're welcome, Sue. The Saturn moon period is hard. But you're almost through it, which I like to see. You're most of the way through it. You've only got another couple years. It's a 7-year transit. You're 5 years in. So I like this. The hardest parts are what's already happened and what might be happening now. I don't see it getting any harder. I see from here things get easier. So whatever the difficulty was, there was the pandemic, yes, and it's ongoing. And there has been, the challenges of the post-pandemic 2021. Yes. Which it may have presented actually for you some health challenges that you needed to work through. So continue to work through resolving the health challenges. That's kind of the main thing. Second thing is there's some mindsets and mental constructs that you're needing to the vent. Oh my God, girl, you need to have a comedy act. I would come see you live. But yes, the Saturn moon transit is a bit like Suge Knight. It is exactly that. In your case, what the Saturn moon transit is trying to do for you, Shell, is clean up some of the mind body connection that may cause somatic experiences, painful health issues that could be related to, okay, you had a hysterectomy. Okay, got it. Could be, yeah, that's Scorpio for you. Scorpio, and then the sixth house connection. So what you're being asked to look at, Shell, is what's the mind body connection, and just the mind body connection piece. We know for a fact that there are environmental pieces, that there are health pieces that are impacted by environment, in the water, in the air, and in the food that we eat, and the chemicals in all three of those areas, right? That those things can impact our hormones. But this for you is really talking about handle those things, yes. But your Saturn moon period is it is bad. Is specifically trying to help you work through any of the, you know how they say, like, I don't know if you've heard of Louise Hay, you can heal your life shell. Any of the limiting beliefs or negative thought forms that also contributed to some of the health challenges that you've just come through. If there's any kind of negative beliefs or painful experiences or trauma that you have been through, sexual trauma as a child, I certainly don't see that here in your chart, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. If it happened, you want to validate those kinds of things. Okay, good. But any type of those kind of limiting beliefs, if it sounds like you've not maybe heard of to avoid cancer. Okay, got it. All right, let's get into it. This is a resource that everyone can use. Louise Hay. She's no longer with us, but she got into the mind-body connection big time. And she wrote this book called You Can Heal Your Life back in 1984. And she was kind of like, Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life excerpts. She helped people understand the connection between the health issues they were experiencing and what their mind was, how their mind was supporting and facilitating those health issues. And so I have a copy of it. I used to have lupus, and I actually healed it. And cancer is a real thing that they have not found cures for at this time. And so really giving yourself permission to, now that you've done some of the physical work, you want to add on the mental work that's going to allow you to stay as cancer free as possible, right? What are the thought forms that cancer likes to attach itself to? Saturn's coming through going, hey, time to get rid of those. What are the thinking patterns and behaviors that people, that cancer seems to vibrate at? Time to heal up those. That's the work of this year for you. I'm so glad that you were able to, get the medical support and attention that you needed. Like I said, the most difficult part of what has happened is now behind you. You are moving to the other side of this, but really doing whatever you can to investigate the mind-body connection and the way thoughts can manifest as things, especially in the world of health and well-being. The more you can get into getting thoughts that align with the vibration of health you want to maintain from here. Like I said, you can't control it all. The reality is we got all kind of chemicals in our dry cleaning and our shampoo and our fucking like laundry. We got chemicals in the air. We got chemicals in the water. Those things contribute to cancer. You can't control those, but what you can control and are being asked to look at is the way your mind makes it, can make it a unsafe place for cancer to ever dock in your body again. Okay. I want to get your mind on the healing journey. And that's the remainder of the last 2 years of this transit for you, is healing up the mind body connection as Saturn moves through the 6th house on top of your moon. There is really getting the mind body connection in lockstep, so that, you know, if something does come up from the world of environment, you already know mentally and spiritually, you are like, you are fully aligned, that you will make a full recovery, that you will be sovereign, that you own this body vehicle, and nothing happens to this body vehicle that you haven't thought, spoken, or agreed to with your mind. It's about getting in mental control. Okay. That's what there is to prepare for and work with this year. That's the biggest lesson of the year for you. Okay. Shell, let me go ahead and pull some messages for you. I hope it's okay if I do the Lightworker Oracle deck. I find the vibration of that deck just to be a little bit higher than the tarot. And for the kind of question you're asking and what just presented in your chart, it seemed like something really high vibe would be very appropriate. I'm going to keep you in my thoughts and prayers that you stay cancer free. Oh, that flew right out. Clearly, they want to talk to you. Divine Grace, the Law of Efficiency, card number 32. Let's get into it. River, you're next. Go ahead and start putting your stuff together for me, River. Yes, I felt it might be heavy, especially with court with my ex. I need to be strong. Yeah. Well, this message is for you then, sweetheart. Hang in there. Hang in there. Okay. Divine Grace, the Law of Efficiency. It is time your life became easier. It is time for you to walk the way of divine grace with trust, simplicity, and acceptance. You do not have to try to make things happen. You can gracefully act without attachment and trust that all will be as it is meant to be. Surrender your struggles. And for you in this case, what I was seeing in your chart is the mental struggle around this, the mental toil around what's happened. Surrender that. Act without attachment and trust. It'll be as it's meant to be. This is the most efficient use of your energy and will lead to the best results. This says the law of efficiency encourages us to work smarter rather than always working harder. It is like learning to allow a wave to carry you to shore rather than swimming the entire way with your own efforts alone. It is like planting a seed at the right time so nature will help it bloom in the spring rather than planting it during the dead of winter when it takes a lot of effort to keep it alive. And even then, it may not survive. This is the intelligence of the law of efficiency and divine grace at work. To hitch your wagon to the universe in this way, you need to learn to listen. This means tuning in to what feels right or wrong at any given time. Sometimes you'll want to push forward, yet your intuitive knowing will guide you to rest. Sometimes you'll want to hide from a challenge, and yet know it in your bones that it's time to step up and shine. Despite your fear, the universe has a sense of natural flow, cycles, and timing that assures us that it supports every dream we dare to dream, and that every one can come to fruition in due course. It may not look exactly as you expect, but if you've set it in motion with desire and intention, karmic law will ensure that it finds expression. For this to happen in the most loving, graceful, and easy way, you must learn to hear, feel, and sense the currents of life and work with them rather than push against them. This is about common sense and allowing yourself to be helped and not making things more difficult for yourself than they need to be. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else this is going on to say. You're being encouraged to explore the easier and more graceful way more often. Law of efficiency is also sometimes known as the path of least resistance. We must find the strength that comes from letting go and trusting that the universe knows what it's doing. How efficient to work with life and its cycles rather than believing you must struggle and strain to be heard, loved, rewarded, and inspired. You have that maturity within you. Trust now. Trust that all will come in time. Okay. So there you are. No struggle. I'm hearing some Mary J. Blige up in here. No more pain. No more tears. All right, girl. Yeah, that's your jam. Oh, river, river, river. Where are you at? Okay. Um, you have to let me know how that resonates, how that card resonates for you. You're welcome, Shell. Hang in there. That couldn't have been easy to go through, I'm sure. But if you just work with your thought forms and the mind body connection, you'll be able to find a way. You're gonna go play that now. um, yeah. You'll find a way to be the active participant in your continued recovery and healing. Okay. All right, Miss River. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Hang in there. Just keep reminding yourself that I told you the worst is behind you. The worst is behind me. The worst part has already happened. It gets easier from here. I just need to go with the flow, not struggle, not push. Okay. Okay. Miss River, Miss River. Let me see. I was very worried about you after our last reading. It's true, lots of struggle, holding my potential, but will work on my mind and make a way forward. Yeah, Shell, hang in there. Um, I have decided my twin and my separation is best for both of us. That's a nice decision to make. I want to be married, have more kids, etc. I attract men who are not my equal. What do I need to shift to attract my soulmate? Okay. Um, Jacelyn, hang out. You'll see what kind of questions. And you can also scroll up and see the kind of questions people have answered in the chat. You can scroll up and see. Um, River, River, River. After I read for River, I'm reading for Erica G. Cute little lamb. So, cute little lamb, get your question ready and your birth details so that when I call your name, you can just paste it and we'll be ready to go. A Murphy's Law in a person suit. Funny. River, you need to change your thought forms, girl. That's what needs to go on here. Um, Speaking of thought forms, but let's see. What is it telling you is the right now work in the love department? Ruler of the love department is the sun. So who's aspecting your sun right now? Sun's at 0 degrees Sag, nobody. We also have Mercury and Moon. Who's aspecting Mercury and Moon? Moon's at 18 degrees Taurus. Okay. Mercury is 25 degrees Scorpio. Okay. I see. Yeah. And the nodes are sitting on top of it. I really hope you took in what I was just saying about getting your mind together, because that's exactly what the issue is here for you. Let's see. This isn't about faith. This is about just the way you're thinking. The kind of like negative thinking begets negative outcomes, that kind of thing. And you didn't get fucked over, River. You uncovered fuckery. And then it wasn't right for you to be in that place anymore because of the fuckery. That's a whole different thing, hon. You got protected. You need to tell yourself a different story here, because what you told us was that the inspection piece happened and you found that that's not the right house for you. You could have died in a fire in that house after the inspection happened. You got to tell yourself appropriate stories about what happened, River. Because if you were to tell yourself this, if you keep telling yourself the fucked over story, as opposed to, wow, I got really protected. I didn't have a house fire and I didn't die in a house fire. What you'll get is more fucked over. Tell a fucked over story, you're going to get fucked over stuff. Tell yourself the story of I got protected. And that's essentially what this whole thing is doing here. North Node transit through third house. You've been at this for a minute too. Um, you got shot, but you didn't get run over. No, that's like saying you got shot. Not shot, but that's like saying you found a loaded gun in your house and you got it safely removed. You didn't put yourself in there. Um, yeah, girl. You you did not you could have been in that house and you could have a huge ass fire on your hands or fire hazard on your hands given what they discovered. And you had none of them problems, none of that pain, none of them issues. Hey, Hope Glitterati, so good to see you, babes. Mindset, North Node transiting through the third house, Taurus. Some of this isn't just about what you're thinking and saying and communicating. Taurus is also about our behaviors. And to some degree, I want to think you're already learning the lesson because you didn't try to rush this like a lot of people because it's a seller's market. They're buying without inspection. They're looking without leaping. This is the market in which a lot of people are putting money down and they're not going through the proper steps. And many people are getting what, like, they're ending up in houses with the situation you had on your hand, or flooded basements, or mold issues that are going to clog up their lungs, or they're ending up in houses that have foundation issues that are going to be a problem later. Like, you discovered the right things before and you could have gotten caught up. Now, that behavior is what you're meant to be focusing on with the nodes crossing over your moon sun opposition, right? Mindset, behavior, acting inappropriate. Let me say that a different way. Acting appropriately in the appropriate ways, behaving in the appropriate ways to, yes, protect yourself emotionally and protect your needs. That's North Node Taurus. Protect yourself financially, right? There was some issues with the finances with that. I remember that part. And there's going to be you'll have to do some work to get yourself financially protected. I see that. That's some of the lesson here. But South Node Scorpio transiting through the ninth there. This is also about learning how to let go of some of the pain associated with the difficult lessons of life. It has difficult lessons in it. You're not immune. You're not special. You don't get to have non like difficult issues. We all get them. We all get handed shit sandwiches once in a while, but this is about learning how to experience it without needing the pain to land itself, anchor itself in your world. It was a lesson. You took it, the lesson bit, but you got it. You're moving forward and giving yourself that permission to allow that to happen. This 12th house stellium is only echoing that by really forcing you to dig into a lot of your intuition at this time and really forcing yourself to lean into here's where I know my intuition helped me in that circumstance. And here's where I know I can stand to listen to my intuition even more going forward in circumstances. And so there's this combination of both really behaving in ways that, yes, protect yourself financially, protect your needs, and mentally allowing yourself to lean into even deeper trust with your intuition river. That's what some of this is talking about here, hun. These would be what there is to work with at this time. What did my girl say? What do I need to shift to attract your soulmate? It's interesting because even though that whole thing went down with the house, right? And what you asked me about was your soulmate. What came up was Mercury, Moon. These are the co-rulers of Virgo of that seventh house. This thing that's going down right now in the circumstance that you're dealing with, there are lessons for you in this that are going to capacitate you, help you get to having the soulmate come in. The lessons that you're dealing with right now are for your betterment, as difficult as they are. And I'm so sorry that it has been so hard that you had to go through that. Hang in there. Try not to get too emotionally mired in it and give yourself the permission to be upset because it's upsetting. What happened was upsetting, River. Very upsetting. And to recognize it could have been worse. This was a tough lesson. Let me just take the lesson and keep it moving. Okay. Yes, River. Yes, I know you've been homeless twice. Okay. So you're in an apartment right now. Okay. Got you. Got you. Okay. I mean, you got to take what's right for you, right? Again, the part of the lesson was about protecting yourself financially and making sure you get your needs met, and that decision might be to be inside of the apartment at this time. And if there's stuff to heal around the homelessness piece, then I would go for it and heal that. Keep working on, okay, what got triggered at this point that's still there to heal? What got triggered at this point that I still need to, equilibrate my nervous system around so that I can see at this moment in time that I'm okay, that I'm safe, that I am in an apartment. There's no furniture in this apartment, but I'm not in my car and I'm not on the street. So, what do you need to do to equilibrate that at this time? Um, yeah, I mean, River, what just happened to you just happened. It would be difficult to make a plan. Like there's some shock, you know, the PTSD of having been homeless twice is up. Like I, I would, if you had a plan at this point, I would be like, okay, she's emotionally kind of shut down. She went into survival mode, which you did anyway. You had to go into survival mode. Um, in order to get through this, which who wouldn't? Who wouldn't, given what happened? So hang in there. River, do you want me to do tarot or do you want me to do um thing for you? Do you want me to do Lightworker Oracle? Do you want me to do I got a mind to do the Black Angel Tarot for you because that'll show you what's going on in your shadow at this point. But you tell me what you want. It's your read. Do you want the Black Angel Tarot so you can see what the shadow energy is? Or do you want the Lightworker Oracle so you can understand the divine lesson? Or do you just want tarot? I want shit to stop happening to me. Yeah, we all do, girl. We all do. Earth season 2021 has been shitty for a lot of people, and 2022 doesn't look like it's starting off much better. Whenever you feel is best. Love would be nice. All right. Let's go ahead and ask the Black Angel Tarot, Black Angel Oracle. River would like love in her life. What does River need to do to have love come into her life at this point? What's River's lesson? What's her growth edge for love to come into her life? If anyone wants to jump on the list, you can. After River, I have Erica G, and then that's it. Card that jumped out is the Healer. You are moving through your pain to truth. On the waking path, the healer is compassionate. On the sleeping path, the healer is overburdened. The healer works through healing herself and others. As a healer, you move into a healthy existence when your truth has become the lesson and the path and not the obstacle or the struggle. In healing, you have dedicated yourself to reviving the soul. In the waking path, you are compassionate toward all who suffer. Oh, River, yes, this is you because you work with the animals and you're kind to them. Your divine work is ceaseless, causing you to feel a need to be constantly working on transforming the suffering into enchantment. Your healing work is less concerned with the illness of the body than with soul repair. Sufferers who come to you in need of soul repair, girl, this has been about every man you've spoken to me about, have usually been experiencing a critical event or transition in their lives. You know all too well that such suffering leads to healing if one can avoid the destruction that can come from it. Since the process of healing is endless, you always feel needed and valued by others. However, calling you out on your twin flame stuff. However, this value is closely linked to having people in your life who are in a continuous state of suffering. You attract these people like a magnet. You may find yourself being in a relationship with traumatized people who are unconscious of their needy relationship with you. This close association with the wounded can keep you in a state of depression or anger because you are stimulating your own soul despair. So, like I said, this deck, Black Angel cards, is written by Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel, specifically because everything can be so Anglocentric. She wrote a deck for Black women, but this applies to women. This applies to light workers. It applies to everyone who finds themselves big-hearted in a closed-hearted world. She goes on to say, as Black women who heal others, apply it as you will, River. You can find yourself struggling with your own worthlessness. By healing others, you are practicing compassion because you want such love for yourself. As you do this work, your own soul can descend into a place of torment, and this is the sleeping path. You might begin to struggle with your own emptiness. You may find yourself lonely and isolated from everyone as you try to regain some composure. This isolation can serve as a resting place from your work or a trap that keeps you in despair. A sense of being overburdened by the suffering further fuels your sleeping state. In your soul revival, and this is the critical part, River, critical part. You may want to adjust the strength of your magnetism. You could be trying to heal 20 generations in one soul. Doing others' soul repair to the exclusion of your own might be an indication you are avoiding your own healing. For your revival, you need to unload the burden you think you need to carry. You are responsible first and foremost for your own healing. In reviving your own soul, you can experience the compassion you're trying to give away. The healing energy that comes through you is divine and precious. I love that deck because that deck be calling me out all the time, calling me all the way. Okay, fine, I'll do my healing work. Thanks, fine. Love that deck. And that's the message for you, beloved. River, keep doing your healing, hon. I know this has not been an easy path for you. I know you've been through a whole lot. I know you're in a lot of pain, but keep going. Keep going. The way you even opened the question, I'm ready for love. I want a soulmate. What that message was just giving you the information about was it confirmed your recognition of the pattern in your life, that you have been in a place of healing others, taking on stray dogs and broken winged birds. And you're in a place now where in order to not do that anymore, it's really critical that you give yourself the space and the permission to just deeply dive into River's healing. And in doing that, you give yourself the space and the permission to attract the love that's at that vibration and frequency. Okay. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Yeah, Sam, go for it. You can jump in the line. I'm going to read for Erica G, then Christy M, and then it'll be your turn. Okay, Sam. We can all learn. I love that deck too. It's a beautiful deck. Whenever I keep repeating a pattern or I feel blocked in some place in my life, that's my go-to deck because it'll tell me, it'll be like, this is where you're blocked. Okay, this is where you're not moving. This is where you're stuck. It reveals the stuck places really well so that you can actually get unstuck and heal. Okay. All right. Cute little lamb. Now, did she say she had to go or something? Cute little lamb. Go back. I think she said she had to go. I don't remember. I have an appointment at 5, so I have to be wrapped by then. Cute little lamb may be gone. So I may have to refund her if I don't see her come on. But Christy M, are you here? What deck was that? I need that one, but for sure. Yeah, that's such a great deck. It's the right deck for anyone who's a big-hearted person in a closed-hearted world. But it's called the Black Angel Cards, a soul revival guide for Black women by Earthlyn Marcellian Manuel. You don't have to be a Black woman to get benefit out of that. So if you found like it calls to you, it spoke to you, get the deck because it will show you for you where you might be holding yourself back and how you can get onto your waking path. Oh, yay, cute little lamb. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where you are in the world. You could be anywhere. So I don't know. Okay, anyway, let me try and go fast for you. I'm gonna try and go fast for you. I'm gonna go fast for you. Oh, glitterati. Okay. Newport Beach, California. Newport Beach. And you are 2/4. Happy belated birthday. 1976. 12:43 a.m. Okay. Currently a psychotherapist looking to transition to spirit earth-based work with environmental focus, also soulmate twin aspects. Okay, I can answer one question. I can answer one thing. You want to know about love or you want to know about work? What and what specifically is the cue in that area of life? Please. I'm gonna try and go fast. I'm gonna go fast. I'm gonna go fast. Oh, you pushed the meeting back. Okay. Okay. I'm still gonna try and go fast for you. We're gonna give you all the time, but I'm gonna try and go get all the messages out fast. Okay. Let me see. Ho Glitterati. Ho Glitterati and Kylie, y'all came through last week with the moderation on Shadow Work Week. I really appreciate it. Moderator. Ho Glitterati, thank you. And Kylie, thank you. The vent, you were there too. Thank you. That's up. Okay, we'll do love. We can do love. Let me share the screen. Okay, I don't know what's up. You want to give me some context or ask a specific question? I'm going to go ahead and set the timer and start looking at what I see, but tell me what's going on with love. What I am seeing is Okay. Venus is the ruler of your seventh house. Why do I feel like you're having sixth house problems though? Are you dealing with somebody who's in and out? Is that the issue, cute little lamb? Mm. You got to let me know what the issue is so I know what to look for and how to solve it. Um, I think for you, I don't necessarily see that it is or that it isn't a spiritual connection. I would need to actually see both charts at the same time to be able to answer that for you. And I could do that in like a twin flame reading for you, hun. But just in a one chart reading, what I do see here is that in the world of love, if there's somebody you're actively dealing with at this time, new or old, what I'm seeing for you in the now time with Chiron square your natal Venus, and Venus being the ruler of your seventh house cusp, and Chiron here in house five for you. And then Jupiter going to move into house five in a few months, pretty quickly here. What I'm seeing is this lovely kind of opportunity for healing in the world of romance and relationship. And if there's somebody on the scene at this point, they are part of your healing. Part of why they're in your life at this moment is because healing needs to take place. Now, whether or not this is going to be a long term, forever, ever connection, I don't know. But the step that you're on right now with whomever it is you're dealing with, they are at this time helping you to heal some of your self-worth and self-value when it comes to love. They might trigger some of your self-esteem challenges or have you question sometimes. Healing can happen in two ways. Healing happens both when we're triggered and when we put a balm on the trigger. Sometimes the person who comes in triggers us in order for us to go in the medicine cabinet and find the balm for the wound. Sometimes the person comes in and they have the wound. I mean, they have the balm and they hand it to us so that we can apply it to the wound. I'm not sure what the person is, but I know the facilitation of whatever is going on right now is meant to help you do some of the healing work around, yes, I'm valuable. Yes, I'm worth it. Yes, I'm worthy. Yes, I'm beautiful. Yes, I'm desirable. That's all Taurus stuff. That's all Venus stuff. And so if the triggering is showing up from a place of, or the healing is showing up from a place of triggering first, it's because it's meant to force you to facilitate that self-worth work, Venus second house. It's meant to help you facilitate that self-worth work so that you can begin the process of allowing yourself to have the commitment that you want. Okay, yeah, the person's in and out. I can't tell you to wait or move on. It's a decision you're going to have to make on your own. But what I can see here in terms of the lesson is the necessity of getting into understanding, how do I work with my own self worth in a situation if that person's in and out, in a situation where a person's in and out? How do I build up my own self-worth and self-esteem? How do I not get impacted by this person being in and out? How do I water myself, nourish myself, nurture myself, take care of myself while this person figures out whatever it is they need to do in order to be able to be a participant in my life. Now, when I look at this for you, I'm not seeing that you're in a place of relationship separation. I'm not seeing that you're in a place of relationship breakup or ending. So if this person is in and out at this time, I don't see it ending, is what I'm trying to say. I don't see a permanent end to the situation. If it ends, it's because you choose to end it. You get free will to do that. You don't have to let somebody come in and out if you don't want to do that. It doesn't feel good. It's fucking with your mental too much. Don't do it. And simultaneously, what I'm seeing is through that, you are getting the gift of being able to water Erica, nurture Erica, heal Erica's enoughness wounds when it comes to relationship at this time. And the healing might simply be, bye bye, you can't come in and out of my life. But the healing might also be, when you're here, I feel really good. And when you go away, I'm really sad. Can we talk about, are you open to spending more time together? Because I'm really loving the kind of time that we get to spend. Are you open to spending more time? Because it's so much fun. Like we have fun, we have great conversation, we have great sex, we eat good food. Like when we spend time, it feels really good. Are you open to examining how we could do that more often? That might be the worthiness healing for you, where what you need to work on is speaking up for your desires, and inviting people in to examine, do they desire the same thing, and to those conversations. The worthiness thing for you might be a boundaries thing, and saying, unless you're with me, we can't sleep together. The worthiness issue might be, you know what? I just don't feel aligned with what you're bringing. And I just believe there's something better for me. So I am going to step away from this altogether and close the door on it. I don't know what the right choice is going to be for you. You know your life better than me, but I can see that the trigger that is up is around healing this worthiness thing, the desire thing, the I am enough thing, and the I'm beautiful enough thing. Healing that within yourself through the experience that you're having with the person. This person is part of the lesson for you at this time, because that's the current lesson and they are actively in your space at this time. Like I said, I don't see it ending unless you choose to end it. But you get free will to do that. You get to decide in your sovereignty, is that what's right for me? Is that what's going to allow me to feel healed and whole? Is letting this go completely? I don't know. You get to look inside your divine creatorship and find out. Let's look at the 3-card tarot pull for you. Those just flew out in terms of what is the message here. Let's see. Yeah. Let me go back to what was the exact question for this. Spiritual connection or not? Yeah. Okay. Should you wait or move on? Yeah. Okay. So when I'm looking at this, the cards that came out, all 3 of them are in reverse. So we have 2 nines, not knights, but nines, N-I-N-E-S, and then a Page of Cups in reverse. We have the 9 of Wands in reversed and the 9 of Cups in reversed. This is really letting me know that nobody's getting what they want in the situation. Everyone's unhappy with the way the situation is unfolding at the moment. You're unhappy, he's unhappy, nobody's getting anything good out of it. The 9 of Wands reverse, I appreciate that it's in reverse, but the fact that it's here at all is letting me know that you guys, both of you, kind of go back and forth between this, like, my guard is up, I don't know if I can trust you, I'm suspicious kind of energy, which you said There's mirroring abandonment wounds here. Um, and but because there's this, sometimes that 9 of Wands is upright, sometimes that 9 of Wands is reversed. It's coming out reversed in this moment in time where there's like, oh, I might like to let my guard down here and see what's possible here. But just in case, I'm going to hold on to my defense mechanisms, just in case I need to block you out because you might do what the other people before me have done. Just in case, I'm going to keep my wall up. I'm going to keep my security blanket wall in place, just in case. And this kind of like 9 of Wands reversed, 9 of Wands upright, reversed upright, reversed upright. Just that the 9 of Wands is even on the spread at all is letting you know ain't no 9 of Cups wish fulfillment card, ain't no Page of Cups, love being offered card. The connection is not smooth. It's not allowed to unfold, because there's this like both people are holding their breath waiting for the other shoe to drop. And so if you want things to move forward in your healing, you're going to have to find the way, like we were talking about with that Chiron square Venus thing, and really working on the healing of that wound around your enoughness and your value to yourself. You're going to have to find the way to get into value with yourself, get into feeling really good about what you bring to the table, how much fun you're having with him, deciding that you want to share that more, inviting him to come play, having open conversations about what it might feel like to play more and to be connected more, that kind of thing. And get out of this waiting for the other shoe to drop energy. Let me see. I'm focused on myself. We are connected. He's leaving to Europe Monday. It is fun and yummy. He's grief stricken. Well, that's perfect. Thank you. I'm really sorry to hear that he's grief stricken. I hope that the trip doesn't create more of a wall between the two of you. Unfortunately, sometimes I know long distance travel can do that, especially when the connection's already tenuous and tentative in the first place. So hopefully, you can have good conversations with him before you go. If in fact he is grief stricken, as you say, hopefully you can have good conversations with him before you go, cute little lamb, that ask him how he'd like to stay connected while you're away, what would feel good to him. And ask yourself as well, what kind of connection do I want while I'm away? What's going to feel good to me? So that I don't feel like I'm using this trip as more barrier to prevent potential loss and abandonment, that kind of thing. Okay. All right. Christy Morse, it is your turn, baby cakes. It is your turn, Christy Morse. Mm-hmm. All right, list is open. If anyone wants to get on it. Oh, I see Tara made a payment. I'm so confused. 816, Tara makes a payment. 819, Tara paid. Okay. Tara, this says here that you have requested a payment from me. You're gonna have to unrequest that. Because it's showing up on my side like a bill I need to pay. So you're gonna have to, maybe I can. Are you sure you want to cancel this money request? Yes. Okay. Because I think you just meant to pay, not ask me to pay you. Okay. Cool. Okay, Tara is on the list. Amazing. All right. Let's see. We're going to do Christy, then we're going to do Tara. Okay, cool. Let me pull up your chart, Ho Glitterati. Texas. Four, 7, 1981. Oops, why did you change yourself? 4, 7, 1981. 11:58 a.m. Okay. Yay, I'm glad you got here too, Christy. It's great to see you. Yeah, hopefully that resonated for you, cute little lamb. Okay, Christy wants to know about guidance around a best career path. Feels like I have been massively pushed by spirit towards a spiritual twin collective spiritual biz. Maybe. Um, Either way, you definitely are entrepreneurial, that's for sure. Business period is going to be successful for you. Um, have I ever, I think I've asked you this before, if you work in marketing and communications, because I do see that here. Um, yes, a love-based business could totally work with you with Venus conjunct the sun, combust. Mars conjunct the sun. Um, yeah, okay. It's interesting. Anytime I see that Mars ruled 10th house and then Mars in the 10th or Mars in the 11th, like I saw a little bit ago, this is someone, it doesn't, I think, who's the other one that has the same problem? Celine. Because I keep looking at her chart. She keeps asking me for business advice. And I'm like, girl, if you don't stop asking me, and go just start a business, any business, it don't matter what kind of business. If you don't stop asking me and go start a business, I will come up there personally and make you start a business. But yeah, you have the same problem as she does, which is this kind of like no matter what you do, no matter what you touch, it kind of turns to gold a little bit. um my main biz has always been real estate brokerage. Interesting. I would not. Yeah, okay. Well, that what's fascinating about that to me is that ain't none of that here in your chart. Can you do real estate? Yeah. But you could also like you could sell freaking kazoos on the ferry and you'd still be raking in good money. You have the kind of chart where it's like it doesn't matter as long as you work for yourself. The one thing you're not going to be able to do in this lifetime for any extended period of time is work for somebody else inside their business. You're just not built for it. Anytime you try to work with other people in their business, you're going to find that you get fired, you quit, or the business goes out of business, not by your fault or anything, but just because you're just not supposed to be working for other people. You're supposed to be working for yourself. Um, so all of that to say, if you like real estate, keep doing it. If you want to start a spiritual business on the side, by all freaking means, go for it. Aries is a sign of the spirit, and you'll notice on YouTube a lot of readers are actually Aries people. A lot of them. So, if you want to do that, okay, yeah, I'm not good at listening to others tell me what to do. Yeah, girl, me neither. That's all I can say about that. Me neither. Follows instruction, pretty much a giant freaking F. But yeah, this kind of energy here, it doesn't matter what you do, you lay your hand to it, it's pretty much going to be successful. So something spiritually based could absolutely work for you. Um, if you wanted to lean more into your spiritually based business with the business you've already started, I might learn some feng shui and bring a bit of energy work to people's um, homes. Do a little decor work with some energy work. You could bring that to the table. You could also do like energy clearings. You could learn how to clear a house energetically, or do house blessings if you wanted to do like intention settings for people's houses as well. Or you could add like numerology to people in their houses so that you can give them like this house would be great for you numerologically. It aligns with your life path and your business path and your spiritual path, whatever. I don't know a lot about numerology, but you could play in those ways. If you want to start a twin-based business, could you do it? Absolutely. Again, I'm looking at this Aries chart up here with the midheaven, and Mars there in that 10th house. Sun, ruler of your house of earned income, also in the 10th house. Girl, if you change your mind tomorrow and decide you want to do hair, you're going to be fine as long as you call it, hair by Christy, or, twin flame readings by Christy. As long as your name is on it, your face is on it, you put your energy into it, your signature vibration into it, you're doing it your way, it is going to be successful. And I think I've told you this before, that you kind of have this chart that has you always meant to be in the public eye or be successful in some kind of way, no matter what you lay your hand to. Just keep that in mind. If you decide you want to go that route, go for it. By all means, have a ball. You're going to be successful at it. You're going to make money at it. It's going to flow for you. The one other thing that I would say work wise for you that you can never ever do is something that you're bored with, because Mars and Venus flank your sun this way and sit in your 10th house. Mars and Venus are passion energy. It's the energy of needing to be excited, passionate, have your heart in something. If you're ever going to do something just for the money, skip it. Never ever in your life do something just for the money. I don't care what kind of crap idea it is. If your heart is in it, you will have the passion and the motor and the energy and the motivation to make it successful. But if it just seems like financially it's a good idea, so you should do it, just skip it. Because the one thing, if you don't bring that full passion to the table on something, Christy, unfortunately, you will sabotage it to the high heavens and you'll end up owing money where you should have made money. So never get involved in things that your heart's not in. There's a lot of people who could stand to make more logical decisions financially and career wise, who could stand to be more thorough and thoughtful about what they're doing career wise. You are not one of them. You need to just always focus on what your heart is at, and you'll live in this lifetime. You'll probably be the kind of person like me who has, like, I've worked as a health coach. I worked, what else have I done? I've worn so many hats in this lifetime. I worked in corporate training and consulting and facilitation, diversity and leadership. I've worked in retail in my teen years. I've worked in marketing. I've worked in copywriting. I've worked in fashion. Like, you're one of these people who's going to do it all as well. The main thing you need to be willing to do is just recognize that you can't live a passionless path. In this lifetime, it's not possible for you. So I don't care how many times you change clothes. As long as you love the outfit, just keep going. Okay. Yeah. 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 Passion led people have to do that. But some of the reason why you would incarnate like that, Christy, is because you're here to serve a wide number of people. And in order to find them, they're in different walks of life. You have to be willing to change and pivot. You can't be stuck and hung up by social mores about needing to stay on a certain path for an extended period of time. The people you have soul appointments with in this lifetime, they're going to be in all different walks of life. And so trying to be, like, okay, no, I should just stay here and do this thing, even though I'm bored. You're going to miss what you're here to do if you do that. Like, you incarnated with that kind of passion for a reason. Okay. So trust that. Card that comes up for you. I'm using the Lightworker Oracle deck for you, unless you prefer tarot or another deck. But the card that comes up for you around your career is number 36, Reassurance of the Golden Light. The golden light comes to you as a gift of grace and reassurance. It is an embrace from the universe, an expression of divine comfort, and a sign of hope. When the golden light appears, you know what? I did put a card back because I didn't trust it. But maybe this is the card you actually need. It was the spiritual protection card. Let me give you the spiritual protection card and take my own advice. Just trust some shit. Stop trying to make it work a certain way. Where is the spiritual protection card? There it is. Okay. Merkaba, spiritual protection. That is card number. Shoot, where'd you go? $25. Hey, Tara Green Trees. You're welcome. So lovely to see you. Okay, so here we go. Merkaba spiritual protection. Being open to receive is a way to gain empowerment, strength, and all manner of assistance. To embrace receptivity, it can be helpful to declutter and cleanse your energy field. This allows for that which is not rightfully yours to be shed. Sometimes this will include the disowned thoughts and feelings of others. Especially if you're carrying around what other people think you should be doing with your life, like mom, dad, siblings, your cohort, your friends probably all wondering, we need to settle down. None of your business. I have a path here. When you release these thoughts and feelings, a spaciousness will grow within you. Then you can receive more of what is rightfully meant to be for you, your divine good in all ways. The vent. An open, sensitive person can easily become energetically overloaded. Yeah, with that Aries sun, you are open and sensitive. And with that Aries stellium, you definitely are. From physical pain to emotional and psychological tension, an overload does not feel good. You may even feel like you are carrying others on your back or in your head. The added weight can drag your naturally light vibration down into anguish, doubt, fear, or despair. Your inner vision, too, may be obscured by the overload. That can make it hard to discern what's yours and what belongs to somebody else. Whether experiencing overload to your system is an unusual occurrence, or you have a tendency to absorb and process others' energies, which is common for healers, psychics, mediums, artists, and other sensitive, open people, you'll benefit from a spiritual cleansing. Afterwards, you may feel less inclined to connect with particular people or work on certain ideas, even if they seem very important before the cleanse. Yeah, part of why there may not be clarity is because you need to kind of do some decluttering around other people's ideas for you in your space. This means that you are freeing yourselves from others' input and discerning the true priorities of your own heart. And see, this was the right card. To accept a spiritual cleansing now, repeat the invocation below and then relax for as long as you need with the oracle card resting face down over. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Pay particular attention to what you sense immediately after your cleansing. It is a time when you may become very aware of just who or what has been draining you and be able to lovingly but firmly say, you must leave my energy field now and not return without my express verbal permission of my own free will, so be it. This oracle is also a confirmation if you have been questioning if a relationship, person, or situation has been draining you or transferring negative energies or thoughts into your energy field. Your insights are correct. And you can now use this energy clearing process to remove the cords of attachment and release any negative energy from that person or situation. Here's the invocation, Christy. I'm going to read it, but you need to breathe into it. I call upon unconditionally loving divine protection. The sacred chamber of light, the Merkaba of divine light, is around me now. I choose, of my own free will, under divine authority and grace, to release any and all connections, content, and contaminants that do not serve me through unconditional love. I choose, of my own free will, to take my life journey in the most joyful and loving way possible. I open to divine grace for cleansing and protection of my integrity at all times. I am free to be in the truth of me. May all beings be blessed and protected. May all beings be happy and free through my own free will. So be it. And there you go. Okay. There you go, Christy. Hopefully that is resonant for you. Yeah, that just made all the sense. I don't know why sometimes I see those things come out and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense for this person. We need a better card. So now I have worked it and given you gone back to the original. All right. Yeah, totally, right? I don't know who's where you might be picking up other energies from, but definitely do some energetic detox, Christy. Okay, Tara Lancaster, Tara L. It is your turn. I'm gonna grab some water really quick because I'm out. List is open if anybody wants to join it. I see Tara is the last one on the list at this point, unless somebody decides they want to jump on it. Otherwise, we might wrap up here. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad it made sense. You're welcome. Be right back, grabbing water. kind of dry these days, I wonder. Okay. Hey. Did we lose Tara? I don't see her here in the chat. I'd love to get a reading, but I chose for my kids today. I love listening to your readings. I just appreciate being here. Oh, flower and forgiveness. Thank you. Diana, it's really sweet. I like being here with you guys too. You guys are a beautiful group of people. Okay, nice. Okay, Tara. I don't see it, Tara. So I just want to kind of, I'm tracking what's going on world event wise. To the astrology. Collectively, there's a lot of, oh, Terry, you may be behind. I mean, I don't know if you guys listened to the Lightworker energy update for this lunation, but I addressed some of what we're seeing happen here with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And Shay Israel asked earlier if I could take a look at Putin's chart, which I did, and shared what I saw there. But between what we're seeing happen on the world stage with that situation and the intensity of this new moon, I just want to remind you guys that, you guys are sovereign beings, that there's going to be there already is a lot of energy flying around on the world stage. A lot of feelings out here, a lot of emotions running high, a lot of people who are emoting and broadcasting emotions. And so you don't have to get on every wave and ride it, right? You can, just as much as we're all empathic beings, just as much as you can take in, you can also broadcast out. And so where you need to take time to adjust your vibration and frequency towards something lighter, do so. You're taking the opportunity to laugh, to share love, to share expressions of happiness or grace with other people. It's going to be needed in the days to come. People will need that levity. They'll be looking for those signals of light And I wanted to make sure that you guys take the opportunity to do that um, for yourselves so that you don't just become amplifiers of some of the heavier energy or bogged down by it. And so that you also remember your power in the circumstance, that you're not a victim of these energies, that you may be attuned to them, but you can also you can add your own frequency to the song. It doesn't have to all be so heavy, so dark, so negative, so painful. And that energetic work, especially, if you don't live there, energy work is just as powerful and important and some of the best thing you can do. And where you can donate, donate. Where you can give, give. But just take the time you need to tend to your vibration as we move into the next week, because I can see it's going to be intense. So just hang in there, okay, guys? All right. I don't know what's going on with Miss Green Trees. She may have left, in which case I'll refund her. Hmm. I mean, the whole month is going to be difficult. Whenever Pluto and Mars come together in conversation, they're a holy hot mess because they want us to deal with some of the more painful aspects of ourself. And a lot of people, instead of doing that, will take the shadow route with Pluto and Mars. They will lash out. And that's certainly this month, that energy is thick in the air, lashing out energy. Especially if you have any personal planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Venus, especially if you have any personal planets at, that anywhere between the 20th degree of any sign, really, but especially the earth signs, the water signs, and the cardinal signs. If you've got any personal planets in those placements, the 20th degree and the 29th degree, you're going to be feeling this energy a bit more than most people, where there's going to be this like internal oomph to want to take an action, do a thing to mitigate some of the heaviness. It's just a matter of acting from the light, not from the shadow. Okay. I would like good news, Kay, or I'm getting on my shuttle. Kylie Baby Cakes, you are the good news. I don't understand what part of that you may have missed. Like you are the good news, boo. You see how you just said that? You put the emoji and you brought levity and light and laughter to the conversation. Boo, you the good news. Look in the mirror. I need you to remember that. I need all of us to remember that we are the good news in our worlds. We are the ones who bring the light. We are the ones who bring the levity, the laughter. We are the ones who bring the love. And to do that as much as possible in as many places as we're able, and to re-fucking fuel often, like tune out the news, turn on some comedy, refuel often. Rewatch your favorite movie. Go get an extra hug from whomever you're close to, the neighbor, the mom, the cousin, the dog, the puppy, you know, like refuel often is my reminder for all of us. Okay. Okay. Now, yeah. Okay. So Tara might just get a refund. I don't know what's going on over there. Girlfriend might just get the refund. Let's move on. Jacelyn and Flower and Forgiveness. Let's do this, y'all. Um, let's put in to get Game on some pizza. No, the vent. I'm trying to be good. I was thinking about it when I went to go get some water. I was like, I should get some pizza. I should order that pizza I really like. And I was like, nope, girl, you are on a mission. You do not like feeling that brick on your stomach. Don't do it. Do not do it. Assad here with love, blessings, and prayers from Bangladesh. Welcome, Assad. Love, prayers, and blessings to you as well. You'll find we're a quirky, funny, giggly group here, Assad, and we're highly spiritual. So welcome. You're welcome to be here. Okay. The event, I'm a bad influence. You two are the light, hon. I need you to stop playing like you are not the light in the buildings you walk into. Vegan, maybe. That's true, Ho Glitterati. I could do the vegan pizza. That's not a bad idea. I do like the vegan place. The vent is like, what chat you posting it in? She's posting it in this chat. Lene Sabali. Love that. Thank you. You're welcome, Lene. You're very welcome. Okay. Flower and Forgiveness and Jacelyn. Jacelyn, are you here? Where's Jacelyn? And what we might do, because Flower and Forgiveness, I know you're current, right? Jacelyn, hit me with your question. I know that Tara will catch up and we'll do you and Flower and Forgiveness. And somewhere in there, I'm sure Tara will figure this out. I've been following you for a while, a year maybe. And this is your first time saying hi, Assad? Wow. Well, I'm so happy you decided to say hi today. Welcome. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Oh, thank you, Assad. I appreciate that. Really, I do. I just out here doing the best I can. Okay, Regina, Saskatchewan, and July 30th, 1992. Yes, what time were you born, Jacelyn? What time were you born? The current work has been stagnant. I have high hopes it could be really good. I'm supposed to be moving up to a higher position. I'm not ready yet to transition into my own business yet. Okay. 11:15 p.m. Got it. Cool, cool. First time you got me on live. Awesome. Yeah, well, this is what we do. We kick it, we giggle, we talk about stuff, world events, we talk about energies. I do some readings in here. All the things. Okay. Work improving this year. Oh. So you're supposed to be moving up. I like this. I like it a lot. Let me see. I like that you're moving up. Where is your natal Saturn? Because that's the ruler of your midheaven. It's here in Aquarius. Oh, you've got this Saturn return thing going on. What did you say here? Let me see. Current work has been a bit stagnant. Yeah. Okay. Um, Rather yes and no. Um, mm, I know you said you're not ready to start your own thing. Get ready because that's going to come for you sooner rather than later. The need to be able to either turn your side hustle into a main hustle or to get another job is going to show up in the next 1 year and a year and 3 months time. So if you want to start a business and you know that that's something that's been on your heart and been on your mind for a while, I mean, I certainly see amazing entrepreneurship capacity within you. Um, you, more than most people, have the ability to make it work. I certainly see also, though, I see a stubbornness in you with the Leo stellium. If you can't have it the way you want it, you're inclined to not go after it. And so, one of the things the transit of this year has been trying to do for you, and last year as well, is break you from the need to have it your way. I'm putting it off because I'm scared. I know, Jacelyn. I know. It is scary. What I would recommend, because it's coming, like the need for you to make that transition. I'm seeing a cliff and an end date for you being employed by other people. As soon as Pluto hits that particular line there, and we've only got 3 degrees away, and it's going to take about a year and 3 months. The the sooner you get to it now, the more leverage, freedom, and flexibility you're going to have to do it your way in the future. But if you wait for that cliff to come, and I do see that cliff coming, the less leverage, freedom, and flexibility you're going to have later. You're just going to be thrown into it instead of, gradually working your way into it. Unfortunately, Saturn here is giving you the potential for some sort of career expansion, but it's going to happen through your own discipline, your own hard work, your own effort. If you're really comfortable with the rhythm of the 9 to 5 and the 2 week paycheck thing or the monthly paycheck thing, sometimes you can be at work and they got cushy snacks and they supply the filtered water and the coffee, and they, some days you can kind of get through treading water but kikiing with your friends on text message here and there. If that's how you've been getting through the work world, you're going to be in for a very rude awakening when you start your business. Because none of that's really reasonable, realistic, or possible. And what you have right now is this overlap period that frankly started last year. It started last year and started to give you the opportunity to work that side hustle up into a main hustle so that you're not scrambling when the cliff comes in another year and 3 months. Work is stagnant on purpose. It's stagnant for a reason. It's stagnant because you are supposed to be cycling out of it, Jacelyn. It's stagnant because there is an end date for you in the job that you've got going on right now, the career path you have going on right now. It's stagnant because could you get a promotion? Maybe. And the energy that I'm seeing here, I'm not seeing promotion energy. I'm seeing hustle hard, live well energy. I'm seeing the energy of working on a dream now that's going to pay off big dividends in another 2 years' time. And if you haven't put in the work on that dream now, you will be a bit late onboarding when the cliff comes for this job and left a little bit scrambling. Unfortunately, Jacelyn, I hate to deliver messages like that, but I'm being as clear as I can with as much kindness as I can for a person who has as much Leo energy as you do, who I know goddamn well you're going to do it your way anyway, no matter what I tell you. I just want you to be prepared for what that might mean if you continue to delay. Fixed signs, people who have significant fixed energy in their charts, which you do, they do not do change easily, quickly, or with joy. It's the kind of thing, my fixed sign people, unfortunately, change happens in their life when life drags them come hell or high water. But if you could see it coming, which I am telling you, it's coming. I think you've known this, which is why you're already aware there's a business in me and I need to get unscared so that I can execute on it, or I need to be willing to be scared and execute anyway. I think you're intuitively very aware of this, Jacelyn. I'm telling you this in this way now so that I can hopefully you can take this and spare yourself some pain later. Change isn't easy, but it's here. You can participate in it or you can get dragged by it, Jacelyn. That's the message there. Okay. That's what's going on with that. Let me see something over here. Yeah. So whatever that business idea is, do it. I recommend you get on it sooner rather than later, because that's where the promotional energy is going to come from. It's going to come from efforts applied by your own hand with discipline and repeated action, with Saturn moving through your 11th house of wish fulfillment. Yes, this makes sense. I got a promotion at work, but they're putting off actually implementing it. I know I want to work on a spiritual business, but I sometimes just get overwhelmed and shut down. This is helpful. Find a community. Find a community of other people starting spiritual businesses so that you can be supported. And you know what to do. Find a mentor, find a guide, find a teacher that can help you know what the system is to create a spiritually based business, Jacelyn. The more mentorship you have, the safer this is going to feel for you. And I know that's one of the key things with that much Leo energy in your chart that you're going to need to be able to take the risk. Diana, if you could paste your question, we'll do you next. Yeah. The more you can, learn and implement based on what you're learning, how to start a spiritually based business. What are the steps? What are the tools? The less afraid you'll be. It'll still be scary, but you'll have a system that works so that you can feel safe. And the safer you feel, the more action you're going to take, Jacelyn. That's one of the ways you can manage that fixed energy, is by arming yourself with enough guidance and information to feel safe to take the steps. Okay. Okay, baby cakes. Let's do this flower and forgiveness. Connecticut. (7:24 a.m.) You need to find that Leo ego. Actually, in your case, Jacelyn, you need to let that Leo ego go. You need to find out which things you're attached to, because Leos get very attached. Fixed signs get very attached. You need to find what you're attached to that's causing you to feel like you can't move forward from the place that you're in, and then recreate that someplace else so that you have more freedom to let go of the place that you're in. Okay. Leverage that Leo ego to your benefit. Okay. Let's see. Let me get into Diana's chart. I was in a relationship with my twin for 10 years, now separated after 4. Separated for 4 years. Wait, let me try this again. 8/18/1971, 7:24 a.m. You're welcome, Jacelyn. I hope that resonates for you. I was in a relationship with my twin for 10 years, now separated for 4 years after he slept with my sister. Whoosh, what? I'm finally ready for love again. What you got? Oh, girl. We're in the same age group, so I know you remember Lorena Bobbitt. And oh, I didn't want to record it. Stop recording. I got so distracted by what you just said there, like my own internal ire just whoop. And this was 4 years ago. I need to calm down because it didn't even happen to me. Okay, let me focus. She's ready for love. Now's a great time, Diana. It's a fabulous time. And the reason why is because we have Jupiter, the expander, also represents husbands, the opportunity bringer, moving through your 7th house of committed partnership. When Jupiter moves through the house of committed partnership, it is a once in 12-year opportunity to have love come in, anchor, and land. Now, we have Jupiter trining your natal Jupiter this year, which is going to be beautiful energy and making a grand trine to your moon. This is lovely, 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 lovely energy. The last time you had this energy would have been 12 years ago. So I don't know what was going on 12 years ago, maybe between you and your husband. You went through a really beautiful period before then, before the whole thing went down. You've got this beautiful energy coming in again to help facilitate and support love and relationship unfolding for you. I love that you know and recognize that you've healed. She was a Scorpio, by the way. That shit don't surprise me. That shit don't shock me. Okay, Chiron here, meeting up with your natal Chiron. This is you completing a healing process for you. This is you completing a lot of the wounding that might have came from that for you with Chiron in the 8th house. Golly, there are some hard, Chiron's never an easy placement. We got engaged 12 years ago. Yeah. Okay. And there it is. You got engaged 12 years ago. So that was the beginning of a love affair. And what I'm seeing with Jupiter in that 12th house, once again, is the beginning of a new love affair for you, something that has a deep spiritual connection to it with Neptune transiting that 7th house. You're not built for anything but a deeply spiritual connection in the first place. So it's going to be another deep spiritual connection. But because you've mastered, by the time we hit our Chiron return, we've gotten into a lot of mastery with the Chiron wounding. Chiron in the 8th house for you in this lifetime would have presented itself to you as it would have presented itself as sexual wounding at times. It would have either feeling not good enough, worthy enough, sexy enough. At times, people taking advantage of you sexually, maybe at different points in your life. And then wondering about your good enoughness. And so with Chiron returning to its natal place in your chart, you've completed a full cycle of healing on this in this lifetime. You're ready to step into greater mastery, your teacher abilities within Chiron, your guidance and leadership. And so now that that's happening, just as we get to your Jupiter return to your 7th house, you're ready to leave that story and that experience behind. I wouldn't even tell that story anymore. It happened. It's done. You don't need to keep carrying it. Somebody asks you why you got divorced. Great. Share what's true. Continue to heal and get witnessed what you need acknowledged and witnessed. But the victim song in that for you is now coming to completion. And it's going to be very important for you to be ready to lead with the story of I am Diana and I am worthy of love. I am Diana and I am worthy of sexual adoration. I am Diana, and it's safe for me to open my sensuality and sexuality and share it with safe people. I am Diana, and I am ready to be in spiritual and sexual union with a counterpart who's right and truthful for me, who's right and aligned with me. I am Diana, and I am healed and whole as a sexual and sensual being. And I now call forward a sensual and sexual being who is my divine match. And so in doing that, you start to cultivate that energy that is going to bring a spiritual union forward for you in the next year or so. I see it here. You need to be willing to be open, to put yourself out there. You need to be willing to engage and connect. You need to be willing to be invitational and curious. And again, don't lead with that anymore. It happened. It's done. You're healing. You're healed. Claim that. That will never happen to you again. Never. Okay? Forgive, have compassion, and let go. And continue to let yourself step into, okay, I'm welcoming love. I'm welcoming new love. I am welcoming a love that's worthy of me and the whole, the healed me. Okay? Where you need to say it for, just to talk about, I'm working through this, or where you need to say it oh, you will. You're only built for that. And you're in the time period in your lifetime where it is possible for you. They say lightning doesn't strike twice. In your life, it will. Okay? In your life, it will. You just need to be willing to put yourself out there and not let the shadow or shame or pain of the past haunt you. You need to get that energy out of you in whatever way getting it out of you means. Talk about it as you need to get it witnessed. But when you're now in the new love story, the new love song, the new love chapter of your life, leave that in the last chapter. Okay? And that's to say, don't acknowledge it. Acknowledge it when it needs acknowledging, but you don't need to lead with that anymore. I'm closer to my sister than I have been in years. I've forgiven her also. That's beautiful, flower and forgiveness. That's beautiful. I'm very, very, wow. Talk about leadership and love. Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. I love that. I love that you and your sister have been able to restore. That's you out here canceling fucking karma. That was mastery. That was mastery. And you don't have to relive that ever again because you canceled that karma when you forgave her and had compassion for her and compassion for you. Forgive him and have compassion for him. Cancel that karma. Okay? Well done. And I'm glad you decided to as well, flower and forgiveness. Yeah, no kidding, Hope Glitterati. See, Hope Glitterati, you're ass an opportunist up in here looking for ways to make money. That's how I know you're going to make money. You're going to be good to go. Start whatever business you want, but you're making money, girl. You're going to be good to go. You're welcome, Diana. It's my pleasure to be able to deliver that message for you today. My pleasure. You really could teach this. There's a lot of people, a lot of broken families, a lot of broken hearts, a lot of people who can't let it go in order to be ready to let love in again. But you You have healed it. You've let it go. You're ready to let love in again. So well done. Well done. All right. So we did Diana. We did Jacelyn. Let's come back to Miss Tara Lancaster. Where is she at? Tara Trees. What's her last name? Tara and Trees. Trees and Tara. What's going on? Tara, where you at, baby? Where you at? Green Trees. That's her name. Green Trees. Yeah, this our girl right here. Because I do not see. Good job. Fucking mastery job. She fucking broke the job with that one. Talk about leadership and love. Actually, why I started my flower and forgiveness page. I'm working on it. Wow. Flower and forgiveness. Damn, that's deep. Yay, Tara Green Trees. You did it, girl. You did it. Awesome. Woohoo. Well done. Okay. I knew if we just gave you a minute, all the pieces would come together. Right on. Canada is in the house today. Okay. 11, 12, 1965. Yeah, it's interesting. Scorpios they roll deep with me, I've noticed. I wonder why that is. Why do y'all think Scorpios like me? Because I noticed the Scorpios be showing up for the readings. They be like, yeah, let's have her look at this. And I'm just curious, what is it about that? You know who I don't get a lot of? I get some, but not a lot, is Geminis. I don't get a lot of Geminis. I don't get a ton of Aquarius energy. They show up. I don't get a ton of Virgo. Let's see. Just wondering where things stand as far as my twin flame goes. What is causing this block or stagnation? Okay. So Tara, in a one question, one chart mini reading, I can only look at one chart to answer. Now you can always have me look at his chart. You know, I can look at his chart separately if you want me to. But we have your chart up. Hey, enlightenment for twin souls 1111. What's up, Gemini? Gemini in the house. You tell it like it is, and Scorpios like that. You're not afraid to go there. It's funny. How funny. I just sent my payment for the mini read, Gemini. Hey, awesome. I love your energy and sensitivity. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Where do things stand? What's the block? What's the holdup? What's the holdup? What's the holdup? Let me cancel this and restart. Okay. On your side of things, Tara, what am I seeing as a block on Tara's side? Anything? Ooh. What is Tara's block? Yeah, if you guys can, if Tara's behind, if you guys could help her figure out how to catch up to the current moment, that would be really helpful. It's interesting because I don't see a huge block on your side right now, Tara. I see there have been some blocks leading up to now in the preceding years. I see there were some blocks in 2020, 2019, 18, 17, 16, oof, even before that, 15. There were some blocks going on prior to now. At the current moment, I don't see big blocks on your side, babe. They're just, I'm double checking, but they're not here. Um, you've even passed the Chiron Venus period. What is Uranus doing? Nothing. Saturn, nothing. Hallelujah. It's rare you can say Saturn's not messing something up. Uranus, nothing. Saturn, Chiron, Neptune, nothing. The nodes, nothing. You're in a nodal return, and that's fine. You wrapped that up already, came through that. Yeah, Tara, I don't see blockages on your side. And normally I do see a lot of that. I can see when a person is having some issues. The one thing that I can see that you would have, your twin connection would have brought to your attention and would have forced you to work on, oh, wait, why am I not sharing screen? I'm out here talking to you. I'm not sharing the screen. Let me try that again. There we go. The one thing that I can see that you in this lifetime are going to have to contend with as an overall issue, not a right now issue, but an overall all the time issue that includes right now, is there seems to be some challenges in the world of boundaries when you love someone. There seems to be some challenges in the world of um, having love be a bit boundless, structureless. And that can really lead, unfortunately, Tara, to a bit of, it can add to some wounding in the world of love in the first place with Chiron in your seventh house. Um, it can add to a bit of kind of constantly getting the short end of the stick with people. People with Chiron in the seventh typically have the story, I'm never the one who breaks up with other people. Other people always break up with me. Chiron in the seventh people tend to have the story, I always tend to get cheated on, or people always dear John me. They kind of ghost, which would be an issue with a Pisces Chiron seventh, kind of constantly getting walked out on or abandoned with no explanation, no clarity. Chiron in the seventh people might have, again, just so much love for the person that they're committed to that just about anything goes. And after having gone through enough experiences like that in this lifetime, a Chiron and a seventh person will just put up a lot of walls and be very, very scared to go out on the ice again. Um, they'll be very, very scared to be vulnerable, be open again, be very, very scared to try again. And so I see you working on healing that at this time. I see with the transit of Jupiter through your seventh at this time, it's giving you the chance to try love again. It's giving you the chance to be open again, Tara. And so I want you with an energy like this. I'm not sure where your twin is at. Like I said, if you want to book a twin reading, I can certainly, look at your chart and your person's chart and hear the full context of the story and see how you both are utilizing your energies, if it's in the light and in the shadow, figure out how we can restore connection here and keep connection strong. But the thing that's going to be really critical, especially with the Saturn retrograde in the seventh, whenever Saturn is retrograde in a chart, that area of life is a place where a person can struggle with having boundaries, appropriate boundaries. Either the wall can be too high or the wall can be too low. But with Chiron sitting on top of it, my suspicion is that in your case, at times the wall's been a little too low. You may have found yourself, especially with the Neptune Sun conjunction, the person in connection who gets taken advantage of for your goodwill, your good nature. And so it's really important to, as you restore connection with this person in your life, that you take in stock the lessons that this period of time has taught you, the healing that you've been through, the growth that you've, it's hard-won growth with a lot of heartbreak, and to dance on the ice appropriately. Don't go where the ice is thin and go stomping or even traipsing over there. Don't avoid the ice that's thick enough and just say, no, I'm good. I'll sit on the sidelines. You guys ice skate. I don't need to go out there. Get on the ice. Take it slow. Balancing this out is what's going to be necessary for you to open things back up with your person, Tara, and have things move with your person. Let's see. Let me go back here and see. Yeah, I see that, overall in your twin connection, I don't see separation energy here. So if you guys are in a place of separation, it could be because there are reasons on his side where he needs to be in timeout from the connection. But on your side, I'm seeing you having been prepared by life, by God, by the divine, by the universe, taken through a series of events the last 7 years, really, that would have prepared you for a restoration of connection at this time. And so, if he's not ready, it's okay. You may be sent some practice people. Some practice people may be sent your way, and that's not bad. Practice people are good. But practice with the boundaries being right sized, not too high, not too low. Practice with, being giving appropriately, communicating with vulnerability at the right time, not too much, not too little, that kind of thing. Okay. All right, Sarah, you asked for a 3-card tarot pull. Let me see what this message is. You want to know where things stand with her twin. Give me some cards about, where things stand with her divine counterpart. Where do things stand with her divine counterpart? Where do things stand with her divine counterpart? Fascinating. Okay. When I'm looking at right. Okay. Yeah. What I'm seeing is your guidance and about where things stand with your counterpart. The cards that I pulled, if you're familiar with cards, yeah, I feel ready. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you feel ready. By the time Jupiter hits the 7th house, we tend to feel extremely ready. So good. I'm glad. What I'm seeing here is Judgment upright, Page of Pentacles upright. And then the third energy that came out as the final one is Knight, Knight of Wands reversed, and 7 of Swords upright. There may be, Judgment always talks about a revisitation of energies, a second chance. Page of Pentacles, though, that's the Page of Pentacles has always signified to me a friendly energy. It's my let's just be friends signifier. It's the friend zone card. And so this starts, I don't know if there's communication or not going on right now, but Tara, what this is talking about is you guys having the opportunity to be friends again, and that being the jump off point for anything else that happens. The jump off point has nothing to do with romance. It has nothing to do with sex and intimacy. The jump off point has nothing to do with revisiting the past. It has nothing to do with figuring out if we can be a love match in the future. The jump off point for this revisitation is friends. And starting off by being friends, you're going to get the opportunity to do 2 things. One, you're going to get the opportunity to really get to a place there's no communication. I do see the potential for communication coming with this combo right here. the blow ups, the breakdowns, the in and out behavior, the frankly lies. I see there was some deception going on. Some of the deception may have been your own self deception about what was okay for you and what was not, with that Chiron sitting on top of the Saturn reversed in your chart, retrograde in your chart. That combination of energies there, like you, by starting off friendly and having the intention for friends only at this time, that's going to basically eviscerate a lot of the painful experiences the two of you have had in the past for you, so that you can begin the process of evaluating this from a new place. Is he conscious and aware of himself? Have I grown in my boundaries? Where am I not standing up for myself? Where am I putting up too hard a wall? Where do I need to rebalance that? I'm happy with friends. That's something good. I see that in this connection, if you can work with that friendship energy, it's really going to save you a fuck ton of heartbreak and heartache and repetition of cycles going forward. Now, what's interesting is when I pair this to the astrology and I see Jupiter moving through that seventh house, if you guys are in absolutely no communication, but Jupiter's already on the scene, there may be somebody else who shows up at this time, who starts off as a friend, but it is a divine connection, and it prepares you for completing the healing cycle by getting you back on the horse you fell off of. So that the horse no longer scares you, that you're going to repeat that pattern again. That kind of thing could show up. I don't know, Tara. I didn't look at his chart. I can, in a one question, one chart mini reading, I can look at one person's chart, and I can't tell. What I'm seeing here isn't telling me that he will come forward. What I'm seeing here is telling me that whether he comes forward or not, Tara's moving forward in love, period, full stop, the entire story, the headline. Tara's moving forward in love, whether he comes forward or not. And so it's going to be important for you to be prepared should a divine connection show up in your space, whether it's him or somebody else, because I see it's there. It's active in the present tense. That you don't miss the opportunity to complete your healing cycle by getting back on the horse you fell off of, and not letting the fear of repeating that cycle run you off, like run you out of the stables, run you off the ice, stop you from ice skating, stop you from horseback riding. Okay. That's what I got for you, Tara. Either way, it starts as friendship, whether he comes forward or not, or this other person that I'm seeing in your energy shows up. It starts as friendship, and from there it grows, and that saves you a lot of heartache. Okay, so we did get to read for Tara. Tara, if you want to go deeper, you want to look at the whole thing, we can certainly do that in a private reading. You can book those on my website. And I can book a relationship reading, so I can look at his chart, your chart, hear the context of how you guys are using the energies. Okay, Tanisha. Tanisha Davis, it is your turn, baby cakes. Practice run would be good. If you let yourself open up, that person is already in the space and in the energy around you. You're going to have to open yourself up so that person, you can start the process of that friendship and that vetting and that, getting really honest with yourself about what you want, what your needs are, what you want to share, what you don't, that kind of thing. You're welcome, Tara. Did that resonate for you, Tara? Tanisha Davis. Oh, Lene, are you Tanisha? Mhm. Texas in the house. I'm starting to think maybe I just need to move to Dallas because it's been nothing but Dallas people in here all day. um, yes, resonates. Okay, good, Tara. 6/8, 1992. 7:43 p.m. Okay, let's look. Let's look. Let us look. Let us examine. All right. Lene, I'm doing so much shadow work. Um, I feel like each time I have healed, an identical situation appears. I am struggling to be confident and trust myself. What should I be aware of right now? Okay, what's the situation that keeps repeating? I'm going to look at your natal chart to understand the root of it and how you can operate that from the light. What's the repeating situation? Mm. Ooh, good idea, Kylie. Good idea. I did refill my water on purpose. Lene, what's the situation that keeps repeating, babes? Let me just see how your aspects stack up. My 7-year twin flame relationship, to be honest, abandonment issues, trust, betrayal, self worth, daddy issues, the list goes on. Okay. Mm, Saturn retrograde, speak trine, sun, trine Venus. It's interesting because there's an interesting energy here. Um, I'm pitiful right now. Oh, I don't know that you're pitiful, sweet pea, but here's what I can tell you. People who have the Gemini seventh house cusp are unfortunately some of the people who frequently are the shadow energy of the Gemini seventh house, right? Gemini represents two in a place where there should only be one other, and that's the seventh house of committed partnership, unless you're poly and you're good with that, right? But to have Gemini on the seventh house cusp tends to lend itself to people who either frequently get cheated on or end up cheating on other people. There can be infidelity issues for a Gemini seventh house person that are chronic, they're repeated, they're ongoing. Um, one of the first things that I think you can do to heal that is you do need to have a conversation with your dad, unfortunately. I'm seeing with the Saturn retrograde here in your chart as well, in the third house of communication, clarity about boundaries, clarity about what we're doing, clarity about, um, like what we're saying, what we're not saying, what this means, what it doesn't mean. Sometimes those conversations can be a bit lacking. I see Saturn retrograde in a person's chart can sometimes represent a father who lacks boundaries as well, or isn't always great with boundaries. Either holding boundaries and protecting the family, protecting the child, protecting the marriage, or protecting himself, right? That can be a problem with the Saturn retrograde. They can have problems with addiction, problems with that kind of stuff. So if your father is the kind of man, and you and him, he died in 2013, and I never had a consistent relationship with him. God, dog, fuck. Okay. You're not doomed. Let me just start there. You can still heal this. One of the things that will be necessary for you is to establish a healthy, nurturing relationship with a man who is not romantically involved with you, where there is consistency, where there is communication, where there is kind of the revolving door pieces aren't there anymore. The best thing that I've seen happen for people who have the Saturn retrograde in their chart and have the dad issue, I feel doomed by God. I've always been cheated on. Yeah. The Gemini seventh house is common, but it's not always that way. One of the ways to heal this, and I'm going to give you the trick now. I'm going to give it to you. Are you ready? I'm going to give you the healing trick. Is to create that consistent relationship with a man. The kind of man I'd recommend for you for that is a therapist. I'd recommend that you, because two things are true with therapists. Number one, they have the ethical boundary and line that they cannot cross to move into romantic or even friendly relationship with you. Two, you need to be able to cultivate the experience of feeling consistently safe with a man holding space for you. Even if you feel like you've healed enough, even if you don't have anything to talk about, even if you don't all the way want to open up, having a male therapist will integrate it into your energy system and your neurological pathways, that there are men who are safe and consistent and who will be there for you and who will follow through with their word and will hold space for you, and who truly do have your well-being in mind. Now, you have to pay for this, yes, and it doesn't matter. Even if you're paying for it, the neurological wiring still gets rewired through the experience of consistency over time. Okay. And talking to a man about this particular problem is going to start allowing you to relax in your nervous system and feel very safe, that men won't always hurt you, that men can be trusted. Okay. So that's thing number one for healing. Thing number two, that's probably the best thing you can do. The next thing you can do is one of your growth edges in this lifetime when it comes to relationship is clear communication about boundaries. Very clear communication about boundaries with men. Now, some of what you're dealing with, unfortunately, is a product of the age group of guy you're dealing with in the influences of this moment in time. The cultural values that our parents and parents' generation grew up with around, men's men don't cheat, men's men stay steady, men's men show up, men's men, don't have 50 women. We have a culture in the moment in time that really glorifies the guy who can openly deal with 5, 6 different women, 3, 4 different women, without ever needing to offer any of them a commitment. We have a culture that really facilitates that as a desirable way to live, a desirable way to experience life. And so in your case, Saturn retrograde, Gemini 7th house, one of the, they trash, shut up, the vent, they are not trash. One of the things you're going to need to work with in your world, Lene, is what does it mean to feel good about having clear communication and strong boundaries and unapologetically asking for what you need, and saying no engaging a bit more with your head instead of your heart, bringing your head into your heart-based decisions. That's a bit of the growth here. That's a bit of the work. And I think a really solid male therapist can help facilitate that growth for you. I'd make sure, Lene, especially given your Gemini 7th house, your Venus and Mercury Sun, Lene, I would make sure that it's a man that you are in no way physically attracted to. This needs to be a man who is 2-3 times your age, who's a therapist, but it needs to be a man who may be in the class of man you would date. So let's just say, for example, look, I don't mean to put you on blast. I don't know if you're saying anything. All I'm saying is your papa, your great aunt's ex-husband, is still alive. I eat with him once a month and he allows me to vent. I feel awesome around him. It's the pattern I'm used to with my twin, even after he promises different. Get a good male therapist just to help you have the he's promising different. You have to get the boundary lesson piece in. And that's one of your lessons in this lifetime with North Node and Capricorn is personal boundaries. With South Node and Cancer, Cancer doesn't understand boundaries. Cancer just emotes. But your lifelong lesson is learning how to have personal boundaries. He can promise different or not. You need to be able to understand what he's saying, what he's doing, and not be willing to budge on letting in until you are getting what your boundary and standards needs. He may be your twin, but that's the education and the lesson for you. Some people, it's about learning how to have more flexibility and boundaries. With the Gemini 7th house, you can be born with too much flexibility and boundaries, especially with Saturn retrograde in your chart. So for you, the lesson has more to do with learning how to have those personal boundaries, how to really cultivate that, the execution of maintaining them, still getting your needs met without needing to have it be all or nothing with him, on, off, that kind of thing. You can do it. I love that you talk to your papa, but you need to talk to somebody every week. And you need to talk to somebody every week that you can be honest with about your sex life. I don't know if you can be honest with your papa about your sex life. You need to be really honest about that as well. And a good therapist will hold the right kind of container for you. Okay. Event, you kill me. I block and unblock. Kylie, you got me, girl. Y'all funny. But Lene, I need you, tell me, how is that? Does that resonate for you? What does that make sense? What I'm telling you. And you need it to be more than once a month, Lene. You need to talk to somebody every week, hun. You need to give that to you, that consistent male support. It can't just be once a month. Your soul is craving that consistency from a man. And one of the best ways to get it for now is to pay for it. Papa will fall the fuck out. I know he would. You can't talk to Papa about your sex life, Lene. Are there any resources you can recommend for me to practice setting healthy boundaries? I can't afford therapy right now. Yes. Let me introduce you to my friend Thais. For $87 a month, you can get all the therapy you need. But she's a woman. I do think at some point you need to make the investment in working with a man. You need to pay for that for yourself. You need to tell yourself that you deserve that. Where's my share screen? Because at some point you need to have the safety with men and the trust with men. You need to start working on cultivating that with men. And having a papa is great, but you're going to have to bring it more into the range. So what I was trying to say earlier, once you get to the point of being able to afford it, is if you know you consistently have this storyline in your head, like let's just say you're Puerto Rican, right? And you've been let down by your dad, and he was Puerto Rican. And then all the other Puerto Rican men you date fall into that pattern. Y'all already know where I'm going to go with this, right? And then you have this kind of building subconscious story. Puerto Rican men ain't shit. I can't trust Puerto Rican men to save my life. The only man I'll ever date going forward, I'll never date another Puerto Rican man again. I got to date a black man. I got to date a white man. I got to date an Asian man. I'll never date. If you have that kind of chit chat going on potentially in the back of your mind, to start to recondition your nervous system. And then I would recommend that when you go to therapy, your therapist is a Puerto Rican man, so that you can start to rebuild that trust, recondition your subconscious. All right. Now, until you can avoid therapy for $87 a month, you can work with Thais Gibson, and she is amazing. She has these twice weekly Q&A sessions and access to any course you want that can help you figure out boundaries, what your needs are, can help you figure out, oh, not even 87. Look at this, $67 a month. That's even cheaper. Boo, you can afford $67 a month. If you can be up here spending $35 with me to get a reading, you can afford $67 a month. Let's talk about the courses that are going to be useful for you. And since I heard a lot of me too in the chat, looking at you, the vent, looking at you, Kylie, looking at you, Hope Glitterati, here's what I got. Boundaries courses include setting boundaries, ending codependency and enmeshment, reprogramming anxious attachment, overcoming anxiety. Yeah, I think all those would be good. Other things would be childhood. And you can work at these at your own pace. Reparenting your inner child to transcend attachment trauma. Yep, that's a good one. Let's see. Other things that are going to be really good for you, knowing what your needs are. Really important, super critical for people who have boundary issues. One of the challenges that can come up is having too much flexibility in the world of what you need. Here we go. Discover and embrace your personal needs and fulfill them. After you've discovered, embraced, and started fulfilling your personal needs, then you can understand, express, equilibrate, and reparent your needs. And then after you've done that, you can come over here and then start to express your needs with scripts for effective communication. If you jump right to this, but you skip this, you're going to continue to get what you've been getting. And one of the challenges you'll run into with these courses is that behaviorally, they're going to ask you to do some things that you've never done before, which is why twice a week Q&A sessions are going to be very helpful for you. Twice a week, Thursday and Saturday, Miss Gibson, Thais, she will walk you through how to handle the situations that come up for you as you're working through the course material. And twice a week with Thais is just as good as therapy, but trying to figure this out on your own by reading a book, baby, if you was going to figure this out on your own, you would have done it already. You need help from somebody who can walk you through the steps. And this is the cheapest path I know, $67 a month. You can do it. I believe in you. And that is spoken from my heart as somebody who has seen that pattern play out in life and has come to the other side. All of that. So Lene, here is where I was at there. Let me just drop that link in the chat for you. Okay, personal development school, go over there, get your life, get your whole life. Codependent no more is good. It'll open your eyes to some things, but you still need to understand how to correct the behavior. What are the new behaviors you can replace it with? Okay. You're welcome. You're welcome, Lene. My pleasure. My pleasure to support you. I got a green roll, but I do my fearful avoidant work when I'm triggered. Re-enroll. Okay. Yeah. Good. Good. I'm glad. Which plan is 87? It's $67 a month, and it is the all access pass. $67 a month. $67 a month. Get your whole life together. I'm running. Good. Take that attachment quiz on her website and then just enroll. I'm telling you, just even listening to the weekly Q&A twice a week. You don't even have to be doing any work in any workbooks, but just listening to the way she coaches other people for 2 hours on your Thursday night and your Saturday afternoon. Just listening to it, and it'll open up your mind to the rewiring that's necessary to start building some new behaviors with your twin. Okay. Awesome, Lene. Yeah, it's mad cheap for what's offered. I don't know anything cheaper. I don't know anything cheaper. It is absolutely hands down some of the most affordable, life-changing material you will ever get your hand on. And I'm not just talking about life-changing because it gave you some new ideas. I'm talking about life-changing because it's actually going to give you some new behaviors. Deanna, it's your turn, baby cakes. Let me order this pizza right now. Let me stop playing like I don't want this pizza. And let me really not front like I'm going to get a regular pizza. Let me get the vegan one like you guys suggested. Because you guys are so good to me. Remind me to take care of myself. Which pizza am I going to get, guys? Which vegan pizza am I getting? Deanna, if you can put your stuff in the chat, I will read for you next. My favorite is always the spicy arrabbiata. Margarita is too boring for me. Spicy arrabbiata it is. Wait, there's a vegan pepperoni situation. Oh, I had that. I didn't like that. Okay, spicy arrabbiata it is. Let's do this. Please make it gluten-free. Thank you. Trying to be good. Add to cart. All right, girl, get out of here. Don't spend no more money. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Don't buy nothing else. You don't need no sugar, no dessert, no nothing. Do not pass go. Is everything correct? Yes, gluten-free. Place the order. Whew. Is it going to work? Is it happening? Are you going to bring my pizza? Confirming your order arrives in 31 minutes. Hooray! Ha! Okay, let's come back to this. Where is Deanna? April 15th. All right, Aries in the house. Let's do this, girl. Latrobe, Pennsylvania. An elementary school pizza. That's funny. 4/15, 1985, 2:35 p.m. Look at us out here making healthy choices. Me not eating dairy or gluten. Y'all out here going to therapy on the cheap. This is amazing. Go us. We are really out here doing stuff today. I love this. Okay. I feel like I have grown spiritually and have been working on myself. Hey, Choose Love. Great to see you. Welcome in. I feel like I've grown spiritually and have been working on myself in terms of my shadows. What's the best advice you have for me right now in this time in my life? Um, sorry. What'd she say? I couldn't get my chat to work. Oh, you got it to work, Deanna. I see it. Hey, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. Welcome. The Easter eggs have been doing something for my metabolism. Black people love shortcuts, aka the nicknames. Go away, but stay safe. Hey, Choose Love. I don't know where safe came from. Funny. Okay. So Deanna wants to understand shadow work advice for right this minute in time. Okay. Do I have that right? Best advice. Okay, let's do this, girl. Best advice. Let me set the timer. What is her current? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you doing it. There's no way for you not to. With Chiron crossing over your Venus, this particular period of time, whether you wanted to or not, you were going to have to look at some of the shadows of the eighth house with your Venus. Eighth house governs the shadows. We've got Aries in the eighth house, sign of the self, Venus in Aries, the sign of its fall. This is basically about feeling unworthy of love. Dog it. Yeah. Um, yeah, this is about feeling not worthy of love, like love and you don't get along. Like love doesn't love you, but you love love, like feeling abandoned by love. A little bit of that. It's also a little bit about feeling, some of this. You may find during this transit, Deanna, that there's some stuff around sexuality that comes up, Deanna. You may find that you need to take some time to give yourself permission to um, just be extra patient with yourself. And it's not to project or not to say that this is a guarantee of how this is or how this goes. But like, for example, it's a bit about reclaiming sexual energy. Let me just put it that way. Reclaiming a lot of your sexual energy from places where you may have left it behind. Yeah, that's a good way to put this. Anyone who's told you that has tried to hem in your sexuality, this is a good time to explore that sexuality, open it up in whatever way that's right for you. A really great start is just taking a mirror and having a good look at your pussy, understanding what the different parts feel like when you touch it and knowing that you're safe to touch her, that she's yours, that nobody else gets to tell you what you can be turned on by or attracted to. Nobody else gets to tell you kind of what's okay for you and what's not okay for you. You get to define that for you. That's a big part of that. Another big part of this is going to be just kind of recognizing once in a while, like where you may have left sexual energy behind with your sexual partners, really calling that back. Um, and really giving yourself permission to do maybe a bit of like a sexual detox during this time with this energy. Um, if you need to do a little bit of like, some women will use like the yoni pearls. Some people will do the yoni steam. Some women will do like taking up a practice of like daily vaginal massage to really, come back home to your pussy and like her gifts, and that the pleasure that she creates is there for you. And that you own that pleasure, that nobody else gives that to you. You give that to you. That's a bit of what the work here I'm seeing is about, is really taking ownership of your eroticism, your sexuality, um, especially Deanna, if I don't see it here, but it's certainly possible that you may have had some sexual abuse in the past, and it's created a potentially very disjointed experience of your sexuality with your partners, whereby sometimes maybe you might find yourself being sexual too quickly with people, and then they kind of, they hit it and quit it, or you find yourself um, engaging in sexual acts with people that you don't want to engage in, but you do it because you're kind of there and you're in the moment and things. You're just kind of, you just go along with sexual stuff sometimes as a potential. Um, that energy that I'm seeing here in your chart is what's up for healing right now. Sexual shame, if let's just say you're attracted to members of the same sex, the opposite sex, transgendered people, transsexual people, if that's what turns you on and floats your boat, baby, do you find out what makes you hot? That's the reclamation opportunity in this transit, but it's been ushered in particular, I see it here, by an amount of heartbreak that it was just like, God, dog. Like, I see it really dragged you quite a bit. And this period of time, one of the ways that you're going to heal the best is through reclaiming your sexual energy for yourself and bringing that sexual energy online for you. That sexual energy, it's life force energy, Deanna. It is co-creative energy with source. It is the capacity to call down the divine from the ethers through your sacred vessel and give it life. And so really getting into understanding the sacred beauty of being incarnated female, if you incarnated female, and even if you transitioned female, right? The sacred beauty of that, of, feminine sexuality, and taking your time to really appreciate your feminine body. All of this is going to be a big piece of the way you complete this shadow work healing cycle for yourself. The spiritual and the sexual need to find home here today for you. And that's what the shadow work energy is for you at this time, beloved. Okay. Bringing sexy back, if you will, or allowing the sexual to be sacred again for you. That's the work, Deanna. And I hope that provided some insight, some clarity, some resonance for you about what you might be going through. I'm sorry it's been so hard. I see the heartbreak here. But my true message for you today, and my bottom line, is the way to find your way back to life and out of that death and that heartbreak energy is to reclaim your sexuality. To not leave it in the hands of your exes or ex-lovers, to not leave that sexual energy in the hands of relationships that are not active. Bring that sexual energy online. It is yours. It is your pleasure. You get to own it. You get to have it. That life force energy belongs to you. Okay. All right. Now I see my girls here are cutting up in the chat. Ignore them, Deanna. Ignore the children. This is grown folks conversation. All right. Ignore the children. Yeah. I love you call me a cult leader. That's funny. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me see what's going on. But Deanna, let me know how that resonates for you. I have a therapist, but she gives me those damn that's crazy vibes. So I need a new one. Yeah, you do. I need to be dragged with compassion though. Yeah, you need somebody who's going to be willing to unpack it with you and not let your crazy scare them, whatever your version of your crazy is, right? Flower and Forgiveness says, if I'm eating pizza, it has to be Stan Pizza Capocolo. Spicy Italian ham, onions, gorgonzola, and pesto. That does sound good, girl. I love this therapy with y'all right here doing the most. Nice old glitterati. I've been in this chat for like 8 hours. Yes. Yes, we have. Choose love. So great to see you here. Yes, you can get a reading. The list is open. I'm just hanging. I'll probably kick it till my pizza gets here, y'all. And after that, I'll probably bounce. Mm. Okay, Diana Neerman. There's been a lot of Dianas today. Diana's. Yeah, Diana Jacobs was the other one. But now we're going to talk to Diana Neerman. All right, Diana Neerman, let's have it. Birth details and your question. Seriously though, this is therapy, and with the vent coming through with pure comedy, my side hurts. Exactly, Lene. Sometimes I get on here just because I need to hear from the vent. You don't know that, Crystal, but you bring the light, girl. You bring the light. K-Moon is a gift sent for this. Oh, thanks, you guys. I love you guys too. We love it here with our cult leader. Excuse me, Kay. I was not ready. Flower Forgiveness knew what I was talking about. See, she knew. This grown folks conversation. It does feel like she could have warned me. You didn't need no warning unless you a child. You ain't no child. Come on. Come with the program. I wasn't ready. I was singing Kumbaya. Y'all are funny. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Hugs to the chat. Yes. Be intimate with yourself. That's it. What I've been doing for 4 years. Got to dust it off and get back out there or get up in there. I don't know if you need to go out anywhere. You can just get in there. K Moon, thank you so much for hosting Shadow Week. You're welcome. It was amazing and loaded with useful information. I'm so happy to hear you got useful information. I need to go back and watch a few again and take notes. You are so welcome. Hope, love, and sunshine. It was my pleasure. Deanna, okay, thank you. I was just trying to follow and understand a bit. Good. Let me know if you need me to link it to heartbreak in any clearer way for you, because I see the heartbreak piece, but why sexual healing, self-sexual healing was the answer. I may not have been specifically clear about that, but that was definitely what was there in your chart. The vent got called to the principal's office. Yes. Okay, you know the stories, I tell stories. Well, so they just be entertained. And I'm like, nah, I need you to help me unpack this though. Oh, the vent. Yeah. You do need a therapist who's not entertained by your comedic antics. But when you do decide to do your stand-up night, let me know. I'm gonna come support you. I love stand-up. I love, 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 love stand-up, live stand-up. I learned myself for years and counting. Whack. I got out of trouble very well. You guys are funny. I went 3 times. Oh my gosh. Where are we at now? What are y'all talking about? Queen of Water. I took the day off. I needed it. Very good. Okay, you just said pussy, and I was like, oh damn, where are we going now? Yeah. Okay, I did say pussy. Pussy, 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 pussy. Diana Neerman, where you at, girl? Pussy is not a word to be ashamed of. We all got one. We all came from one, and we need to reclaim it. Um, be there in the front row. Diana Neerman, it's your turn. Really dealing with a lot of world events empathically. Yeah, it's a heavy time right now. It's a heavy time. I mean, that's why I've been kicking it with y'all in the way that I have been, in part. Okay, Tupac. um, I don't know if I'm good at stand up. I just love being a class clown. No, you have it in you. You have the gift. You have the gift. A lot of people who are making money doing stand up actually they were class clowns. You have the gift. I'm a kitten, hear me roar. Yes, Queen of Water. Stop saying pussy. Now I want to touch myself. Hey, go do it, girl. Just don't do it to my voice, okay? I don't know you like that. I'm just kidding. I'd be honored. But yeah, no, go touch yourself if that's what you need. Hope, love, and sunshine. I had to turn the volume down. Oh yeah, sorry. Maybe some of y'all got kids. I wasn't considering that. Maybe y'all at work. I don't know. But um, yeah, I love this book. Let's just get into it while we wait for Deanna. Who is Deanna? Where is Deanna in the chat? Deanna, might be your turn. No, it is your turn. You might need to refresh your chat, go out and come back in. I'm still working. I have to put both hands on the keyboard. Sometimes you can be more productive on the other side of a break. Um, oh, no, not that, Deanna. I just answered your question, Deanna. I'm talking about Diana Neerman. I'm so sorry. My turn to get dragged. Assad, Assad is out here just to remind you, ladies, I'm still here. Why you want to keep talking about reclaiming sexual energy? Just so you know, I'm still here. Oh, I love it. Okay, let's get into this though. I want to leave you with a resource. The way I really got comfortable with pussy, with the word, the concept, with sexual reclamation and sexual healing, and really taking sexual ownership and possession and occupancy of my lady parts. The way I got there, for all of y'all who thought it, like you thought it just came out of nowhere, yeah, I am that comfortable. I worked with this woman, Regina Thomasauer. She goes by Mama Gina. She has programs and books. And I just love this. Listen to this. Sisters, welcome. I'm Regina. I'm here to reclaim the eternal, grief soaked majesty of the feminine from within a culture that doesn't know what that even means yet. I'm here to uphold the exquisite wholeness of women. I'm here to celebrate our darkness, our rage, and our grief. And then I'm here to turn on our joy. I'm here for our bodies bruised, depleted, shamed, and worthy, right, perfect, beautiful, hot, wise, alive. I am here for orgasm and lust, for the virgin and the whore, who is all of us. I am here for sisterhood. Thank you for being here with me. So she used to lead these live classes, that's her, at what she would call the School of Womanly Arts, to help women reconnect with the parts of themselves that the world has been trying to divorce us from since time immemorial. So she's got some books, which is where I recommend you begin. She also has a great blog. She sends out monthly missives. Um, Pussy, a reclamation. Start there, people. Please start there. This would be a good book. If you felt like that was too much, too fast, just start here. Read the book. Okay. This will help you learn key practices to speak and seek your deepest truth. Embody radical self celebration. End the war with your own body. See it for what it is: beautiful, sacred, powerful, worthy of approval. You'll understand why a woman's sensual awareness is critical for her spiritual, intellectual, and emotional health. It is sacred. Reclaiming the temple is necessary for healing. What's ahead on the next frontier of feminism and how you can make it happen. On and on and on. When you get it, you get a special copy of her gift, Mama Gina's School of Womanly Arts. I highly recommend it. Eve Ensler, Christiane Northrup have endorsed her, and she's got all these other books. Like, I was so repressed that I could wear any color on the spectrum but pink. I could enjoy any color on the spectrum but pink. I was that, because pink was associated with girl, with femininity. I couldn't get into it. I was so repressed. I didn't even know what, quote, the feminine was. Get yourself some Mama Gina, y'all. If you out here and you like, get yourself some Mama Gina. Sign up for her 5-day self-love mini course, a free journey to awakening your most confident, radiant self. Okay, get yourself on the page. You'll love it. Trust me. It'll be worth it. Okay. And while you're at it, YouTube, what's that woman's name? Oh, I love this woman. Let me find her real quick. While you're at it, while you're doing Mama Gina stuff, let me introduce you to shoot. What is this woman's name? Now I got to switch accounts and go over there and find out what was the last thing she posted. Ay, ay, ay. I got 441 subscriptions. It's going to take forever, but it'll be worth it because I can see the chat could use some of this in its life. The chat could use some of this. Let me see. What's this woman's name? Under L. L, L, L. Those are all the C's. It's going to be a minute. Hang on. J, K. Layla Martin. Let's get into it, people. Some of y'all need some Layla in your life. Let me come back to the appropriate channel so I can put it in the chat for y'all. Have you guys heard of Layla Martin? Oh my God, she's epic. She is epic. You guys need to get with Layla and Regina. Trust me, these two women will change your whole sex life, whether you are with someone or alone. Assad, you too. Layla is what you need in your life. Epic and legendary love every Sunday. This is Layla. Okay, last thing she posted: getting out of your head while he or she's going down. Tantric sex for beginners. Oh, that wasn't the last thing. These were 4 months ago. Let me get into the latest videos. Let's do this. 4-step sexy soul merge process. Yes. How to be magnetic. Unlocking your sexual energy makes you magnetic. Yes. 4 steps to becoming multi-orgasmic. Yes. 3 ways to have a better orgasm or your first one. Yes. 3 ways to open a man's heart through mystical something. We don't know. Mystical teachings. Great. Uh 10 ways people creep. Skip that. I mean, you could look at that. 4 most delicious ways to finger a pussy. Yes, crystal egg. What is the crystal yoni egg all about, and why she made her own? Number 1 orgasm tool. Y'all need to reclaim your pussies from the patriarchy. Come get your liberation. Come get it, y'all. Come get your liberation. It's out here. It is on YouTube. It is free. Start there. All right. Okay. Where's Deanna? Where's our girl? Let me see. Diana. Where is Diana? No one ever dragged my Kylie. I'll find you. Yeah, I think Kylie did get on the list. Deanna Heater. Until she comes, what did you mean with heartbreak? Sexual energy. I feel like I do not have issue with my sexual energy though. You may not. Do you have an issue with the heartbreak piece? Because that was the piece that was showing in your chart. It was showing that the heartbreak piece is real, the heart healing. But the way to heal the heart for you in particular is going to be through the sexual aliveness pieces. For some people, the way to heal the heart is going to be to talk about it. For other people, the way to heal the heart is going to be to work, like do some work around heart healing in their work life. For some people, doing some work around health and well-being. For you specifically, it was specifically talking about sexy time. Sexy time will heal your particular heart. Queen of Water. Yes, I'm with that philosophy. Let me know, Deanna, if that makes sense. I wish someone was around when I was a virgin. That was a hard time for me because of people's opinions. Yes. That was a powerful intro. Yes, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. Regina's intro is really powerful. Hope Glitterati, yay, or that they made us believe we're supposed to be ashamed of. Exactly. Our Father would not have given us those zones if they weren't allowed. That's right. Our Father, Mother, God would not have given us that if it wasn't allowed. I think I need that book to connect better with myself. There you go. Kylie says, I've been bleeding in pink. My hair is pink. Go ahead, Kylie. Queen of Water. The higher in consciousness you go, the more that goes up. Hello. Yes. I am working more and more on being feminine. Good, the vent. I feel like we need a recommended reading list. Very good. Yes, Casey, you knew I was talking exactly about Layla Martin. Thank you, Casey. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Keisha started Google Doc with recommended reads and PDFs. Yeah. I mean, I keep, y'all come in here. I piece it out for you. I break you off a little piece. You know, when I see you're ready for a piece, I break you off a piece. Yeah. Yes, Casey, you nailed it. It was Lacey. Layla Martin. Okay. My twin's the only man who's given me an orgasm. I sent him a physical award plaque. Event, you got comedy. You really should think about stand up. I think you may have missed your whole calling without that. Tonight you can claim your badge for free with chemo. Yes, enroll in sex school and get liberated. Yes. I thought to myself, when he dies and they going through this stuff, God bless. I do this and channel him same time. Is that bad? It might be nice to put up a little energetic barrier, Queen of Water, that intentionally sends the energy through on his side as love, so that what he receives is like that divine love, and the energy barrier is a transmuter for whatever you're sending, so that what comes through is divine loves. That might be nice. Um, where is Diana? Yeah, exactly. Where's Diana? Got my money doing yoga. It's a song that comes to mind. Yeah. Um, every time I go visit my cousin, that's the name she signs. She's holds up waiting for me. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of Dianas and Dianas in the chat today. Just like there's a lot of crystals too in the chat today. Okay, now it makes sense. I definitely feel like I have a major blockage in my heart, feminine energy. There you go. For whatever reason, your chart, Deanna, is saying that heals and opens up with sexual healing for you. You have to graduate to the next level. I could use a Kit Kat right now. Queen of Water. I do visual love to him when I appreciate the climax. It's nice not to engage someone in your sexual energy without asking them first or telling them. Just like you wouldn't want somebody coming up and touching you on the ass physically, sometimes it's not always really nice to have somebody coming up touching you sexually, energetically either. Especially now as we're all moving into more sensitive energy space. We're all moving into, our clairs opening up, our spiritual gifts turning on, all of that. Um, you know, energetic sexual boundaries are a good thing. They're good relationship practice, just like in person, third dimensional sexual boundaries are a good way to hold our relationships in love. Now, listen, if y'all just have that kind of understanding where y'all just open to one another anytime, all the time, by all means, go for it. Hope Glitterati, I was waiting for Diana, but she's not here. So I think it's your turn, babe. We're just going to go on to you. I'm going to have to refund Miss Diana because Diana she paid and then she left the chat. So we're moving on to Hope Glitterati. Check on my pizza. Where are we at, pizza? Okay, cool. If you shared you had an experience with a false twin. I have not had an experience with a false twin, no. I didn't even know what the idea of a false twin was to be able to name something as such. No. I don't know where she went. All right, yeah. So I'll just refund her. Diana, because she has seriously left the chat. Refund. Make a note. Okay, Kylie, it's all you, baby cakes. What you want to know? What you want to know? What you want to know? How can I help you? Maybe she fell asleep. She may have. Um, Not with me saying pussy, 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 pussy. She didn't. I doubt it. She probably got a phone call or something. Kylie, it's you. It's you, babe. You're the next one. I didn't see. I saw you make a payment, Kylie. So it's your turn. I don't have a second payment from Hope Glitterati at this time. No, it's you, Kylie. Hope Glitterati, did you have a question? Did you want me to look at something? Exactly, flower and forgiveness. It would be hard for someone to fall asleep during this. Even Assad, who's been all quiet, just he piped right in, like, excuse me, just so you know, ladies, I'm still here. FYI, the gentleman is still in the chat. So, Kylie, you just need to let me know your question, what you want me to look at, and I'll get into it. Yeah. Devin, I'm mad your therapist is not helping you and is more entertained by you than supporting you. That's not fair. I need you to get out of that relationship. It's one-sided. You paying them and you entertaining them? Baby, let me be your manager. Let me be your manager. I will get you paid for that level of entertainment. Trust. Let me be your manager. I need you to stop paying to entertain people and get you some help. The help that you need. Illinois, Waukegan. 3. Happy upcoming birthday, Kylie. 1996. 2:15 a.m. Be my manager. Happily, the vent. I would happily be your manager, hun. Get you out here on the road, get you working, get you stop not working for foolish people no more. Oh my goodness. Well, then where would you get your material from? That's the problem. The material, we need to keep the material coming. Okay. All right, Assad, the one gentleman holding it down for us. Thank you for hanging out with us, Assad. Okay, Kylie, I need some good news. Yes, I love good news. Every week has been a mess. Why is every week a mess? So what's the next transition before I load up my bags and get on my shuttle? All right, let's see, Kylie. Let's see. Kylie, Kylie. Well, first of all, Kylie, what's going on with your money? Because I'm seeing you're going through a really good money transit right now. You got Jupiter moving through your second house of earned income and lighting up your opportunities to make good money right now. So I'm seeing that here. I'm seeing Jupiter harmoniously and positively aspecting your 10th house, which is Scorpio ruled. That could be part of the problem, frankly. Um, the Jupiter Scorpio transit, although I don't know that that's it, Kylie. Let me see what else is going on here. We got Uranus making waves, making changes down here. Oh, that's the issue. Okay. Okay, Kylie. So I see a good money transit happening right now. We've talked about this. You're going to have to change jobs, and recognize that your path for getting to the dream job is going to be a little bit like playing chess. It's going to be a little bit like you know how some chess pieces can move like the knight can move forward and to the right or left two, forward one, right or left two on every step. The queen can move in any direction, but the bishop can only move diagonally, and pawns can move forward one after the opening move. I don't know if you know how to play chess, but because there's a little bit of like zigzagging across the board to get to the right place, piecemeal by piecemeal, the best thing for you to do is just to remain unattached to what it is you're doing now as a final destination. Know that you're going to continue to be taken care of. You're in the best financial transit you will have in a while. I see another great financial transit coming for you in a few years' time. But for right now, make the money that you can make. I certainly see that financially you're in not a bad place. So enjoy the money that's coming in as it's coming in now. Ooh, somebody let the pizza people in. They didn't even have to call me. Y'all, I'm taking y'all with me to get my pizza. Hang on one second. But this is a good transit. Now, these waves that Uranus is making down here at the bottom of your chart. Let me see. Who is it? Oh, they went downstairs already. Thank you. I love it. Since COVID, they just be dropping your food off on the floor and bouncing. Good thing my building doesn't have rats. All right. So anyway, back to you, Kylie. The situation here with that Uranus energy at the bottom of your chart, you're in for some big changes. I remember when I had Uranus in this position in my chart, I had like a breakdown every other day. I would get in the closet and I would just cry because I couldn't figure out where my life was going, what I was doing, who I was becoming, or which way was up. I empathize with anyone who has Uranus transiting the fourth house, because what's in the process of happening is your life is getting moved onto a different path, and it's being handled by the hand of the divine, and it's being given to you to move through, but you have to be willing to take the divine's hand, and just keep moving forward, even though the path makes, with Uranus involved, no sense at all. Absolutely no sense. With Uranus involved, it's going to feel a bit crazy making. And thankfully, you've already been through the Uranus transit, Sun transit. So you're not going to have that happen while this shift is happening. There is a part of you that is innately still whole, intact. You're good to go. But it's just what's crazy making is the amount of change that I know you're probably experiencing. Like, you probably just with this transit just want something to settle down and be steady, be stable. So in terms of good news, I can see that what's happening here in your chart and what's happening in your life, this isn't a function of your own making. This isn't a function of you operating your energies in shadow. Hallelujah. This is a function of the divine kind of shepherding you across the chessboard of life. Yes, moving back home with Uranus, transiting the house of home is possible. A big change in career is possible. I certainly see in the next year, if you've been wanting or thinking about either going back to school or getting some more training so that you have better prospects and opportunity. As you get into 2023, I see money opening up for that, opportunity opening up for that, Kylie. But for right now, let me see what you're saying here in the chat about what the situation is, Kylie. Let me see. Kylie. Where's Kylie in the chat? Kylie ain't saying nothing. All y'all out here chatting, but I didn't hear nothing from her. But yeah, all of this energy is an energy of kind of just being divinely guided and led and allowing things to play out. Now, what I love about this year for you, Kylie, I love Jupiter about to sit on top of your sun and bring you all kinds of blessings and opportunities that are going to feel like they come out of nowhere. And I want you to get ready, because that energy hits. You start clocking that energy as early as the beginning of May. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. By May, Kylie, I see a lot of things opening up for you in terms of potential and possibility, work-wise, financially. And that's because Jupiter, the opportunity bringer, and Venus, the money bringer, are sitting together in your second house of earned income. And then they go sit right on top of your sun, making you kind of the it girl of the moment. You're the name on everyone's lips. You're the person everyone wants to get to know. You're the person who's going to be hitting you up on a regular basis. People are going to be hitting you up to come either do stuff with them, make money with them, find opportunities with them, call you back from things you may have not heard from Jobs you thought you didn't get, you could probably get them now, this kind of thing. It's been hitting directly with everything, work, home. Okay. Yeah. So if life is really guiding you at this moment to move back home for a little bit, don't take that as a loss. Don't take that with shame. Do not take that as a you did something wrong. You didn't. You didn't. You're good. What you have going on here is just life is in a difficult moment for all of us globally. But then on top of that, that Saturn energy, you've been through some difficult things, and then you had Saturn locking up your money for a little bit. But I do see things opening back up for you as soon as we hit May and onward. I see a lot of opportunity coming your way. So that's the good news I see. I see good times ahead, lots of possibility, financial opportunity. I see change, yes, but I see it's change that's not coming because you've not done your work. That's not it at all. Sometimes I see change coming in people's chart because it's like they haven't done their work and now life's hitting them with a 2x4. The change that's coming in your life is very much like, I need you to picture whatever your sexiest version of God looks like, and him walking up and being like, take my hand, Kylie, and looking you dead in the eyes with like the sexiest stare. Do you trust me? And it's that kind of energy where you're really getting supported by life through this, that you're not left alone or hanging out here in any way. Change is hard. It's just challenging. It's difficult. But you're going to come through. You're definitely going to come through, Kylie. So I'm just sending you a big hug. I'm surrounding you with a big hug and reminding you that periods of high change are often brought into our lives because we have changed so much internally. Life has to catch up externally. To our new expression of divinity. So just allow life to catch up to you. Allow life to, reconfigure itself around the massive growth that you've gone through in the last 2 to 3 years, because I do see that here. Okay. Good news is on the horizon. I promise, Kylie. I promise. Hang in there, girl. And if you need to move home, do so. Especially moving home is going to be better than overstretching yourself, going into debt, or being on the street, or being with people who might otherwise be unsafe for you. Okay. Let me see what's going on here in the chat. Did somebody else make a payment? Did anybody else decide they wanted to get on the list? No new payments. Okay. So I'm going to catch up with you guys, and then I'm probably going to hop off and eat my vegan pizza. What are you guys saying here in the chat? Be my manager. I need one. The event says, yeah, I went to a therapist that takes my insurance, but won't send me to the nut house when I start talking about my twin flame. That's probably a good thing. I'm not selling ass though. Okay. Okay. The material just shows the fuck up. I know some of the things that happen in your life, the event, like you can't make this stuff up. I know, but you trust me, if you want to try some stand up, girl, you would kill it. But no, it's good that they don't send you to the therapist. It's better though that you maybe find someone who understands twin flame stuff and is having none of your comedic screen to prevent you from going deeper where you need to. You need someone who's unfazed by that defense and deflection mechanism, and who can really call you out and take you to task a little bit more. And if they're not willing to do that, basically you're paying them to entertain them, and it's not cool. Flower and forgiveness. I tried to talk to a therapist, and because I'm not suicidal and wake up crying every morning, I didn't qualify for insurance to pay catastrophic insurance or limited insurance. I understand that. Oh, yeah, we got to start paying out of pocket for a lot of this kind of stuff, unfortunately. Queen of Water. Why is it that they love hearing about twin soul stories? Queen of Water, I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen a therapist that appreciates that. Maybe because they like getting educated by us, but God damn it, you need to pay for your education. I'm not paying you to educate you. You're gonna pay me to educate you. That's the way that goes. The event, on a serious note, if you're looking for a therapist who is very spiritual, not specifically for twin flames, I know of one you can look into. Um, Let me link for you guys the document that I have with the twin flame psychotherapist. So if you guys, anyone wants to look in there, psychologists for twin souls. If anyone wants to look in there, interview some of these people, see if they're right for you, you can. But yeah, the vent, you already know your defense mechanism, your default, and your deflection mechanism is humor. Um, it would be ideal if you can find someone who can break you of that pattern, so that and not let you waste time and money by staying in that pattern. Okay. So there's the link to the psychotherapist for twin souls document that I created. Assad shares, I'm an aqua, backstabbed by my wife Gemini, more than 2 years separation with no communication, worked on myself and still healing. Oh, stay healing, Assad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't like my food on the floor either, but luckily it's in a box and a bag. Okay, Zoom, Oregon, good. Y'all are talking to therapists. Good. Referring therapists. Good. Hmm. Hang in there, Kylie. I know we're okay. His name is Ray Doctor. Is that for real? Ray Doctor? That sounds like a fake name. Been following him for a few years. Very grounded and integrated energy. It's wise man. It's very nice. Yeah, hang in there, Kylie. Like if you're on the brink, community is so helpful, so helpful. Um, but yeah, I recognize that Uranus transit through the fourth house. It does sweep through your life and change everything, and it can feel like it's happening way too fast. Um, just hang in there and stay in community as best as you're able. Living at home and not making that mean anything about you is also going to be a good idea, especially if your mom and dad are supportive people, or mom or dad are supportive people. I wish more men thought like him. I admire and respect him. That's nice. KS, hi K Moon and everyone. First time catching a live. Anyone in the queue? No, nobody is in the queue. In fact, I was actually about to pop off, but if you want to grab a reading before I jump off, now would be a good time to make payment. I'm just catching up on what was said during my last reading. And then I'm probably going to go. The vent, I got to configure my heartfelt, vulnerable message to my twin. Yeah. And heartfelt, vulnerable questions, right? Asking good questions is part of communicating with heart, like being curious about them rather than always just making these declarations. Yeah. Comedy is my mom's coping mechanism too, and we've talked about it a lot. She's very similar to you in a lot of ways. With the comedy as her coping mechanism. Um, The event, not yet. There's not a lot of new people yet, but now that the channel's grown, I'm going to put out another call for it so that you can, so we can see if there's new people who want to jump on the list. Sometime in the next couple of weeks, I'll probably put out another call, maybe 3 weeks, give me 3 or 4 weeks. I still be feeling the floor energies. They work with your income. Yes, it's out of pocket, but who turns down cash? Plus, it's a lot easier. Yeah, for everyone, it's easier to avoid the insurance companies. They're just such a racket at this point. Just save receipts for tax and medical cost. Exactly. Like putting my purse on the ground. Yeah, I don't put my purse on the ground. If I can avoid that, I always hold it or set it on a chair. I'll look into that, tethering a line, but I'm going through the emotions. Yeah, I believe it, Kylie. Message me on the gram if you have more cues. Oh, okay, got it. To, also has to pay my rent because parents are crazy as fuck. Oh man. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, KS, let me see if you made a payment and then we will wrap up here. Yes, Courtney. All right, Courtney, I have your payment. And so I will read for Courtney and then we'll wrap up. And Courtney, nope, not yet, Kylie. I'm going to read for Courtney and we'll just end. I don't know that we have to close the list. I'll just end. It'll just be over. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. It was such a treat to chat with you all and to raise the vibrations together. You guys remember what I said about Courtney, go ahead and paste your question. Remember what I said to you earlier about the importance of protecting your vibration because you transmit a frequency and that there's a lot of pain in the human thought body right now, the human energy waves, and that it's really important to lift your own vibration as much as possible. And not only that, but also give yourself the space to take breaks and water yourself, okay? Nurture yourself. Assad, you're welcome. I'm so glad to have you here. Kylie says, no problem, no more pussy talk, y'all. Why? Because you're moving in with your parents? We can't talk about pussy at your parents' house in your chat? Just kidding. I won't bring it up. But now you guys know where the resources live around that stuff so that you guys can get yourself the support you need as you're ready. What is it with these people? They pay and then they disappear. Okay. Yes, KS. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. My mom's not hearing nothing. Excellent. Excellent. We'll keep all of our inside jokes inside, Kylie, when you move in with your mom. Okay. You'll still have us. We'll still be here. Okay. Don't feel bad about moving in with your parents. Everyone's had to do it at some point, especially nowadays. Doggone baby boomers sucked up all the jobs, hiked up all the resources. Now we got to live with them until they die. They're all mad about us not being independent. Hey, who told you to, let make decisions that make healthcare and affordability for apartments so high? Who told you to do that? Who told you to do that? Who told you to vote in these Republicans? Come on, y'all. I'll just live with you. Don't feel bad, Kylie. Everybody's had to do it. It's all good. Display and brightness. Thanks, the vent. Okay, I also see here Monique jumped on the list, so we'll do Monique and Courtney. Awesome. Okay, KS, thank you. Oops, that's not the thing I needed. I need this one. KS, California. California came through today too. Where in California though, KS? What part? Like what's the biggest the city or the town you were born in? August 1986. 7:58 p.m. Glad you clarified that. But what town? Boomers are bugging. Interesting and scary times. It's true. Okay, the vent. Sweet dreams. But don't say nothing groundbreaking without me. Girl, you bring the party when you come through. I'm going to need you to just chill. Nothing's happening that isn't happening without. I'm getting a white noise box. I had a white noise box when I lived with my parents too. I think that's smart. Let's see what city KS is in. Need to build spiritual community, residential apartments with affordable rent. Exactly. Exactly. Lots of upcoming shifts and changes in my career coming up. And all looks like in my favor. Good. Will it align for my old coworker to come back to the company to work with me? That would be nice if you like that person. First time I was trying to get it all down. No problem. Born in LA. I know someone in New York, the event, getting some details for. Okay. Good. KS, I'm here. I closed out and came back in because of the delay. Good. Where were you born in California? Where in California? Is Assad leaving? Oh no, Assad was just saying sweet dreams. Um, is Flower leaving? Bye, Flower, if you gotta go. Sweet dreams, y'all. For those who need to log off, I totally get it. Um, Apple Valley, thank you. Um, cool. All right, we got all the details. You want to know if it's going to align for your coworker to come back and party with you. Let's see. Is your coworker going to party with you? Um, yeah, actually, I do see that that person could make a return. I'm surprised they haven't already, if I'm being honest with you. It seemed like the Venus retrograde would have created that. I'm not sure when that person would have left, but the Venus retrograde tends to create breakups that don't stay broken up. If they left during the Venus retrograde, it tends to not be finalized kind of thing. For example, we had Jason Momoa and what's her name break up during the Venus retrograde. And sure enough, with just as Venus is coming out of her retrograde at the final degrees, guess who's getting back together, giving it one more try? Venus retrograde brought back Jason Momoa and pretty wife. What is her name? All I hear in my head is Denise Huxtable, but her. Um, so yeah, if your coworker left during the Venus retrograde, which started at the beginning of December, there's a good chance they could come back in the last little bit. But then likewise, like in the next little bit, but then likewise, I'm also seeing that for you overall work stuff, you are in a really good work transit, really good. Jupiter has emerged from the 12th house of kind of hidden things into that first house. You're in the middle of a Jupiter return. Jupiter's the ruler of the midheaven. Jupiter brings expansion and growth. All of this is telling me that, and Jupiter's about to move into Aries. Aries is the ruler of that second house of earned income, again, bringing expansion and growth. You're about to move in, like your star is on the rise at this job. And so, one of the things that I would really encourage you to consider, as much as you may have liked working with this coworker, one thing that I may really encourage you to consider here is that she may have been appropriate for the level you were at. She may not be appropriate for the level you're about to go to as a colleague for you. And she may have been moved because there are other people who are going to be appropriate colleagues for you coming forward here, and that there needs to be space for some of them to arise. Courtney, Lisa Bonet, that's her name. Yeah. Um, what a name, Lisa Bonet. Wish my name was that pretty. She's like just so perfect in like every way. She's like if there was a woman I compared myself to, it's Lisa Bonet. um, but yeah, there's that kind of thing where it's just like this. Your star is on the rise, and if she's not in the people who are around you now are the people who are meant to help support and facilitate that rise as you continue to move forward, and bring the appropriate lessons for that rise. Sure, it'll be a bit of a challenge here and there, but I see you moving into a really good place. And one of the things I would worry about with your Pisces rising, your Pisces moon, um, is just being a little too attached at times to people whom you're emotionally attached to, but aren't necessarily going to be the people that work wise are appropriate for you to be attached to. So she's gone for now. Um, what I want to encourage you to remember is that there's no accident to that she's gone for now for a reason, and that you really are moving into your you're moving into like your throne energy, and everyone that was with you on the rise is not going to be with you during your reign. And that's the thing that I really want you to remember, that they're not all supposed to come with you. um, you have your own path here. And she could make a comeback. If she's not making it in the now time, it's unlikely. But she could make a comeback. The only other time I see it put being possible that she could make a comeback would be December, the very end of the year, during the Mars retrograde, at the bottom here of your chart. I could see she could potentially make a comeback at that point in time. But otherwise, my strong recommendation would be, if you appreciate her and you really care for her as as someone to connect with, transition the co-working relationship to a friendship. Ask her if you can maintain being friends. Um, yeah, I just don't want her to get in a position where she thinks you can somehow make it possible for her to come back when she's not really appropriate for the organization to begin with. Because I do see your organization went through a bit of house cleaning, went through a bit of, there's some people who exited who probably needed to, and for whatever reason it may be her time to go do something else. That's what I got for UKS. Try not to, if you really care and she's just not the right fit, this is a time where you're going to find you're going to need to be very honest with yourself about that. um and honest with her, right? That, it was fun to be coworkers and now you want to be friends, but it's just not really the right thing in the organization. um let's see what the 3 card pull has to say about work stuff. And that's going to force you to step into kind of a higher level of maturity, given that you got promoted and she has exited. Um, Changes in my career coming up, looks in your favor. It is in your favor. Will it align? Yeah, I don't know that it will. Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that 2 of Wands upright, King of Swords upright, and I see the 5 of Cups upright for your tarot pull, Courtney. Queen of Wands bottom of the deck. First of all, yeah, none of these are reconciliation, reunion cards, return cards. All of these really speak about a person we have a king and a queen, 2 people who are standing in sovereignty. King of Swords, Queen of Wands, bottom of the deck. This is really about having the in, intellectual awareness and spiritual insight and clarity to understand why she's not there, why either vibrationally it wasn't aligned, why from a timing in her life perspective, given where the organization is going and who she is as a person, why it's not aligned, having the emotional wherewithal to really embrace that truth that for whatever reason it just wasn't aligned. Grieve the loss with the 5 of Cups here, but recognize there are still some really amazing allies around you within the organization, and that it is time to start looking out for those people around you to the best of your ability as someone who cares for her. If it's just not the right fit for the company for whatever reason, or for her for whatever reason, supporting her to see that in the way that is kind and compassionate so that she can get on her right path. And you guys can maintain and transition the friendship. That 2 of Wands upright piece, I think you're going to be, there's a reason why you're even asking, like paying money to ask this question. You and her were like thick as thieves. Like I can see that there's a bond here, and that you've probably never experienced work with between 2 people like that, where it's like the 2 of you had your back. You looked out for one another. You made sure one another was good and safe. In the job, in the organization. So my strong recommendation would be to find other allies at this time. Where it's appropriate for her to come back in, certainly keep your eye out for those opportunities for her, but trust that life will lead her on her right next step. That she'll be okay even if she's not working with you. But yeah, this does all really look in your favor. It does look like promotion energy for you, and it doesn't look like one, it looks like several over time. So, congratulations to UKS. And, again, my condolences for this moment of transition in the friendship, but I highly recommend that you support her to find the way to see, like, for whatever reason, her life is calling her into another direction, and that's not a bad thing. All right, Miss Monique, it is your turn, beloved. Please paste your cue. Okay, because there's a lady currently there now that could be promoted too, that I see as being as toxic. So I was hoping the other coworker could come back. Yeah, I didn't see toxic energies around you when I looked. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe that Pluto configuration in your 11th house, but even if the toxic lady gets promoted, ironically, that works in your favor as well. I know that sounds crazy, but for some reason, something about the toxic lady getting promoted just leads to more benefit and blessing for you, ironically. So I know it's probably hard and it doesn't feel great to see somebody good not be able to stay. Um, but she may be so good that she's not good enough to be in that organization, and she's got something else she needs to do at this time. And life is preparing her to find that, so she doesn't have to be inside of whatever that organization is bringing to the table. That's not maybe even toxic for you, but she may not have the beneficial transits that you have, KS, that are going to keep you protected and open you up to more opportunities. She may have other transits going on. So, all right. Thank you for letting me read for you. And I hope that resonated in some way. I hope that you found some peace with that. Let's see what's going on for Chartreuse. Chartreuse, what's your question? What's your question, Mr. Chartreuse? Miss Monique. Got your chart ready? Everything. Yes, we have a little marathon happening today. And where are you, Assad, that it's a whole 12 hours later than what my clock says? Where are you on planet Earth? If you don't mind sharing, I'm really curious, Assad. Where is it 12 hours later? Where is it tomorrow? You're technically in tomorrow, but I'm talking to you in today. Hey, Venice. Hey, Flower. 9 hours. Woo woo. Sometimes a girl's got goals. An energetic lady. I try. I'm not always, but I try. You're in Bangladesh. Okay. How's Thursday in Bangladesh? Hopefully it's nice. It's a nice Thursday in Bangladesh. Ooh, Queen of Water. Now you want to pay? Girl, you've been hearing me talk about my pizza and now you want to pay? Girl, I have an inclination to read you for filth. Go ahead, pay. Pay, Queen of Water. Go ahead, girl. I'll read you after I reach our truths. I believe to have claimed enough soul fragments, but everything is still stagnant. I was led to this biz, but still stagnant. Love is unstable for the longest time. What's next for me? Let me see what's up. 1970 Sun in Libra. Mm, why would things be stagnant? Queen of Water, go ahead and pay, girl. Go ahead and pay. I want to read for you. I want to know exactly what's going on. I want to get in your business, girl. Go ahead and pay. All right. Let me see. Why would things be stagnant? Got this Pluto square sun thing, which should be very empowering for you. Love is unstable. Okay. So part of the reason love is unstable is this is a natal chart issue, not a transit issue for you. We have Uranus sitting on your seventh house cusp line, chartreuse. And with Uranus sitting on that seventh house cusp line, it does make love unstable in a person's life. It's kind of one of the signatures in that person's lifetime, unfortunately. One of the things you can do with that energy is kind of number one, go slow. Because I think, one of the old adage for the Uranus seventh house cusp line is true. Grand opening, grand closing. Starts fast, it's going to end fast. So there's that energy there. And that's a bit of a challenge for you in this lifetime is finding a way to get love to be stable. And some of it is about having enough space for dynamic, intellectual, thoughtful, thought-provoking conversations. The more you're able to do that with people and only work with people who like to go there and do that, Queen of Water, I got you. The easier it's going to be to find appropriate partners. You need a thought partner more than anything. People who just aren't on the intellectual level, chartreuse, and I really mean that. Like somebody who can keep up conversationally, who can challenge your thinking, who can bring new ideas to you. If 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 he's hot or she's hot, but they're not doing that, unfortunately, what you're going to find is that these relationships move into the dynamic energy of instability very quickly. Second thing you can do to stabilize the love thing here is make sure you're friends first. With anyone you decide to date or be with romantically, do not do the whole we're dating to figure out which configuration of intimacy we can get into as quickly as we can. A lot of people will like go on the dating apps and like by date 3 they're already like kissing and then making out and sex is happening on date 4 or 5. You can't form a friendship like that. Friendships form over time, over experience, over shared insight, shared values, shared goals, shared experiences. And you can't share enough in a short period of time in order to be able to stabilize the friendships. Stabilize the friendship, you'll stabilize the love life. Chartreuse says, I'm partner, but now in separation. Got it. So let's get into that, right? Let's deal with that, the stagnancy kind of in the love life overall. What I'm seeing here, part of the issue is this Pluto squaring your sun. Pluto squaring your sun, Pluto sextiling your Venus, Venus being the ruler of your seventh house cusp. Pluto is asking you to make some major changes in terms of who you are and how you're approaching love. Some of the stagnancy that you're experiencing as a person who has this much cardinal energy in chart, like you are all cardinal energy. You are a cardinal baby. Cardinal energies are the energies of starting, initiation, new beginnings. It's the energy of doing a new thing. And if things have gotten stagnant, you may have settled too much into that fixed energy of the status quo. One of the things that really needs to happen here for you, and that Pluto's really asking you to do with that transit, is to put an end to certain things that just aren't working. Let them go. in your love life, in your personality. Let things that aren't working for you go and start experimenting with some new things, chartreuse. Start experimenting with some new beginnings. Try stuff on. It doesn't have to stick, it just needs to be new. And the more you start experimenting with newness, new beginning, new energies, trying out new things, new ways of, in your case, with this energy, new ways of wearing your hair, new sex, honestly, Venus 8th house, again, that's straight up sex energy, new ways of making love, new ways of communicating, again, bringing in new stuff around communication. The more you're able to really open up the new and really charge up trying new things, they don't have to be perfect, they just have to be different. Try something different and keep trying different things. The more you're going to find things move forward, not only in love, but also in work, because this whole Plutonian transit is happening in that 10th house of career, but it is deeply impacting that 7th house of committed partnership, where things get stuck in career, they get stuck in relationship as well. You need to do some new things, try some new things out, mostly new things within yourself, in order to facilitate that newness coming through in your world. Let me go ahead. Okay, yep, Monique, that's a read. That is a read, but I don't know what new, you would have had some ideas by now about new things you could try, chartreuse. Letting go is good. That was the first step. Trying new things is next. That's the step that's actually going to get things out of stagnancy. There's a need to be willing to risk again, to try new things again. And that's what's going to break up some of that stagnancy energy. So I need you to create like a little desire list for yourself. What would I like to try? What do I want to experience? What is it that I think would be interesting? And then start taking yourself weekly to do one new thing. And this is going to start to snowball in your life. Does like one kind of curiosity will turn into a desire, will turn into a passion. But in order to get there, you have to start at the place of curiosity and new things, and really stoking that engine, revving that engine in terms of, let me just try a new thing. Let me just try a new thing. Just try one new thing a week. It'll start to break up the stagnancy. I promise you, you're not meant to be stagnant. You're meant to be doing a lot of new things. Yes, you've been through a period of letting go and death and endings, but that period coming to a close. Time to do a new thing. It's a new day. Okay. Newness, risk. All right, girl, Queen of Water, let me have it. Let me have your birth details in question. I can't wait. I'm about to get up in this business. I want to know what's going on. Yes, vision board for sure. Queen of Water, I think you are Carmen, right? Let me know if your first name is Carmen. Uh-huh. Cool. Australia. June 26, 26, 1969. 1:33 p.m. Okay, let's do this. Biz is new. Good. So you already started something in a new biz. Now you got to try some new marketing methods, some new ways of getting customers, right? Keep going on the new everything. All right, let's get it, Queen of Water. Let's do this. I'm so excited. Okay, Queen of Water, what's next for me? Ooh, kind of general. Just what's changing. Okay, so planets have changed. Let me look at those. Planets of change. Change, 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 change. All right. Work. Work is changing for you. I don't know. Ooh, ooh. Okay, so I know you read, but here's what I got. I see there's something coming online for you, some kind of new service, new offering, new way of sharing yourself. I don't know if you've been thinking about telling your story, writing a book, sharing something in a way that helps people get some new ahas, new insights, new breakthroughs. There is an energy of utilizing your journey, your story, your insights from your experiences that's going to allow you to teach people in a whole new way. And that's what's changing. That's what you're being asked to step into. There's a lot of like clicking and aha moments that I'm seeing you get literally when you're around water or do water things in the shower, washing dishes, washing your car, whatever. I'm seeing there's some ideas that are coming for you. Um, and those ideas that are coming for you, you're meant to be implementing them as a new way to share who you are, what it is you're doing, utilizing your story, specifically your story in love and your emotional journey to open people up to a new way of connecting with their emotions, coming home to their emotional truth, recognizing their own story and giving their own validation. One of the reasons the world is in the place it's in is because people are emotionally disconnected from themselves. And there's something about the ways in which you're being inspired to start revealing and sharing and opening up and utilizing your story as a teaching school, a teaching mechanism for people, utilizing what you've been through as like a classroom. There's some kind of way that you're going to be doing that that's going to allow people to expedite their healing, to take certain quantum leaps forward in their healing that they wouldn't have been able to do if you did not step into this. So I see this as really a moment of divine calling for you. The way Uranus is opposing your moon. Moon is the sign governing the sign of the teacher here, and the ruler of your sun. This is an opening up of who you are, to letting the divine flow through you and be the guide for other people. This is an opening up, literally saying, you know, God, take my body, take my mouth, use me to serve other people. And so if that's been your prayer in any way, I certainly see that happening. This is only exemplified even further by this Uranus contacting your natal divine feminine energy in your third house. So this is opening up new ways of marketing, new marketing channels and avenues, new, maybe even groups. You might be finding a way to host groups and people in groups on social media in some way, so that you can bring people into a structured container that's Capricorn, that allows them to start to explore the work of their divinity in action, moving through their emotional truth and emotional reality. I keep hearing coined it. Okay, good. Oh, conduit. Yeah, conduit. That's it. You are being utilized as a bit of a conduit at this time for the divine to flow through you and use your body, your mouth, your story to lead other people back into emotional integrity with themselves, to get more people deeply emotionally connected. You will be used in that way during this period of time. And so any of these ideas that are clicking and coming to you, keep an idea journal, start executing on them, find the fastest path to action on these things that are coming through for you to be able to share with other people. Because honey, I'm telling you, you do this, you come into the second half of this year and into next year, honey, everybody's going to know your name. Everybody. I'm telling you, this is setting you up for exponential growth, this foundation right here. So I want you to put aside any fear that you have about revealing your story or the truth of where you've been or the things that you've been through. You were brought through those things precisely for this moment in your life. That's what I want you to remember, that those things all happened for a reason, but they happened so that you could utilize them as the launch point for bringing other people home to themselves. Okay. It's big work. It's divine work. This is a divinity activation of epic proportions, with Uranus, the divine activator, speaking both to your moon and to your divine feminine and the houses that it's speaking to. Okay. So I see, let me see. That's what I got for you there. That's what's going on. It's exciting. I can't wait to see what you do. When you figure out what you're going to do, how you're going to set it up, let me know. Send me links. Send me links. Send me links. Send me links. I want to see. I want to see what you end up sharing with the world, how you end up serving. But I'm seeing this is really the setup and jump off point for your next chapter of success, Queen of Water. So it's exciting. Very exciting. I've been promoting her. Oh, I'm going to cry. I'm so excited for you. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Yay! Woohoo! Yeah, lots of success. Lots of success. But this is the jump off point, and it starts with really leveraging, combing your story and being willing to tell it and share it shamelessly and fearlessly in service of others. All right. All right. Okay, Venice. Miss Venice, let's do this. You're welcome. I'm excited. Quiet Kylie is my biggest supporter. I know, me too. Kylie out here just like, she is really the BFF of this world. She is out here supporting everybody, which I really love. So this is awesome. Really awesome. Queen of Water. Really awesome. Nice, Venice. Okay, great question. Venice, I need to know what your birth details are so I can look. It's a little vague, but if you could be more specific, just a little bit more specific, I can hook you up. Kylie is like that. We got to love up our Kylie. Kylie, sending you lots of love. What's the birth details, Venice? Okay, June 10th, 1976. Now here all the Geminis come. Quincy, Washington, June 6, 10, 1976. Birth time 8:50 p.m. Yes, Venice, I got you. I just need a little bit more clarity or specificity about what you want me to talk to you about today. What is it you would like to know more? Like what area of life specifically, or like specifically? So, for example, Queen of Water asked about change, and there's like one planet in particular that brings some of the most significant change. So I knew to look there. But what do you want to know about? I am awakening. What is my gift? Ooh, good question. Great question. All right, let's see. Gonna be over here in the birth chart. Let's see. Ooh. Wow. You have the gift of manifestation. Not everybody has this gift, but you do. You have the unique ability to call things directly out of the ether and make them manifest in the third dimension, with a little effort, but certainly not the painstaking, toiling effort that some people end up needing to apply to get things to manifest. You, without trying, are a bit of a master manifester, and you incarnated with the ability to kind of, I almost want to say, just decide that you want something and then boom, it happens. It's like you have this magnetic creation energy that is innate and natural to you. We all have it as divine creator beings, but we're not all as tapped into it. We're not all in tune with our creatorship ability. Sometimes we are, but a lot of times we aren't. You came in turned on to your creatorship ability. You came in with an innate ability to kind of see it, think it, say it, and then boom, it's happening. Like, I want you to start to experiment with this, Vinny's, because I don't know if you're conscious that it's happening as much as it's happening for you. The next time you go, you get on a plane or get on a flight, I want you to start envisioning and deciding that you're going to get a free upgrade and watch the upgrade just kind of happen. The next time that you go to get your car washed, Venice, I want you to start thinking, I'm going to get a discount on my car wash. I don't know how, but I want to pay half of precisely what it is that they're charging. Somehow, some way, it's going to come out to half for me. I want you to start playing with your manifestation abilities. Vinny says, why am I so scared to manifest what I really want? You need to start playing with the small things, the inconsequential things. Manifest a free cup of coffee. Manifest somebody smiling at you who's wearing a blue shirt tomorrow. Manifest one of your neighbors doing something nice for you. You don't even have to know what the nice thing is, but decide that one of your neighbors is going to do a nice thing for you before the end of the month. I want you to start playing with this ability, because this ability is extraordinarily powerful for you. It has come in for you from a past life. That's right. You were a master manifester in a past life, I see here. And you reincarnated in this lifetime with that same gifting, that same ability. And it could be, maybe why you're scared is something to do with that past life, the way things have gone in the past life when you got the things that you wanted. But I want you to start playing with the small things, and just start making decisions about inconsequential things that you want to see happen in the third dimension, the physical realm. Again, for you, this isn't to do with people. Taurian energy on that fifth house is all about the realm of the body, money, form, beauty products, beauty services. Manifest yourself a free haircut next time, or a free hair color. That's what I need. I need to manifest myself out of these grays for free. I want you to start playing with the small things, because as you start to work with the ability and see it for what it is and get acclimated to your safety with the ability in this lifetime, you're going to find that it is less scary next life, less scary to manifest what you really want. I do see here the skipped step thing with Mars squaring your natal nodes, and that this past life ability has come to you from a past lifetime. one of the issues that I think you might be scared of is not working appropriately on some of these things, Venice. That you worry that if you don't work for it, maybe it could be taken away from you. If you don't work for it, it could come in a way that you don't like. If you don't put your effort behind it, that it could be something bad could happen. There is a need in this lifetime to balance effort with manifestation and not just be out here, like conjuring up free cars, free houses, and free flights. Listen, that's fun, but there is something in here in this lifetime where you need to have the motivation, just a little bit, to work towards some of the things you want as well. Um, because I see here in a past life, you may not have done that all the way, and there may have been some consequences for not having done that. And so this is a repeat of having that same gift in this lifetime, Venice. And that repeat is giving you the opportunity to balance this out by really focusing in on what you value, not what the world values, and to also start doing the work of manifesting things in a way that is in service to other people. So I want you to also, as you're playing around and expanding this gift for yourself on inconsequential things, I want you to also start playing around and manifesting things for other people. Okay. Vinny says, for instance, love. I keep attracted a young one, but I don't want to take his youth away. We have a 20-year difference. Girl, you cannot make decisions for other people. And like I said, your manifestation ability isn't about other people. It's about things, stuff, material world, third dimension. That's the spiritual gifting here, is your ability to really shift and align things in the third dimension, almost as if by magic, Venice. So start playing with that. Start playing with that. Again, don't try to manifest people. That's not the gift. For you, it's the manifestation of things in the third dimension, and manifest things that you want. That again, that might be past life for you, where something went down with you and this person, and you're holding on to that for yourself so you don't make the same mistake where you were, manifesting but not working toward. You can't control what he wants. If he wants you, honey, you're not taking his youth away. If he's chosen you, there isn't youthfulness without you. There isn't life without you. There's non-life without you if he's chosen you. So you need to get over the age difference. If he's over it, girl, you can let it go. Let it go. And manifest you, some, I don't know, shoot, whatever makes you feel old, manifest your way out of that. If you feel old because of your wardrobe, manifest yourself a free shopping spree. If you feel old because you got grays like me, manifest yourself, somebody who wants to do your hair for free and color it for free. If what makes you feel old is, maybe, you don't like where your body's at, manifest yourself a free gym membership. Like, manifest things in the third dimension that are going to make you feel alive, valued, beautiful, young. That's that Taurus energy from your fifth house. Okay. Playing with it and writing it down. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, baby. You know what the rest of us in this chat wouldn't do to have that particular spiritual gift? Honey, you lucky. Enjoy that. Enjoy that, Venice. Enjoy that. All right. That's it. I'm going to close out with a Lightworker Oracle card for all of you. What can you tell these lovelies to stay high vibe during this time of intense world crisis? What can you tell everyone in the chat to keep feeling good during this time of intense world crisis? I think we pulled this one of the last times I asked this. Venice, I'm going to manifest a free mommy makeover. Girl, you be out here on one of these shows where they doing makeovers and giving out free wardrobes. I am. You have to let us know when you get on the show when they do the whole makeover so we can watch you and celebrate your manifestation abilities. All right. So, um the now the list is closed. It is officially closed. All right. Okay. Kylie was waiting on it. I know Kylie's like, girl, when you gonna close this list? Okay. Key of Light. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally and serves your soul journey. He brings you a special gift now, the Key of Light. This key allows you to open any door, clear away any obstruction, and free yourself from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, psychological, or spiritual. There is no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation you want to get into. You now hold within your hands a divine key that will assist you in many ways. Okay. Archangel Michael has a message for you all here in the chat. You have the power of the divine in you. You have the ability to free yourself no matter whether it seems that another person or set of circumstances or the entire world holds more power than you. Your power of freedom is unconditional. It doesn't require that outer circumstances change in order for you to be free. Though as you choose freedom, outer circumstances often change radically. For now, to be free, use the key of light. This means staying true to what you know for yourself. Gently and lovingly assert your truth now. Do not cave to naysayers and fear generators. Most especially, do not collapse under your old fears and doubts. Gently and persistently cleaving to the light within will bring you through any apparent obstacle, free you from any apparent prison, and ensure your divine destiny is fulfilled. All doors shall be opened to you. You are being given a gift of unconditional grace. Step back and radiate love from your center. That's your way. You do not have to betray your spirituality to fight. You can fight with love and trust, and that can be your way as a spiritual warrior. In each moment you choose love and trust, you are fighting the good fight. You are learning that love is expressed in no as much as in yes. For when you fight against those who want you to deny the truth, you are standing clear and strong in loving truth. Michael helps you realize the strength that you already have within you to do this. This oracle is a message for you to trust in your own ability to triumph right now. You are the key to success. You must believe in yourself. You don't have to force a door open. In perfect time, according to divine grace, all doors open for you. Your dreams and actions will prove themselves in time. No person, place, or thing has any power to hold you back. The key of light is spiritual permission from the universe to succeed in your life mission. You shall not be kept back from your divine destiny. You shall be empowered to succeed. Refuse to give up on your dreams. This may mean freeing yourself from situations or relationships that have enslaved or controlled you. When you're ready, this can be done with great gentleness, compassion, and strength. Free yourself with love, not fear. You may need to lock doors to the past behind you. With divine empowerment, you can completely and utterly allow the past to be over. You will find that new doors can then be unlocked for you. Oh, I love it. That was such a good way to end as we enter into this weekend of uncertainty. We just don't know what will happen, but I encourage all of you to continue to stay in light, nurture your light, project light. You don't have to get into the heaviness of the energies. You can be a contributor to light, okay? Sending you all a lot of love. It was so much fun to hang out with all of you today. Assad, it was great to meet you. Welcome to the crew. Venice, great to have you here. Welcome to the crew. Kylie, Hope Glitterati, Flower and Forgiveness. I am so grateful that we got to spend so much time together today. Queen of Water, great to read for you for the first time. I hope you'll be back when it works for you. You guys have been such a great group. And I'm just sending you all a lot of love, wrapping you all in a lot of love. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Bye for now.